Here we are. Good evening, everyone. I would like to welcome you all to the Dania Beach City Commission regular meeting. It's a virtual meeting. Today is Tuesday, December 8th, and it is 7:02. Call the roll, please.
Mayor James.
Here.
Vice Mayor Salvino.
Here.
Commissioner Davis.
Here.
Commissioner Llewellyn.
Here.
Commissioner Rodman.
Here.
City Manager Garcia.
Here.
City Attorney Ansbro.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to take a moment of silence. Thank you. And can you please stand for the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic and one nation under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We'll start with our presentations and special event approvals. The first is the Dania Beach Redevelopment Plan Status and Update by Ken Krasnow from Colliers International.
Hello.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes. How are you, Ken?
Hi. Good. Good to hear or see you again. I apologize. I was a little delayed today, so hopefully you can see me today. And I think Frank is going to share my screen or so that you can see the presentation. And we're going to give an update on Ocean Park.
Okay.
I don't know if Frank is sharing screen.
Slides are loading. Just give me one moment.
Okay, no problem. Good to see everybody.
Good to see you too. It's been a while.
Yes. Interesting times.
While we're waiting, can you introduce yourself to those who may be listening and watching?
Yes, so thank you, Ms. Mayor, Commissioner, City Manager. I am Ken Krasnow, the Vice Chairman of Colliers International, and we have the great pleasure of working with your City Manager and your staff on the redevelopment of Ocean Park, and we're going to give a little update as we wait for the presentation to be uploaded.
Just having a technical problem. Please bear with me.
That's no problem.
Frank, would it be easier for us to do something that didn't require video at the moment?
You can come back to me if you want.
It's coming up right now. Just
Okay.
a few more seconds.
Okay.
No problem. I appreciate everybody's patience. Patience seems to be the key theme these days. So,
Well,
I think
right
we're
now
all getting...
you have to have patience, right?
and a few other things as we get through this.
And I'm sorry, my PowerPoint is just spinning and it's not doing anything. So I'm just trying to get it to load and open here.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, I could give a verbal update. I mean, I don't know if you've distributed the PowerPoint to the commission.
Well, let's try this, Ken. Commissioner Ottman, did your COVID update need a PowerPoint?
I do, but I can, Frank gave me permissions for share screen, so I can just share my screen and do it that way if you'd like me to.
Sure, have at it. Let's see if that works.
Okay. Let's see. I guess this was predicated on the idea that I knew how to share my screen, huh?
I
Let's see.
have my presentation ready in the meantime if you want to go back to 3.1.
Yes. Here we go.
Sorry about that. Here we go. All right, here we go.
Spinning. There we go. Are you gonna bring it up in the screen?
Can everybody see the presentation?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
I think you could just.
If you just put it in slide mode.
Give me a moment.
Start top left.
There we go. Okay. So let's, again, this is a quick update on the progress at Ocean Park. Go to the next slide. Just to reiterate, again, the goals and objectives to create a unique and world-class beach experience in accordance with the master plan that you've approved. Again, the emphasis there is on unique and world-class, both of which we are extremely confident that we are going to be able to realize. Again, continue. You've got some tremendous momentum in Dania Beach, and we think that this project will continue the great momentum that you've built. Obviously, sustainability and resiliency is key. So one of the other goals is to re-nourish and fortify this beach for the next generation. The next one is, I think, a very interesting dynamic that's evolved is to really rebrand Ocean Park, not rebrand, but sort of expand the brand of Ocean Park as a world-class research, development, marina, and education facility, which is going to be a tremendous community asset. And then again, finally, but last but not least, attract new restaurants and amenities of a variety of offerings, and that's again very critically important there. Provide additional open space and new features for the entire community. So those are the goals and the objectives of our plan. As I know we've talked about last time. Next slide, Frank. Your city manager has created a truly world-class and diverse team. You've got some great people within the Dania Beach team, parks, finance, public works, etc. I bring your attention to the other box there with FDOT, the Navy, and FAU. Obviously, we've got three important, but yet, in their own right, bureaucratic organizations, and obviously the COVID timetable has delayed us somewhat. But I'm proud to say that your team has done yeoman's work in helping to move this along, and we now have a consensus where we're ready to kind of move into the next steps. But those are three critical stakeholders in this project. And as you see, as we'll go through the next couple of slides, we're very important in getting alignment among all of these stakeholders. Again, just to reiterate, when you look at this, again, truly world-class and unique opportunity, I do bring your attention to the one area that took a lot of our time, which is a new parking garage, which will allow the renourishment and replenishment of a lot of the beach area, as we described before. And then you see a couple of areas where there's plans for some new restaurants and new amenities. Next. This is, again, one of the critical components that needed to be resolved before we could move forward. And so this is land, as you are probably aware, which was owned by FDOT. And again, between FDOT, the Navy, and FAU, getting consensus on how and where this parcel would need to be acquired, because as you'll see on the next slide, this is where the new garage would be located. And as you can see, it's on land that's was between FDOT and Dania. Again, just to reiterate, this is the EDSA master plan that the commission approved some years ago. So we haven't deviated from the plan, but the key was really getting the consensus on the garage. That was really the linchpin to allow this project to finally now, get positioned to where it is. Next. And again, this is part of the approved EDSA conceptual vision. As you can see there, again, new restaurants, new amenities, replenishment and renourishment of the beach area. So this is something that you've seen and you've approved. And like I said, we're not deviating from the conceptual vision of your approved plan. Next. This gives you just, again, a little steps of kind of where we've been. Multiple meetings with, as I mentioned, the various, stakeholders. But obviously, as we dove down deep into some of the issues, two main areas really became of paramount concern: security, and then obviously some of the issues as we're dealing with some of the COVID pandemic issues. So parking, security, COVID, and how the current facilities would be capitalized, the lease terms that would need to be synchronized, and again, I think the use of expanded role and expanded programs that FAU is going to be undertaking, which will be, again, a big community benefit in their research and ocean development. So we have now arrived at consensus on the location of the garage and the parameters of the synchronizing of the leases, so that all of these issues can be addressed as we move forward. Next. This gives you just a sense of where the garage, the new garage, will be located. Again, the shaded area there that you see is an area where both the Navy and FAU, they're performing some pretty highly proprietary research in these facilities. So security was of paramount concern to them. So it wasn't just the location. Right now, as you know, they're using some surface parking in there. There's a gate. It's secure, but it's somewhat not secure. We think this new garage will again enable the beach to be replenished and refortified, and also meet the increased demand that we think is going to be there with the new restaurants and amenities, and provide FAU and the Navy with the security and the comfort that they can continue to expand and grow their programs in this facility, and make Dania Beach one of the linchpins in their research endeavors going forward. Next. So next steps. To finalize the transfer of the land, the DOT land, to the city, so that the garage will now be completely on city-owned land. We need to prepare a memorandum of understanding with FAU, so that ultimately a developer will understand what the terms and conditions are. And then next steps would be to prepare a RFQ. So this is a request for qualifications. And again, I'll just describe just briefly, but the qualifications really go out to the private community. We want to get background on the developers. We want to make sure that they understand the story of Dania Beach and all of the demographics, all of the various information with regards to the site, and so on and so forth. Next. And the respondents, when they come back, obviously, again, are going to be required to tell us about their experience, their qualifications, a conceptual development plan. And again, this allows you to see what their approach to the project is, what their design and conceptual plans are, their targeted, uses and the various amenities. So this really lays out their vision and how well their vision fits in with your approved EDSA master plan and vision. And obviously it will have some proposed terms based on a long-term ground lease. So the land will remain under city ownership. Next. The RFQ, it's a two-step kind of evaluation process. So the first step is to determine if the groups meet the goals and objectives of the city, if the conceptual plan fits within, your needs, and then obviously to rank these respondents and then ask them to come back with more detailed definitions, and ultimately then you would have a lot more information from which to then choose a group to enter into negotiations with. So you're going to get a lot of feedback and a lot of opportunity to make determinations and decisions about which direction and which plan and which group you want to enter into ultimately negotiations with. Next. And so, as I said, this gives you a little bit of a timetable. We would anticipate an RFQ. So it's not an RFP, it's an RFQ. It's a qualifications package to be issued sometime in February. We would expect the respondents to come back in May. We would meet and have some time to make sure that they aligns with the goals of the city. And our expectation is that we would bring recommendation to council sometime in June and give you the ability to pick a development team from which you would then issue an invitation to negotiate sometime in the summer. And the expectation is that you should be able to finalize something before the end of next year. Actually, the COVID, the timing and the pandemic, somewhat worked in our favor with aligning all of these groups. And as we move into 2021, there's palpable kind of pent up demand.
We lost you. Hold on one second. Where did he go?
Hello?
Yeah, I hear you now. What happened?
Oh, I was going to say, timing it actually, I think, is going to work in your favor. Again, the pent up demand, the amount of capital, the amount of new activity that's moving into this region is really going to accelerate as we move into to 2021. So bringing a project like this to the market in 2021, we think is going to generate some tremendous excitement and opportunities, as I said before, to create, a really, really unique and world-class experience on your, wonderful beach. So that's the quick snapshot of where we are and what we've been doing over this interesting time period. Happy to answer any questions or look forward to working with the team.
Thank you, Ken. I think a few of my questions were already answered within the presentation. Thank you for the thorough presentation. A lot of us are anticipating a lot. I know that we also have, for a discussion and possible action later on, a kind of update about the grill. There are a few questions that I want to consult with my colleagues, and so we'll wait at that time. But other than that, I don't see any hands other than City Manager Garcia. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to add, I wanted to thank Ken and the Colliers Group and the team. The biggest challenge that we were dealing with, and I've discussed it with you and your colleagues, is that even with the Dania Beach Grill closed, our beach had become so popular that we were finding ourselves closing the beach every weekend on a good weather weekend. So it was paramount that we negotiated the parking component, because in addition to the Dania Beach Grill, we were also very fortunate to receive a $200,000 grant from Tallahassee, matched with $200,000 that you all had approved in the budget. So we always also have coming forward $400,000 park, enhancement project that's going to include better play environment, art component, cultural component. So we're very excited about the future of our beach and teaming up also with FAU for the educational component. So we'll have education, recreation, and a cultural component all within what I will consider to recommend and to state that it will be one of the most unique and special beach experiences in the whole state of Florida.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
See, Marcos, you have your hand up. I'll wait until we get to citizens' comments. He's not a part of the presentation, correct? I don't think he is. The next presentation would come from the Broward County Division of the Cultural Division for Public Art and Design. The Administrator, Leslie Fordham, to give us an update of the Public Arts Master Plan and Survey.
Hello, this is Leslie Fordham with the Broward Cultural Division. Mayor, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Wonderful. Good evening, Mayor and City Commission. Do you have my PowerPoint or should I share my screen?
Waiting up. Frank.
We have.
Frank, did you say you had it? He kind of cut off. Oh, well, he has it.
Yes, it's coming up now.
We have it.
Wonderful, thank you. Okay, so if we go to the next page, we're going to start by talking about what public art does for a city. On the next page, please. Public art could contribute to the quality of life of a city. It enhances the atmosphere, and it creates an attraction for visitors. And on the next slide, we're showing that public art can create a voice for the community, help initiate a public conversation, and it can declare the worth of a place. Next slide, we're showing art that creates a more welcoming environment, and it might bring a new vision to a space or different understanding or awareness. Next slide. In this slide, we're showing a public art project that started with community engagement. The artist talked to people who came off of a subway system or a transit system, and they talked to the artist about colors, and then she used the colors that were selected to form her design here. And so that involved the community. They became more interested in the arts and the place. It became more meaningful to the community, greater appreciation for the spot. And on the next slide, we know that public art can create economic vitality. It can attract people and create growth of local businesses and feature forgotten landmarks. In our next slide, we know that it creates excitement in the city. These signal boxes are all around the city of Dania Beach. Next slide, and the one after that, please. Just a brief history of public art and how it got moving in the city. Back in 2012, the Community Arts Plan recommended establishing a public art program. And then in 2014, the Community Arts Council launched the Signal Box 7 program. And then in 2019, the Citywide Parks Master Plan was approved, which recommends public art to enhance city parks. And then in December of 2019, the Public Art Ordinance was adopted, which calls for a public art master plan and guidelines. And on the next page, and the page after that, we'll tell you about our role. We were selected to create the master plan for the city due to our experience with working with artists throughout the Broward community. On the next slide, we have more than 40 years of experience. We have public art administrators on our team. We have arts marketing experts. We have a graphic designer. We have arts assistants. So we've got plenty of experience with all facets of public art so that we can create a wonderful plan for you. Next slide. We really emphasize working closely with the community, and a team approach with both the staff and elected officials. COVID, of course, is creating a new dynamic for us all there. And on the next slide, it's very important to create a community dialogue and offer community engagement opportunities. Next slide. We're experts in the public art process. This year alone, we're working on 20 public art processes and projects. We're ferrying them through the selection process. And on to the next slide, please. And the next. The master plan will be a guide to implementing the public art policy. It'll recommend potential locations and type of art. And the guidelines will be a how-to guide to selecting public art and your private developer proposals. Next slide, please. We're listing here many of the different components of the master plan and the guidelines. And on the next slide, what we'll be doing is reviewing the city's planning documents, assessing future development plans like the one you just heard about for Ocean Park, conducting site visits, surveying stakeholders, that's already in the works, and producing a press release describing Dania Beach's public art initiative. Next slide, please. I mentioned a survey. As of today, we actually have 150 responses to the survey. We're asking people in the community what they'd like to see in terms of public art for the city, where they'd like to see it, what they like about Dania Beach. And that survey closes on December 18th. Next slide. Here we're laying out our 9-month plan for developing the master plan. We're in month 2 right now. And on the next slide, in phase 2, we'll be submitting our outline for the plan and our guidelines. Next slide, schematic, showing what months we'll be working on those items. And on the next slide, phase 3, the final phase, we'll be working towards completion of the master plan and guidelines, and finishing up by making presentations to city staff and city commission. And on the next slide, and the next one after that, we have a graphic designer on staff, as I mentioned, and we'll be doing ongoing design work on the master plan. So it will be fully illustrated with plenty of examples of public art. And I'd like to show you some examples of public art right now. So on the next slide, you see 2 sculptures in a city in front of a new development. The development hasn't quite opened yet, but I'd like to call your attention to the seating at the bottom of the sculpture. So important that public art can have a function like this one. Not only do people get to enjoy the art, if they were here, they would have a place to sit and drink their coffee that they might just pick up out of one of the new shops there. And this sculpture in the background lights up at night too. And on the next slide, an artwork in a roadway, punctuating a roadway, giving you an idea of where you might be, help with wayfinding. And on the next slide, artwork can be functional and whimsical. And on the next slide, more functional, but very pleasing public art. And on the next slide, this artwork uses concrete. It happens to be a sound wall along a highway. However, stamped concrete's a great vehicle for public art. And you can see all the wonderful detail here that the artist has incorporated. And next slide, same type of illustration, a functional element where an artist has created lots of detail to tell a story. Next slide. This is a splash pad in Charlotte, North Carolina, filled with kids in the summer. And the next slide, this was a pirate ship park, fairly ordinary pirate ship park, and an artist who had actually lived on a boat for the last 9 months was brought in to come up with a new design for the ship. And then he also designed some of these other sculptural elements that you see around the ship, such as that sea monster. And on the next slide, another functional artist design. This is a pocket park. It's in a ski resort. So the artist took a theme around the idea of precipitation. It's called cloudscape. And so the bear, the ram, they're all dreaming of clouds here. And underneath the actual cloud, there's some chimes. So if kids are playing on this piece, climbing on it, you might hear the tinkling of bells. And the surface, that squishy rubber surface underneath, represents a river, also designed by the artist to make a complete environment. And next slide. Some close-ups of those same pieces. And the final slide, a whimsical piece of artwork, a photo opportunity. If a person's standing directly in front of those wings, someone else could take the picture and they look like they've sprouted wings themselves. So really cool, great attraction, and pretty exciting too. Next slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Leslie. I don't see any other comments from our commission, but we definitely appreciate the update of the Public Arts Master Plan. We are so very excited and thrilled to get this rolling and on the road. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Our next presentation would be by Stacy Brown, the 1000 Mermaids, the Artificial Reef Project.
Hello, hello.
Hi.
Hi, Stacy.
Hey.
Stacy.
All right, so I'm going to share because we had an issue earlier with ours as well. So I'm going to share our presentation with you guys.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, awesome. Well, thank you very much for having us. This is Evan Snow, Executive Director of the 1000 Mermaids Artificial Reef Project and Ocean Rescue Alliance, along with our Director of Education and CFO, Stacy Brown. And for the new board members, first commission members, congratulations for making it. And we're glad to update you on what we've been presenting to the city and work on some next steps for selecting some public art to not only go in the ocean, but throughout the city of Dania.
Awesome.
So,
Go ahead,
yes.
Evan.
If you didn't know, we make artistically crafted artificial reefs that look and act like natural reefs. We are a 501c3 Florida not-for-profit and an environmental NPO that uses the art to help not only raise awareness about the issues that are plaguing our reefs, but the actual reefs as public art actually serve a bunch of different environmental benefits that we all are in need of in regards to our local reefs and beaches. And we do this through art and memorial reefs, core restoration, reef restoration, research. We do a lot with ecotourism, supporting the local dive shops, hotels, obviously the city, the county tourism board, and education and citizen science, which Stacy, a local Dania resident, heads up as well. And as I'm sure you guys are aware, unfortunately, our reefs are in really bad shape. They recently reported that we're down to 2% in the state of Florida, the largest barrier reef in the continental United States that provides a $7 billion economic impact to us locally in Southeast Florida alone, supporting over 70,000 jobs. So we are coming up with new solutions to affect these issues plaguing our reefs. And just a few of the reasons that I know that the city is very interested in, not just the environmental development, which there's thankfully tons of benefits to these engineered reefs that we provide, including habitat for fish, helping reduce storm surge, and countless benefits that thankfully these reefs do provide, but the increase in tourism and ecotourism specifically to provide much needed support to local hospitality partners, hotels, local dive shops, and everybody else in between. We've been very successful with our Palm Beach County reefs in attracting a lot of international press, and local press as well, which has brought a good amount of tourists throughout the state, country, and beyond, and then does provide a obviously valuable economic improvement and benefit. And that's just some of the benefits, as we previously mentioned, and some of the economic stats regarding core reefs in Southeast Florida alone. But we're very proud to show some of our progress on our reefs that I mentioned we currently have in Palm Beach County. This was some of the growth on some of the environmental beneficial and artistic reefs. One of the mermaids, you can't even make out her face anymore on the right-hand side because the early algae and benthic growth states are already being displayed at 9 to 12 months post-deployment, which is very encouraging since corals generally take a long time to grow and reach sexual maturity. These are very encouraging early stages that Stacy documented on a monitoring dive from between 9 and 12 months from our August 2019 initial deployment in Palm Beach County.
And
And
then,
I will.
Yeah, I'm gonna take over from here. So, so of course, as we presented previously, our the Dania Beach 2021 project consists of 20 module artificial reef underwater, and then it also includes selfie stations, 2 of those, as well as 2 land-based modules, and then also includes community engagement components, which is our Coral Rangers program. So on this slide here, top left, there's 1 module opportunity. That one has an interior sculpture, so that's something that that can be included with any of the components. So that's something to consider. And then bottom left here, the Dania logo can also be put on some of our modules as well. And then on the far right, that the top is our land-based selfie station, and the bottom right is the underwater selfie station as well. So you can keep that as a reference point as we're going through the presentation.
Stacy, what is the top left one? I can't quite make out. Is it a heart inside?
Yes, yeah, it's a heart inside. I have a larger photo later on, but yeah, that one has a heart inside of it, and that one actually was just deployed with our 52 module deployment that just happened in earlier this month, in the end of last month. So it's great to have that underwater now, actually. And then I was just reviewing a little bit about our citizen science program, some components and things that we can do with this program. Of course, we would love to have input on the different events that we're hoping to put through. We can have virtual components of these different things. We'd love to, of course, get people out and let them know what we're doing, get them interested, engaged in beach cleanups, dive cleanups, anything like that. And then, of course, going through what we're doing here with this project, why it's important, and then how they can be involved in future monitoring efforts. These are just some ideas I've had so far about different things we can do: virtual water quality, coral reef importance events. So we can do an Earth Day event. Of course, we'd like to do something in conjunction with the deployment, which we are projecting for June of 21, weather permitting. And then we also have post-deployment events also. So after the reefs are out there, we'd love, of course, to have people out engaged in taking their underwater selfies, letting people see what's going on as the project progresses, because of course the deployment is just the starting point. The really interesting part is seeing how the fish and other life interact and how things grow on the modules. So as I showed before, these are the underwater and above water selfie stations, like we call them. The above water selfie stations, we can put them wherever we'd like throughout the city. So we could even put them someplace temporarily, bring them out at events, move them around. So that's something to consider as we go through the process. We have a huge variety of sculpture options that we can incorporate within the project. All of these are renderings, or actually these are physical modules that have been created already. The top is of our first deployment site, 1000 Mermaids in Riviera Beach. The bottom is a combination of modules that were made that went out with the last deployment, and other modules that Chris O'Hare with Reef Cells has put together for us. Like I said, we have land-based modules that the bottom left here now is that one with the heart in the center that you can probably see a little more clear. There's actually someone in there also, so that's how large this module is. And then you can see in the bottom right picture, at the front module there actually has like has a saying on it. So that's really where we could put in the Dania logo or anything else that anyone would like to include within the modules. The ocean-based modules, the bottom right modules are ones actually underwater at our 1000 Mermaids site. The one in the background of that right side is a rendering, and then the one on the left is a rendering as well. So we can create a variety of different options. Site overview. This is the permitted zone where the county has authorized us to deploy. This is where the Dania Pier is in the top right You can see where I've labeled that there because it's not easy to make out within any of the other photos. So you can actually see where we're projecting. This is just after the reef line. So the blue box is the actual projected deployment zone within this one. This is just a map currently of what is on the permitted zone. There's already artificial reef out there. There's a lot of reef balls that are out there, which we'll be able to put our modules around. And then there's also mitigation zones from Port Everglades, as well as the Mount Dania and artificial reef. And this reef is actually being is a mitigation zone for a submarine grounding that happened, I believe, in the 90s. So, so anything we're doing here is incorporating additional reef to help offset what was damaged with the submarine grounding previously. There's a couple of different options with regards to the reef layout that we can incorporate. So we prefer for them to be kind of grouped together a little bit, but there is more of a linear option that we could do. But we would prefer to do options 1 or 2 within this, but of course the commission can have their input in this as well. So the 3 different options that we're discussing today are really with regards to the size, sculpture, and then the different swim through options that we have in option 1. And then we have large sculptures and smaller sculptures in option 2. And then in option 3 are really 5 medium-sized sculptures. So it's just to keep the quantity of materials about the same, but obviously there's a different varieties of things that we can do with the project depending on what you would like the site to look like. So from a diverse perspective, what we feel the residents would like to see, what we feel our visitors would like to see, and that's kind of the process that we're working through now. We would also remind everyone that the 5 sculptures that we're discussing in the options 1, 2, and 3 are in addition to 15 low profile modules, which are included. So the total of 20 modules includes these 5 also sculpture options. So the low profile modules that I'm discussing look similar to this. They might be a little bit different depending on if we decide that maybe some more shelf space or interstitial space might be more beneficial to the fish. But generally speaking, this is the low profile modules that we're discussing. And those are the 15 like we've talked about. And then I have a video of one of these modules at our new site, which was just deployed recently, which I'll show in a second. So these are the coral lock that are discussed within the low profile modules. These are incorporated into all of ours. The hope is that with the Dania, or with the Port Everglades mitigation, that we'll be able to bring some coral over that needs to be moved as part of the expansion and put them on to start incorporating coral onto these more quickly than does naturally. So that's what we're integrating these coral lock with the hope of that happening very soon. This is a rendering of what they kind of look like underwater. The low profile modules are grouped about 3 to 6 foot apart, depending on how the sand is in those locations. And then this is the video footage of the module. So the one on the far right is the low profile module. And then this is, I believe, about 3 weeks after the module was put down. So you can see already fish are very happy with it. They're very engaged in the module, and they really enjoy it. And then, like I said, this is before really anything is even grown on it. So, so it's very, very encouraging to see the fish interact with this like they are already. Like I said, option 1 is 3 swim-through modules and 2 large sculptures. So this large sculpture could be something like the diver that's on the left-hand side, and then our large mermaid, which is the mermaid that we just deployed recently, something similar to that. And then this is the swim-through module that I'm referring to. This, again, is another video of the module that we just deployed recently. And then an option 2 would be something similar to the mermaid and diver again, but maybe instead we might incorporate the Dania logo onto one of the modules. Or we could put something like the turtle onto the low profile module with this option. So then we'd have really in effect two smaller turtles on the low profile modules, and then the Dania logo as well incorporated. Option 3 is similar to option 2, only in this one, we would probably have maybe a selfie tail station as well as a logo, and then maybe incorporate some of the smaller mermaids, like are on the bottom right photo, onto the lower profile modules, or maybe a turtle or something, whatever the commission would like. And that's really it. So those are kind of the options we're presenting today, and we would of course love to hear any questions you have or input that you have on it.
Commissioner Ottman.
Hi, thank you. Thank you so much for that presentation, Stacey. It's so exciting to see this this project move along. So I have a couple of questions for you. One, the logo. What is the logo made out of underwater? Is it made out of the same material as the reef, or is it something metal?
No, they would all be the concretes like that. What we can do is we can put some pigments in that would look like the color. There's also, I would say probably would be better if we would do a cutout of the logo underneath the water, like we do with some of the other logos and things that we work with.
That's fine. So for me, and as far as the grouping goes, I agree with you. The closer grouping is better. Option 2 is the one I like. I think anything but option 3, I don't like it linear. I like it kind of grouped. I imagine that would be very exciting to sort of swim around. And, you know, I like the turtle and I like some of the other things, but for me, the whimsy that hooked me into this project was always the mermaids. So for me, that's key. I want to stick to the mermaid theme. I'm not really keen on too many of the other things that the turtle, or I don't know, there's another one that looked like I'm not sure what it was supposed to be. But the mermaid station, the selfie station, I mean, to me, the underwater one and the above ground one, those are winners. You know, I can't imagine anyone's not going to want to grab an amazing picture by doing that. So those two, I love, 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 love. So like for the options, how are we going, maybe this is a question to you, Mayor, or to the city manager, how are we determining which ones we're doing? How are we going to gain consensus on that? How would you like to move forward with that?
I would like to maybe, because it seems like there's going to be a lot of discussion and maybe questions on that, and we have a full agenda. So maybe if we can like kind of do a workshop, I think, to answer a lot of the questions sooner rather than later, obviously, because we want to keep this rolling down the road. I think that would be my best suggestion, my recommendation.
Okay, I think that would be appropriate if we set up a workshop. If maybe we could have a couple of dates. City manager, if Chris could get in touch with Evans and Stacy, the team over there, and coordinate some dates for all of us, we could go. Because yeah, I probably have a couple of more questions that we could save for a workshop, and we can all discuss what our vision is and what we think will work out best.
And what we'll do is we'll send you all the presentation so you all have it, including the different options, and I'll have Chris work with you all for a workshop.
All right, that'll be wonderful, and I'll save the rest of my questions for that workshop. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Commissioner, Vice Mayor Salvino.
Yes, you know, just a couple of quick things. I do understand the workshop would be handy for us newbies that are coming in. Just a couple of questions on what I heard though. That's going to go about a mile out, just past the pier. What depth is that water out there?
It's about 40 to 45 feet.
Okay, so everybody that goes out, it's going to have tanks on. Have they considered putting anything in any closer where a free dive could go into place, where some of the maybe people that it opens up to everybody else as well, so just the scuba divers?
Yes, well, free divers definitely can do it on a good day. So the visibility, the dive on both the videos that I showed, that's a 40-foot site also, and you can actually see the modules from the surface on a good visibility day. But unfortunately, right now, the permit zone allowable is that 45-foot in the mitigation area. We have discussed with the county the option and an option for doing a snorkel trail or something like that in the future, and we would love to do that. And it is something that we are working through with the county currently.
Just one more question, then I won't. I'll do the rest of the workshop. What keeps them in place if that water's so churned up out there? Because, you know, as you can see, our beach is already eroded from the last storm we had, and we have no beach again. And I saw on there that it helps prevent erosion and so on. And I'm sure that we're going to be working with the state again as far as putting more sand back in there. But you know, we can talk about that more and how it can help us again. But I'd like to know, that's one of my questions that'll come up at the workshop.
Yeah. So they have a nice ballasted base. So the bases or the whole modules are at a minimum of 1,700 pounds, and the some are as large as 3,500 pounds.
Okay.
So they're all large enough. And said the current 2 zones that we have in West Palm Beach right now, they're very little movement, even through the storm Dorian that went through, which was very big wave height, a large wave height, and a lot of currents. So we're very confident that they will stay put.
I'd be interested in. I'm looking forward to the workshop. I think it'd be fun.
Great.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Commissioner Davis, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Stacy and Evan, for the wonderful presentation. And I will save my detailed questions for the workshop as well. I just wanted you to be able to bring some more information about the Coral Rangers program, because I think it's really important about the beach cleanup and educating our public about, you know, everybody taking responsibility for that. So if you could bring as much information as possible to that workshop, I'd greatly appreciate it.
And would you like for me to, or would you like for us to also include the timeline so we can start discussing those potential events as well at that meeting?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
And
Evan?
And just in closing, the land-based modules, I'm glad you guys are discussing public art as an arts advocate, do serve as public art, and they are a good way for us to raise awareness. And we, before you joined the commission, Commissioner Davis, had discussed potentially adding some of those land-based modules in front of City Hall during Dania After Dark, potentially on the pier, to help people that might not necessarily dive at least become aware of it, raise awareness, take a photo, learn more, so on and so forth. So I'm very glad to hear the City of Dania discussing public art, and we're glad to contribute to those efforts as well.
Thank you so much, Evan. Thank you, Stacy and Evan. Look forward
to you guys
soon.
Cheers. Keep up the good work.
COVID update by our Commissioner Ottman.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Are you guys able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. So a lot of this you all, commissioners, will be familiar with. We've seen the reports, and we've been getting those. For those of you who are just coming onto the commission, maybe some of this will be a little bit new for some of you. But this is also primarily for the residents who are, you know, always looking to us to bring them the information about where we are and where the city is going in terms of COVID. So as of today, we have 800. This is today's number, not the end of week, the end of week number. The number for today, 833 people in 33004 have contracted coronavirus. So that is 1 in every 39 residents. Remember, residents being those who identified on their test that they live in Dania Beach. Within City Hall, we have 10 employees that have reported testing positive for coronavirus since March. So that's 1 in every 16 employees. So if the cases continue to grow at the same rate they have over this past week, you can expect that we'll have about 73 new cases added by next week. Keep in mind that our area codes are 3304, 1214, and 16. So the data is primarily from a lot of the different things you're looking at is always going to be pulled from 004. The data that we used for this came from 33004, and we can extrapolate on that to sort of make inferences about what that overall number is for Dania Beach, and that it most likely, given what surrounds us to the north in Fort Lauderdale and to the south in Hollywood, is at least somewhat higher. This is our curve. This shows where we've been up until now. I would say pay attention. If you just look at that last part there, you're going to see how that curve has gone up rather steeply, which you'll see is pretty much parallel to what we're seeing in Broward and more broadly in Florida. So we're just going to take a look from October 1st. We're going to take about a month's look back. We started off at 583 cases, and that was an increase of 5.4%. The week following that, 607. The week following that, 645. The week following that, 672. The week following that, 738, which brings us to the most recent end of week, which is 803, the latest, the official number for the end of week, which was an 8.8% increase from the week previous. So if you look at those numbers, the percentage that it's going up is, for the most part, has been increasing. You're probably familiar with this graphic. This is something that we get for Broward. This is the Broward graphic. I know many of you share it on your social media, and it's quite helpful because while we like to take a look at what's happening in Dania Beach specifically, most of us don't live and work and do everything just in Dania Beach. We're roaming around Broward County, sometimes Dade or West or in Palm Beach County. So when we look at Broward County, we see that overall things have started to go up. In conjunction with these rising numbers that we're seeing, we're also just about in the peak part of flu season. So flu season, December through February, that's the big part where we're going to be seeing it. We're having what they're identifying as a less active than usual season. I'm gonna propose that may have something to do with perhaps people aren't going out to their physicians or to the hospitals like they used to just get tested for the influenza. That's just my hypothesis, but that it is actually not a less active season, but that there's perhaps less testing going on. So you have that going on in concurrence with the coronavirus peak. Along with that, you also have the rhinovirus season, cold season, and that's been happening as well. It's been around, but it's starting to peak as well. So you have the culmination of all these things that are making people sick and making people feel rather miserable and leaving them to wonder during the holiday season, do I go see my family? Do I go see my friends? Because I have a cold, I have respiratory symptoms, I have a cough, and is it the cold? Is it the flu? Is it COVID? I'm not really sure. So we've all been doing, I think it's been hammered into our heads, and I think we've all been doing it, wearing our mask, making sure to really diligently clean our hands, and that's now in our head. So while we're waiting, we're right on that cusp where we're going to be getting even more information about what this vaccination for COVID rollout is going to look like for Florida. We're going to be getting that information more and more over the next 2 to 4 weeks. We'll start getting a better idea. But in the meantime, what can we do? So if you haven't gotten your flu shot yet, we had a really successful clinic at City Hall a few weeks ago. It's not too late. You can still get your yearly flu shot. Depending on what age you are and what other health factors you have, a pneumococcal vaccine might be appropriate. So you can talk to your doctor about that. Consider avoiding work events, which are fundamentally social gatherings. If you must take pictures, and I'm guilty of this myself, keep them socially distanced. Oftentimes when we do venture out after being indoors for so long, we get excited to see our friends, to see our residents. Sometimes we end up taking a picture much closer than we should. And this is perhaps the most important part of this. As our medical resources are being stretched more and more with every week, consider the ways in which your daily activities increase your risk for using state and local resources that should be reserved for very, very sick people. So those resources I'm talking about, the blood banks, the hospital beds, the waiting room chairs, the nurses, the doctors, the medication that is now at low availability in the hospital, all those things, because maybe we went out to Publix to go get an avocado and we got in a small, we hurt ourselves, we fell. Well, now we're taking up the resources, we have to go, we have to get an x-ray, things like that. When you have these patients that have a stroke or cardiac arrest, overdoses, car accidents that are with a lot of trauma in it, those resources should be going to those people. So think beyond what's just going on with COVID. You all should be very educated with COVID right now, but we're looking at the bigger picture of everything we need to be thinking about beyond that while we're waiting for the vaccine and while we're getting to the place where we're really feeling like we're making a turn. So that's all that I have to share with you guys. Hopefully a lot of those numbers you already have seen before and you are familiar with them. But otherwise, we will continue to be putting out updates. Linda's done a great job of that, and the city manager as well, getting that information out to all of you. And that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm not sure what happened.
There.
Thank you, Commissioner Ottman. I don't see anyone's hands up, but I do want to, I'm not sure if the task force is still meeting or what have you, but I definitely would like someone from this commission to be involved with the conversations that are surrounding COVID and when we're speaking about, you know, City Hall and our operations and our commission and the chamber, you know, to have someone that sits from the board to actively be involved in that, to kind of bring us, you know, and to speak for us and bring us back those updates. I'll be working with the city manager to solidify something of that nature. So thank you for your thorough and very helpful COVID update. Now we have our Public Services Director, Fernando Rodriguez, and our Denser, who is also our Deputy Public Services Director, to have a presentation on our stormwater projects, the new proposed ones, in addition to the ones that were funded. I'm really excited to see this because, as we all know, I'm sure all of us have been being bombarded with flooding issues with everyone. It doesn't matter if you live on the east or the west or the north or the south, we all have faced this unprecedented rain, and I know that it's just a tale of what's to come. And so I'm thankful that staff has done the due diligence to bring us back something that can help those other areas.
Thank you, Mayor James. Good evening, Fernando Rodriguez, Director of Public Services. I wanted to say hello and say good evening to the commissioners as well, city manager, administration, and all the colleagues and residents that are tuning in into the meeting. Happy holidays to everyone as well. We're going to present this together. Our Deputy Director, Dinsar Saidin, and myself will review 7 drainage projects. It's a fairly short presentation, but there are 2 parts to it. The first part, I will begin by going over 4 projects that are already in our CIP plan, or Capital Improvements Plan, funded and in motion. Many of you may be aware of these projects. We've talked about them in the past, including at the commission meeting on October 27th recently. The second part, where Deputy Dinsar will handle, is going to be proposed drainage projects. There are going to be 3 of those, and they're not in our CIP, so it's more like a proposal to go ahead and get the design phase of them started. And I'm going to just basically mention that these 3 projects really came about as a result of 2 rain events that we endured in the middle part of October and then into the early part of November with Tropical Storm Eta. Tropical Storm Eta was a second part of a 2-part event where we probably got close to 11 inches of rain in a matter of 1 month. And it really became evident that we have some issues, some challenges in some of these areas of the city. So that generated those 3 projects that Deputy Osadin will go over. These first 2 projects, again, is part of a group of 4. 43rd Southwest, 43rd Terrace is a project that is in the design phase, and it will it's again in our CIP plan. I will include drain inlets and catch basins that will be added, as well as pipes. Also, we're going to have to regrade the road a little bit to be able to better pitch the water into the storm drain inlets. And we'll need to modify some of the swales to improve drainage. The project itself is about $2 million, is the approximate cost of the construction. And our goal is to complete this project by mid to late summer of next year. So we will aim for that date based on the progress of the project at the current time. The second project is a little smaller. It's at the Ocean Park parking lot. The flooding there generally occurs on the north end of the lot, and we've all seen it even with moderate rains. And this project will involve drainage inlets and pipes in the parking lot that will connect to the outfalls that are already there to the canal to the west of the lot. And also tidal valves will be installed on these outfalls to prevent high tides and king tides, particularly, from coming back up the pipes and into the parking lot. This project is in the design phase, and we anticipate, or our goal is to complete it by May, June, so a little bit in the early summer period. Cost of the project is considerably less than the first one. It's $200,000 approximately for construction. Moving on to the next slide, the Dania Cove drainage improvement. We've all, seen what happens over there by the park on Southwest 25th Avenue. This is also in the design phase and pretty much ending the design phase at the end of it. And it will involve adding pipes and inlets. And the key to the design on this one is going to connect the incoming water from the inlet across the roadway east to the new retention pond in the park. So we're kind of excited about that design, and we're confident it will work very well. We have to regrade the roadway and make some adjustments to some of the driveway approaches on that one. So it's a little bit more sensitive there, but we already have spoken to the residents involved, and everything is going well with that regrading as far as the design. The cost of the project is about $200,000, and we believe we can complete this project by mid-year of 2021. Now, the last project that you see up on the right side is our largest one, the most complicated one, is much bigger in scope and in geographic area. And we're talking about a project that will probably begin, the design will start probably in February. There's been a little bit of a delay because it is tied to a surtax grant, and the county is first looking at shovel-ready projects. They are putting less priority on the design phase projects, which we are in the design phase, but we have been pushing very hard. I want to thank the entire team, the entire PSD team, and some of our colleagues, of course, in the legal department in Dania, and our county counterparts. We think we can start the design in February, perhaps a little earlier, And this project will encompass, it's going to be bounded by Southeast 3rd Street all the way up to Southeast 7th. And then on the east and west boundaries, Southeast 2nd Avenue to the west to 5th Avenue on the east. So 140 acres or so will be impacted or will be improved, and it's going to involve injection wells going deep into the ground, exfiltration trenches, and some pump stations. So it's a pretty involved project. About 9 to 10 million to construct, and given the timelines that we've kind of put together, assuming that we start the design in January, February, we think we can complete the project by the early spring of 23. Because the design will take 7 or 8 months. It's a very complicated design. We're trying to speed it along as best we can. So these are the 4 projects that, again, they vary in size and complexity. They are funded. They are in our CIP plan. If there are no questions on these 4, I will hand it over to Deputy Director Dinser, who will discuss 3 new proposed projects, not in the CIP, and we'd like to get approval to go into the design phase with these 3 projects if there are no questions on these first 4.
Okay, Commissioner Ottman, do you want to wait? Did you want to wait?
My question was about the one.
Right. Okay, mine as well. Commissioner Llewellyn?
Yes, I may have missed it. The Southwest 43rd project, when is the anticipation to complete it?
That project, we should be able to complete the construction by mid to late summer of next year.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Go
Any other
ahead.
questions? No? Okay, Denzel, take it away.
Thank you so much, Fernando. Again, that we are going to add 3 more projects. The first one is Southwest 34th Terrace Drainage Project, which is next to Griffin Road, adjacent to Griffin Road. Southwest 34th Terrace has substantial flooding even with just moderate rain, which is further exacerbated during the high tide periods. So as you can see in the picture, as you can see the pictures, they're gonna go back again. As you can see on the pictures, there is a lot of terrible flooding on the left and in the middle, but we have a short-term solution. Short-term solution is install tidal valves. What the tidal valves is going to do is basically when there is a king tide or high tide, the water doesn't get into the pipes and get out from the catch basins and flood the street. If you look at it on the top right corner, you see the tidal valves. That's the short-term solution. Long-term solution, we are going to install pipes with catch basins, regrade the roadway, and restore the swales. And design cost is about $117,000 and construction cost approximately $1.2 million.
That's with both solutions combined?
Yes.
Okay.
And the second project is Southwest 37th Terrace Drainage Project. Roadway has been flooding even with the moderate rain. This is a little bit different than the first one because what happened is that if you look at it in the middle, X gallons represents the flow coming from the north part of the 37th Terrace, and Y gallons represents flow coming from the entrance of the 37th Terrace by the Sterling Road, and Z gallons represents the direct rainfall. So from high elevation to low elevation, and what happened is that the area floods, you see it on the picture on the right-hand side. The solution is install pipes with catch basins, restore swales, regrade the roadway. Of course, that when we restore the swales, some tree removal is luckily needed. And design cost is about $115,000, and the construction cost will be $1.2 million. With this project, keep in mind that we are not only adding pipes on the low elevation, we are adding pipes on the high elevation so we can keep the rainwater in those areas so it doesn't flow to the low elevation.
Did you have a question, Commissioner?
Oh, no, I'm going to wait till the end.
Okay, I have a question about the previous slide. Would this include the cul-de-sac on Southwest 37th Terrace?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, that's the one. What happened is that all that high elevations that flow into the low elevation goes to the cul-de-sac because that's the lowest elevation.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. And the next one is Southwest 40th Avenue Drainage Project. Roadway floods when there is a heavy rain, which is further exacerbated during the high tide periods. With this one, same thing that we are going to install a tidal valves. We are going to also install pipes with catch basins for Southwest 40th Avenue, 54 Court, and 52nd Street. Regrade the roadways and restore the swales, and also that connect to outfall. So design cost for this project is about $240,000, and construction cost is about $2.5 million. So total, these three projects cost us design-wise about $500,000, and we are planning to have it in this fiscal year. If you have any questions, Fernando, our director, and I, deputy director, can answer the question.
Yes, what's the total cost for all of the projects, the three additional projects?
Design cost is about $500,000.
What about construction?
Construction is about $5 million.
Okay. Commissioner Ahmed?
Yes. For the Southwest 37th Terrace project, what would be done to that cul-de-sac area? Is that an area that needs to be raised?
What happened is that instead of raising that area, because there are some homes there, we're gonna basically work with the high elevation area so the rainwater doesn't flow to the low elevation. So we're gonna change the grades, and we're gonna add the swales at the catch basins so the high elevation keep the rainwater in their site, and low elevation we're gonna add catch basins and pipes so that it can take the rainwater. So regrading, adding pipes, and changing the flow, basically, rainfall.
For that specific project, what's the timeline for that?
Sure. We're gonna start the design in this fiscal year. So it usually takes about 6-7 months to get the approval from the Broward County and complete the design. And then we will start the construction next fiscal year. We can start the construction next fiscal year.
And the construction is about roughly how long for this kind of project?
Usually 6 to 9 months, I can definitely say. Because there is a maintenance of traffic, as you may know, that there's a one-way in, and that's a very narrow area. So we will have to give an access to the residents all the time. And that's a challenging thing. That's why it's a little bit longer.
Great. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Commissioner Llewellyn?
Yes. So again, I'm going to ask about timelines. I know you said it takes about 6 to 9 months once the design phase is finished, but for the construction, but once approved or whatever we end up doing with this, how long would you anticipate these three projects? Because there are three very major projects that are, that whole area is completely underwater all the time.
Absolutely. Again, that our goal is complete all these projects and design in this fiscal year, and our goal is that one by one completed by next year, 2022. Next year meaning that calendar year 2022. Wanted to complete about 9 months each.
Okay, so we're looking at going through one more hurricane season, and then after that, hopefully it'll be resolved.
Yes.
Yeah, 2 of the projects though, in the short term, remember that we're gonna install the tidal valves. So it's gonna be better, 2 of the projects. The 37th Terrace one is going to be the one that we're gonna have to be real quick with that.
And then I know there was another issue, which I don't see on as a project here, and it may not be a project for us. It may be something that has to be dealt with the county. I know over at PJ Mealy Park, there was an issue with the pumping station there. And there was an issue with sewers overflowing during this last rain event. Is that something that's in the pipeline or something that can be worked on with the county to resolve that?
Thank you so much, Commissioner. What happened is that those lift stations during the flooding events that overwork. Normally lift station works 3 to 5 hours. Our lift station works 24 hours during those times. And what happens is that's why they back up. and we have old lift stations throughout the city. We are advertising to install 9 new lift stations. So we are going to change all of them. We're going to start design. So it's going to help us because we have the old lift station to pump. So in the long run, it's not going to be the way that it is. It's going to change.
Because I know one of the issues was that we had to wait for the county. Nobody seemed to be able to get an answer from the county on it. And I just, if it's something that we can fix, I mean, obviously we want the county to pay their portion of it, but if it's something that we can fix, I would be very happy if we could get that moved along, because the last thing we want is human waste running down the streets.
Absolutely, we can definitely contact the county.
Thank you.
Commissioner, Vice Mayor Salvino.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. It has to do the piggyback on Commissioner Llewellyn. You know, I was just curious how these sites were picked, and then something like Southwest 28 Terrace by PJ Mealy was missed. You know, that the roads over there, when they were repaved, they paved down 28 Terrace to where the turn is there, going into PJ Mealy and to the south and around the corner. And when it rains and it goes all the way down to the very end of 28 Terrace, floods those last 4 or 5 houses out, and the water goes nowhere and it sits there. And I mean, I know it's only 3 or 4 or 5 houses compared to the whole streets that you're doing here, but you know, the thing is when we saw that happen, and then the county comes up and the pumps are not working, and the feces was all over the street for days. That's a major problem, because the other places at least don't have feces floating around the streets even when there's flooding. So I don't know how this got missed in a proposed look at least, or, you know, proposing some kind of a drainage system or redoing the road over there to raise the road a little bit, going into PJ Mealy area, and that maybe a little bit further south on 28 Terrace, because that water just rolls in there like it's a torrent. I sat there and watched it, and then the pumps weren't working and the place stunk for 4 or 5 days.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. What happened is that, Vice Mayor, what happened is that there are areas that floods. Definitely, I agree with you. And we're gonna work harder to find those areas that it's in our database. What happens that these were the worst areas for the last 2 rain events. Immediate action was needed. But the others, there are more areas that floods. That's there in our list. Definitely, we're gonna start those ones working on.
Well, I understand that. I just think that I understand that this is probably not as big as a flooding area zone, but if we have feces floating down the street and lays there for 3 or 4 days, that's a problem. That's a health issue, and it has to do with as much flooding problem as the rest of the city. I know you can't do all the projects, but I'm asking you to work with Broward County to make sure that pump station is running constantly, so there's not an issue on the next rain event we have, and possibly only the street will get a little bit underwater. We'll work on that on the next project. Thank you.
Absolutely.
We'll do that, Vice Mayor. We will. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. And last, my only other question, there is a Southeast Park Road, I believe. They were underwater for a very long time. Not sure if anything could be done to that area, but it was underwater again. It's sort of that road that comes right by Ideal, which used to be the Winn-Dixie, going right into what is that behind there? Where Chicky used to stay? I can't think of it right now. Oh gosh.
Southeast Park Road, right?
Southeast Park Road, and the area where the Chase Bank used to sit. So over there by Ideal, those are also 2 other roads. I'll send it to you. Thank you so much for your presentations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next, we have a special event approval, a request from Dania Live to host the Gay Men's Chorus of South Florida Holiday Show on November 28th and 29th at Dania Point from 7 to 10 p.m. City Manager, do we have any issues with this?
No, it was an outstanding event, and we just wanted to come back and ratify, because there wasn't a second meeting in November. But it was a wonderful event, and Kim Butler presented back in October, and everything was fantastic, and everything that we asked of them was delivered.
Okay, within the projects or the shows or the events that they may have coming up, I know I received a few phone calls over the past weekend regarding noise, that they can hear it all the way by C.W. Thomas Park. So I just want them to be mindful of the noise ordinance that we have. I did receive a few phone calls. I sent a text out to Danny. I know we have a substation there, but I'm not sure if it's functional yet. But to make sure that when they're doing their events, that they stay within the noise ordinance.
I'll communicate that to Ms. Butler and Dania Point team, and also my manager's report. We will be cutting the ribbon and picking some dates with you all for the end of January for the substation to be operational. So we're excited about that too.
Awesome. Do you need a ratified approval for this?
Yes, ma'am.
Do we have a motion in a second?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed. The next one is again from Dania Live to host a Cars at the Point event on the third Sunday of every month for the next 11 months, beginning December 20th and it ending October 17th, 2021, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. I'm not sure if anyone has any questions, but I would like to know how we are going to enforce COVID procedures with these types of events every third Sunday of the month.
Eleanor will be able to speak to you on number 8. I just want to make sure that we ratified number 6 and number 7, correct?
Oh, that's one. I skipped one. Okay, let's do number 8 since we're on it, then I'll go back to number 7. My apologies.
Thank you. So Eleanor will be able to update you on this one, but until she comes on the line, one of the things that I've taken note is in ensuring that everything regarding CDC related to COVID is adhered to, as well as our noise ordinance. One of the reasons that they're doing these things is to attract more folks to come to Dania Point, which in turn, they end up ordering food, picking up food, popping into one of the stores and stimulating businesses a little bit more in this really challenging time. So basically, these permits go through every single department, and now we'll add the noise component to make sure that they're aware of that expectation as well.
Okay. Commissioner Llewellyn?
Yeah, I can just add to that. I actually was at this event the last month, and it was, they were following COVID precautions. I mean, people were conscious of it. Everybody was wearing masks. They were staying distant for the most part. But it's an outdoor event. And I know the county and the state, in fact, everybody's promoting outdoor events over indoor events. And given the fact that this is outdoors and it's in a very good location because it's right up along the highway there's a lot of room. So it's not, even if they get really busy, they've still got plenty of room there. And it seemed very safe to me when I was there. I felt very comfortable.
Okay. Until Eleanor comes, I guess we can do the ratification of the drive and holiday concert that was on the 5th and the 6th. Do we have a motion in a second?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right. I guess a motion in a second for 3.8. The Cars at the Point.
Motion to approve.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Hi, Commissioner.
Hi. Go ahead.
Hi, Mayor. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Hi. Good. What was the question? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
I was just asking how were they planning to, the Cars at the Point, how are they planning to follow the COVID procedures with that event? It seems to be Cars at the Point. To me, it seems to be like an outdoor event that has a lot of people there and a social gathering. I just want to make sure that we're being responsible, as community leaders in what we're doing.
Yes, definitely. We will have code monitoring the event, but as far as I'm aware, they will have a check-in station. They'll be providing masks and making sure there's only a limited amount of people in the area at a time. So they will be self-monitoring themselves, but we'll also have code monitor as well.
Okay, and please, like I told the city manager, make sure they also monitor the noise.
Yes, I heard there was some complaints at the holiday show. They were getting pretty loud. So I will definitely talk to Kim and address that issue with you.
Thank you. Commissioner Llewellyn?
Yes, I wanted to ask something through the mayor to the city attorney. Is there a legal reason why we approve these sort of special events? Because, I mean, unless there's like a major issue with it, because most of these, all of them, they have to go through, they have to go through all the different departments to approve everything anyway. And I don't know if it's just one of those things that we've always done, or if there's a specific legal reason why we're doing it.
This has been based on a special event ordinance that's evolved over the years. It really came out of issues such as noise, that people conducted different events that affected neighborhoods, and therefore they ended up going to the commission as to whether or not a commission would approve these kinds of events. But we're finding in the last couple of years, you'll recognize at almost every meeting we have, are there any concerns? What the manager has asked if there's any concerns with the event. Typically there are none by the time it gets to you, and it's routinely approved by the commission. So you and I briefly discussed this. I think we could go back and examine the special event ordinance and perhaps convert most of this so these things are administratively approved by the staff, and then we work out details of what is needed to protect the neighborhoods. And it wouldn't really have to come to the commission unless something is so over the top that it really would require commission a review and approval at a public hearing, so that the affected neighborhood, for example, would have an opportunity to hear about it. So we could change this ordinance. One thing we're thinking about doing for the events at Dania Point, Eleanor brought this up. It's a good idea. They operate under what are called design development guidelines, which is basically their zoning code. We could amend their design development guidelines and address virtually all the events that they do over there, and by buttoning them up in a several provisions where they'd have to protect, so that the noise is addressed. The police will not be an issue because they will be on site. And I'm seeing the last several months, anything to do with Dania Point, when it's come through by the staff has no comments to it. It doesn't affect public services, parks, anybody else. Rarely anybody else but the police. So we should re-examine it, and we'll come back and this ordinance.
And the reason why I ask is because 99% of the time we approve these as long as there's no issues. And I understand COVID is a different situation and there are different things that we have to look at with that, but it still comes down to, I think, making sure that everybody is complied with what they're supposed to in order to get the permits that they need, in order to get the approvals from each department that they need. And it's not just Dania Point. I mean, we have churches that have had events that they've had to wait a period of time and plan much further in advance than they would have expected to. And I just don't want us to become more of a bureaucracy and make it more difficult for people to get things done that are things that we are ultimately going to approve anyway. I mean, there's things here today that we're ratifying because they were already done. I mean, there's certain events that come up every year that we know, as long as it's a normal setting, it just seems a little antiquated. That's all.
We'll take a look at it.
Thank you.
You, Eleanor?
Yes. Can you hear me, Mayor?
Yes.
Hi. Okay, yes. I just wanted to bring up another event too that was recently submitted to the city. It's not going to be presented. It will be presented at the next meeting and hopefully ratified as well. It's from St. Ruth Missionary Baptist Church to hold an outdoor drive-through service every Sunday. And they'd like to begin this December 20th, which we don't have a next meeting until January. So that would put them out of compliance, I guess. So they're asking if I could just bring this up at the meeting so you guys are aware of it. And we've routed it through all the departments. There's no concerns, there's no issues. But once again, there's only one meeting in December, so we're not able to get it in front of you. So I just wanted to bring that up so that you guys are aware of the event and let you guys know.
Okay, yeah, I'm not really sure of how this all works then, because it seems like people are just having events. I mean, I see 2 here that we're ratifying, and we have another, which I don't have any issues with. But if there's no penalty or nothing wrong with us ratifying, like what happens if someone had an event and it comes back to us and we didn't approve it or we didn't agree with it? It kind of seems like anyone's able to kind of have events and then come to us for ratification or an approval or a late approval, which doesn't, really make sense to me. If it didn't come to the commission, would it still have to have a permit? I would still think that it would still need a permit from the city if it was handled at the administrative level, correct?
That's correct, Mayor. That's correct. They would still have to go through the process of our assessment from all the different departments, from code to police. They would still have to go through the permit process. So basically, a lot of these events, for example, St. Ruth has already had an event that was very successful. If by any chance something comes forward to us that has had issues or we anticipate issues, then those are the things that we need to address. And then if by chance something comes that it's so radical or so out of left field that we would need to come to you and let you know our concerns, and then you could bypass our concerns and approve. But right now, we've been, maintaining a certain degree of process that has to be adhered to. So when we get a concern, we go back, and if that concern isn't addressed, then that would be in jeopardy. But right now, be it the church or Dania Point or any of the other establishments, things have been going really smooth and without an issue and passed by every department.
Thank you. Eleanor, did you want to add anything, or?
I was just gonna mirror what the manager said. We are requiring building permits for any tents or stages that are required for these events. And we are sharing any comments and conditions from the department to the applicant prior to the event. So they are aware of our concerns and we are monitoring it.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, now we can go along to citizens' comments since we have no proclamations. Stephen Locke, I know we're on the last meeting call, so I'll give you the floor first if you want to come and speak. Please state your name and record, and you have your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes. Stephen, are you there? Oh, I don't think I see him. Okay, we'll go to Pastor Wiggins.
Good evening. Can you all hear me?
We can. Please state your name and address for the record.
Reverend Paul Wiggins, 321 Southeast 3rd Street, here in Dania Beach. And I certainly just brief comments to what I just want to say. Congratulations to you, Mayor James, Vice Mayor Salvino, our newly elected Commissioner, Sister Joyce, and our returning two commissioners. I want to commend you all for stepping up to lead our great city. We certainly, and judging from what I'm hearing tonight, I am excited about what I'm hearing in terms of how things are working. I want you to know that we are with you, and we know that there are going to be some disagreements as we move throughout the year, throughout the projects, and we're just asking that this commission, who's leading our great city, will find common ground to make things work for the betterment of all of Dania. And may the wind of God be at your backs. Thank you for this opportunity to present.
Thank you, Pastor Wiggins. Next, I saw Marcos Coric. Your hand was up, and that wasn't the time for citizens' comments. Would you like to have citizens' comments right now? Marcos? Okay, we'll bypass Marcos. Now on to our public safety reports. We have a number of items before we go to the public safety reports. but a number of comments, but they are for the tree ordinance and for the wave project. And so I have them here. If you're there, I haven't forgotten about you. I will call your name at the time of that public hearing. Chief Marks, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
All right, starting the video here. Just to touch on the events that are causing loud music and affecting the northwest section there. When our deputies respond, they'll have their body cameras activated, and that way it's all captured when any code enforcement issues come up. I'm trying to get my video on. Is it on there? There we go. All right. Our Dania Beach Neighborhood Support Unit will be participating in a Christmas event on Tuesday, December 15th at 5 p.m. The event is called the Sheriff's Winter Wonderland. It's going to be held at the Public Safety Building, 2601 West Broward Boulevard. The parking lot there is going to be completely transformed to reflect a winter theme. It should be really neat. Our neighborhood support unit is going to help decorate and work the event. And we've been collecting and donating a bunch of toys at our stations, our 2 offices, to donate to that. And several Dania Beach children were selected to attend the event.
Awesome.
We've seen a slight uptick in catalytic converter thefts from vehicles. We currently have 9 active cases, but we've identified the suspects who are also responsible for numerous thefts throughout South Florida, and we hope to have them in custody soon. Last night, we were working a narcotics investigation, and we ended up obtaining a search warrant for a residence located on Evans Street. We confiscated approximately 21.4 pounds of cannabis, 24 full bottles of promethazine syrup, a Tech-9 semi-automatic handgun, a Walther P22 semi-automatic handgun, and a Glock 27 40 cal semi-automatic handgun. All the firearms were loaded. We also seized $9,960 in U.S. currency, and we confiscated numerous different types of packaging materials, scales, and money counters. As for our stats over the past 14 days, we've had 1 aggravated assault, 1 aggravated battery, 2 auto thefts, 2 burglary businesses, 6 burglary conveyances, 2 burglary residences, 3 robberies, 1 sexual battery, 6 thefts, 2 motor vehicle thefts of parts, and 1 shoplifting. During those same 14 days, we've made 29 arrests, some of which are included in those crimes that I just went over. I also want to thank everybody for the prayers and phone calls and text messages. I'm feeling better every day, and I just want to make sure that we continue to pray for all those that were truly affected by this virus that's out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief Pelissar.
I'm here.
There you go.
Can you see me?
I can't see you. I can hear you.
How about now?
I can see you now.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioner, City Manager, and our fine citizens of Dania Beach. Like I always start my my report, I always want to let you all know that we continue to keep ourselves safe so that we can come to your house if we need to and keep you safe. Our guys are super vigilant with COVID and making sure that when they come to your house, they're taking care of themselves so they can take care of you. I'd like to thank Kim Butler for her help. We had a great toy drive the Black Friday and Saturday, and it was held at Dania Point, and we had a very good success with that. Also, Sheriff Tony appointed Chief Holness after our Chief Fernandez retired. So we have a new fire chief, Greg Holness, and I'm sure he'll be reaching out to you this coming year. So with that, that's all I have for tonight. And if you have any questions, please let me know.
No, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to my son. In fact, they're making a lot of noise. Excuse me. No questions from me or any of the commission. Thank you so much. Before we move on to the consent agenda, we have another public comment. I may say your name wrong. Kyrie Pozo. Please state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello there. The name is Kyrie Pozo. I'm at 1101.
We can't really hear you. Is there a way you can speak up a little louder?
How about now?
Oh, I can hear you now. Name and address for the record, please.
Awesome. Kyrie Pozo, address 1101 West Dania Beach Boulevard, Saratoga. That's 33004.
Awesome. Go ahead.
Awesome. Get some more lighting in here. I kind of emailed all of you guys just in regards to how this all works. I'm a new resident. We just moved in this year. So I'm kind of still figuring everything out, and I definitely want to be a part of the city and whatever the city has going on. So right now I'm at Saratoga Crossings, which is the new resident building for, I guess, low income and the seniors, and now they're going to be doing a third unit in the future. But right now we're having issues with the parking, and I kind of tried to address Dania Beach Housing Authority, and I'm not sure who's over them or who else I can speak to about that. But I spoke to the lady in the office, Ann Castro. That did not go too well. So she kind of told me to go to you guys. Some of you guys like her, some of you guys don't. I don't know why she gave me that bit of information, but the parking and her putting up signs as to designating certain spots. Now I looked at the site plan and those spots weren't on the site plan. So I just wanted to see who else I can speak to about that.
Okay. As far as site plan and adding extra parking spaces and everything else, I would have to refer to maybe our city attorney or code. I'm not the subject expert in whether or not developments can change the physical attributes. City attorney, can you help us out?
So with the attorney?
Yeah, we're waiting to unmute him.
Muted.
Yes. Again, those issues, if there's inconsistencies with the
Because I
site
can
plan,
barely hear you guys. Okay.
inconsistencies
Awesome. Right. Well, technically, she kind of stated that she owns the property. I'm not sure if that's completely true or, again, who else I can go to. But we have absolutely no parking. That's our citizen concern right now. And at nighttime is the issue. During the day, she can have her parking. There's plenty of parking during the day. During the nighttime, that's the issue. And she has signs that say no parking 24/7. So I try to ask her to adjust the times. She refused. She doesn't want to give up her space. And nobody wants to park there because nobody wants to get their car towed. So now we have people parking on the streets, people parking where the trash gets picked up. The trash doesn't get picked up if there's a car parked there. So it's a sanitary issue as well.
Tom?
yes, I think that would need to be reviewed by the zoning department to see if there's an approved site plan. If they're not abiding by the approved site plan, they either need to or they need to amend it, which typically requires either a hearing at planning and zoning or even at the commission. But the first question is whether or not the site plan, as this young lady is pointing out, is not consistent. That would be an issue, and it would need to be first addressed.
Okay, what I'll do is this. I'll have Eleanor who is the Director of Community Development, get with you and to answer those questions, especially with the site plan and the parking, because her department will have all of those informations regarding that. And she has your information, and I'll have her get back with you. All right.
Awesome. If I have to do a resident petition or anything, I'm able to do that. We have our residents meeting for the community. The management team hasn't been able to have effective communication with her as well. So I am open to other ways of figuring this out, just in case.
Okay, I'll contact you. Can you email us, and then we can individually contact you and see how we can better assist you?
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, the consent agenda. Do we have any pulls? We have a motion.
Motion to approve, no pulls. Motion to approve.
Second.
I do have two ordinances to read. You can approve the rest of the agenda, the consent agenda
Motion to approve with the exception
of 7 and 8.
7 and 7.8. Got it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Go ahead, Tom.
Item 7, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Dania Beach, Florida, repealing Article 10 entitled Smoking Restrictions in Public Parks of Chapter 17 of the City Code of Ordinances entitled Offenses Miscellaneous, and repealing Code Section 17-30 entitled Smoking Prohibited in Certain Areas of Public Parks, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, further providing for an effective date. First reading. This is an ordinance I'm bringing to you to repeal, to clean up the code. We had adopted anti-smoking ordinance for parks and park areas. The state then preempted or took control so that no cities or counties can regulate smoking in public areas. So it's a matter of repealing an ordinance that can no longer be enforced.
Do we have any discussion
Move
or
the item.
approve it? We have a second?
Wait, I have a question.
Okay.
So wait, Tom, they can smoke in a park now?
They've been able to smoke in parks for a number of years.
Yeah, but we had the ordinance, but it just wasn't.
We could not enforce it. It's been on the books. It hasn't been enforced because we can't enforce it. I'm not pulling it off the code because we can't enforce it. It just needs to be removed because we can't use it.
City manager,
Yes.
is there anything other cities have done to dissuade smoking in a like a park? Because I know you know everything about parks, like in a park area. Because I got to tell you, if I'm at the park with Milo and some disgusting person comes up and smokes a cigarette next to my kid, I'm probably going to lose my job here. So is there anything to like dissuade that kind of behavior? I don't know. Does taking away ashtrays, putting up signs, is there anything at all?
Signage to discourage has been the thing that I have seen. The majority of people that do smoke are mindful of areas, particularly playgrounds and tot lots where kids are playing. But this is something that I'm going to discuss with Eric, because we've come up with other really innovative signage that informs people about the dangers of secondhand smoke. So we can work on some sort of signage campaign that we can incorporate in the different city facilities and parks.
All right, I would be really interested to see if there's something that's been effective. This has to be a thing, where that there's at least some good data or some good information to pull from. So I'd be really interested to hear that, and I think everyone would hopefully be behind that.
I've seen a few signs at other cities that kind of say, thank you for keeping our park smoke free, or things of that nature. And it kind of doesn't tell you that you're going to get a fine or there's going to be penalty, but it kind of just puts it out there like, thank you for helping keep our kids safe by not smoking, or things of that nature that are big and bold and right there when you walk into the park and you see that, like, oh gosh, you can't smoke here, but it doesn't really have teeth in it, but it's a deterrent.
I want
Eve, I know Eve wants to chime in.
I just wanted to confirm that Our Parks Director has already put up a campaign working for the beaches to thank you for not smoking. Again, it's not something we can enforce because of preemption, but we are working on that campaign already there, so we can probably manipulate that and use that for the parks as well. Miami Beach also tried to do something because they have so many European tourists that do, and we're trying to prohibit smoking on the beaches, and they couldn't, so they did a similar campaign as what Eric is trying to do for the beach.
All right, do we have a motion and a second for this item?
Yeah, motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Item 8 is a similar ordinance. This is an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Dania Beach, Florida, repealing section 17-129 entitled On-Site Shopping Cart Retention System Required of Article 9, also entitled On-Site Shopping Cart System Required of Chapter 17, which chapter is entitled Offenses Miscellaneous of the City Code of Ordinances, as the regulation of shopping carts has been preempted by the state, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, further providing for an effective date, also a first reading. Again, this is an ordinance I had presented to the commission some years ago. Subsequently, the state legislature, at the behest of the the lobby that regulates for retail federation, took away the cities and the counties' rights to make us, we had this ordinance required shopping carts to be returned by the shopping cart owner, the different stores, and for them to pick them up, or we would take them, impound them, and release them with a fee to be paid. We can no longer do that. We're completely preempted by the state. So it's to repeal something we can no longer use.
Move the item.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Okay, thank you.
All right. Bids and requests for proposals.
8.1, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Dania Beach, Florida, awarding disaster debris monitoring contracts in the primary, secondary, and tertiary service provider categories to Debris Tech LLC, Rostan Solutions LLC, and Brenco LLC, respectively, providing for conflicts, further providing for an effective date, a public services item.
Discussion? Do we have a motion?
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Davis,
Yes.
Commissioner Llewellyn,
Yes.
Commissioner Rodman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Salvino,
Yes.
Mayor James.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
And 8.2 is a companion resolution of the City Commission of the City of Dania Beach, Florida, awarding disaster debris removal and disposal contracts in the primary, secondary, and tertiary service provider categories to Bergeron Emergency Services, Custom Tree Care, Inc., and KDF Enterprises, LLC, providing assurances, providing for conflicts, further providing for an effective date.
Move the item.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right, now to the fun stuff. Public hearings, 9.1.
Is an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Dania Beach, Florida, creating Article 826 entitled Oak Hammock Tree Protection Overlay under the city's Land Development Code, the LDC of the City of Dania Beach Code, and approving the application request TX 06520 made by the City of Dania Beach to create a zoning overlay for the general vicinity of the residential lots on Southwest 36th Terrace, Southwest 37th Avenue, and Southwest 37th Terrace, stretching from Sterling Road north for approximately 1,280 linear feet to the end of the streets, and includes approximately 30 gross acres and 74 parcels in the City of Dania Beach, Florida, which property is legally described in Exhibit A, a copy of which is attached to the ordinance, providing for an oak hammock tree protection overlay for the area identified in order to protect the unique oak hammock forest communities subject to certain standards and restrictions, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, further providing for an effective date. First reading of this ordinance.
All right, before we start, just want a couple of issues or things that I want to put out there. You each will have 3 minutes. If you wish to extend your time, someone else can give their time to you. They will have to come on and give their name and their address for the record and give up their time in order for you to speak. You can only do that 2 times for the meeting tonight, and we are going to be very strict on time because I have about 40 papers right here, and so we can't afford to allow residents to go over their time. not being rude, not being insensitive, but I am being sensitive to the time. So we're going to start off with Stephen Kaufman. Please state your name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes.
Mayor, if I can, 1 second, if I can, Mayor, just for the people who are attending. Several things were done to this ordinance after we have met with the people from the community in a two virtual meetings. One of which is to take the name Harder Hills, the tree oak canopy. We're not using that name, we're just calling it an oak hammock because it doesn't cover all 3 streets as Harder Hills. More importantly, the provision we had in here to require an arborist to be on site when a tree trimming company was taking trees down for trimming or removal, that is no longer going to be required. That has been removed from the ordinance. There would be no requirement for anyone to have an arborist on site during any of those activities.
All right. Is Mr. Kaufman there? I know I see Denise, and I'm not sure if Steve's iPhone is Stephen Kaufman. I'm going to unmute you.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Okay. Good. Can you please state your name and address for the record?
Sure. Name is Steve Kaufman, 5690 Southwest Woodland Lane, 33312.
Awesome.
So the only thing I'd like to say is I definitely support this amendment. If there's so many people behind me, I would like to just say one thing. If you've been to our neighborhood, you know why we support the amendment. I've been there 30 years. There's no other neighborhood so beautiful with the trees that we have. It's unbelievable that it's even a thought that people would cut down the trees. We all understand that if the trees are damaged, if they're dead, yes, you take them down. Healthy, beautiful trees, shading the neighborhood, people walking around with their dogs. It's incomprehensible to anyone who lives there that this is even a discussion. So bottom line is, I support the amendment. You shouldn't be able to take down the trees unless there's a very, very, very good, healthy reason. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Denise Kaufman.
Hi. Oh, yes, hi. I couldn't hear you for a second.
Sorry.
I am also in support of the amendment.
The record, please.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Denise Kaufman, 5690 Southwest Woodland Lane, and that is in Dania Beach, Florida, 33312. Our house is part of the oak hammock also, and like my husband said, we've been here 30 years and we love it. And I just wanted to add one thing. I know that one of the issues that has been brought up by the opposing side is that it's a safety issue that the tree limbs could fall on their children. But we had all 3 of our kids in this house, and they're full-grown adults now, and we've never had any issue with tree limbs falling ever on our kids or any of the other kids in the neighborhood. So we are definitely in support of the amendment.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Gabriella Hirschman. I'm going to please state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Gabriella Hirschman. I live at 5910 Southwest 37th Avenue, and I also am very much in favor of this ordinance. I lived here 12 years, and we bought this house with this magnificent, one-of-a-kind street in mind. It is truly unique and breathtaking, and I hope that everyone can have the opportunity to drive by here and make it a landmark. And just listening to tonight's proposed projects, I can see that the city of Dania Beach is very much in favor of projects that propose environmental concerns. Taking down these trees and what's been going on is absolutely despicable for our neighborhood. It's not just in terms of my personal disappointment, it's ecological. My children were crying. They were asking where the squirrels and the birds go. They were just distraught the other day when 3 giant oak trees were destroyed for no true apparent reason. I again, if a tree is sick, if it's imposing a danger, a true danger, not one that someone has paid an arborist to say, then it should be removed in the proper manner. But these streets are just one of a kind. It's like going down to the Coral Gables and telling them to remove their trees, or going into, what's it in Orlando, Winter Park. So I think it behooves the city to take a drive down here and enjoy these magnificent trees. And I implore upon every one of you to please permit this ordinance to pass, because it's one of a kind. It makes Dania Beach unique. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you very much, Mayor. My name is Elias Pachachi. I also live in 5910 Southwest 37th Avenue. I want to first say congratulate all the newly elected officials. And I also want to thank you for allowing us to support the oak hammock protection ordinance. I just want to start off saying the majority of the homes in this block that are affected by this ordinance were purchased prior to the state legislation being signed into law. And therefore, all the owners who were well aware of the responsibilities, requirements, and actions that were required prior to this Florida law. For that reason, no additional burden is truly being put onto the homeowners that didn't exist previously. It's just returning the proper oversight to the city landscaping professionals in order to ensure that the trees are protected. The financial burden of having the homeowner to hire an arborist on site throughout the trimming process has also been removed from the ordinance. So therefore, no financial burden should exist to the homeowners. Last week, the trees in the empty lot on 36 Terrace were removed, and the city did everything in their power to stop the trees from being cut. But unfortunately, the city's hands were tied. I find it difficult to see how the trees on an empty lot could be a danger to a person or property. And from my conversation with a landscape expert on site, he didn't believe the trees were ill. I have a picture, I'm not sure if you can see the before and after. I implore the city to vote for this ordinance in order to provide proper oversight and protection for the trees, and to stop the abuse that has and would be committed by the use of the poorly written Florida law. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Vicky Stein. You have two papers here, so I'm assuming one is for Egal.
Yes, hi, how are you?
Hi, how are you? State your name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes each.
Okay, my name is Vicky Stein Hatanyan. My property is 5911 Southwest 36th Terrace and 5901 Southwest 36th Terrace. So I would like to introduce myself. I fell in love with Dania Beach with all it has to offer, the nature, the feeling of security, and most importantly, the sense of community. I myself garden, I grow my own herbs, and I really appreciate nature. The oak trees are beautiful, they're timeless, they're elegant. They bring a regal presence and a feeling of tranquility. At the same time, I cannot seem to love their beautiful appearance while knowing the damage that unhealthy trees can cause. One particular story that came to my mind was when Rabbi Laredo's daughter was playing outside her home and a large tree branch fell near her. And I remembered this story, and I realized that one of my trees did look suspicious, and it kept bothering me, and I couldn't sleep, and I needed to know for a fact that it was a healthy tree. My husband and I immediately began investigating the condition of each tree on our property, following the necessary and appropriate procedures. To our shock and dismay, it was determined professionally that not just one tree was sick, but 7. They were labeled as dangerous, sickly, and hazardous, possessing the worst kind of mushrooms a tree can have, called Ganoderma, which essentially deems the tree dead and therefore has to be removed immediately. Furthermore, if they're not taken care of, they can affect and spread to other healthier trees and can get uprooted during a storm. And it's scary to think that if someone is next to a tree like this, or house is too close, it's not a question of if, but when it'll fall down. So by taking the trees down, my husband and I felt we were acting responsibly and dutifully to ensure the safety of all the neighbors and their families in the community, in addition to mine, as to the protection of their homes.
Having said that, we're a very private family. We don't need attention. We don't want attention. But on the day the trees were being cut down, my privacy and peace of mind was totally disturbed. On the same day that I was comforting my mother-in-law while she was mourning the death of her mother, I was getting continuous phone calls and videos of people protesting in front of my home, videotaping my property with cops present, as well as other important officials being called. No consideration was even made to my neighbors who were being disturbed by the people whose only priority is to conserve extremely sick and dangerous trees that are deemed dead. Although the same consideration was not bestowed upon me, I would like to keep their names private because respect among my neighbors is important to me, but among the protesters included a couple who took down their very own trees. This hypocrisy makes me wonder if this is truly about the love of trees, or rather a farce disguising a hidden agenda to control and manipulate what goes on within the community. It's disheartening that there was no consideration for the peace and privacy of anyone's life. My kids were looking forward to moving into this community and are now petrified to live here because of what took place outside my home. I feel violated, unfairly harassed, and saddened by the behaviors of those who put the welfare of dead, hazardous trees that can, God forbid, potentially harm people before the welfare of their neighbors. Can I have his time?
Wait,
Am I muted?
You were muted for a second.
Yes, please state your name and address for the record, Ital, and then she could take your time.
I'm gonna.
Igal Hatanyan, 5911 Southwest 36 Terrace, 5901 Southwest 36 Terrace.
All right, you have 3 more minutes.
To those who were protesting by my home, you can hate me all you want for taking down these sick trees in which you can see the evidence that there was heart rot in these trees that were taken down. I could never ever live with myself if I allowed myself to save those trees in place of a person's life. I would do it again if need be. I want to thank my neighbors who have reached out to us to show support and keep us abreast of this situation. I apologize for the distress the protesters have caused. I would also like to thank the Dania City Police for maintaining order. Moving forward, to anyone who attempts to disturb mine or my neighbor's peace, you should consider first your lack of proprieties and the outcome it will bring. Nothing needs to be chopped down before that kind of outrageous behavior. Therefore, I do not believe this ordinance is a true reflection of the conservation of the trees. Thank you.
Thank you, Vicky. I know I only have two more minutes. First of all, I'd like to use my time to first thank all the city officials, all the police that I've been in contact with, everyone basically that I've been in touch with after this whole issue with the trees happened. For all those that don't know yet, my wife and I are the owner of that empty lot of the 7 trees that 5 of them were already taken down and 2 of them are still set to be taken down. We had News 10 come onto our property taking video of it. And at first I was a little upset. And then once I saw the video, I was actually quite happy. It's clear from the videos. And I had friends of mine that went onto the property as well. All those trees that have been cut down are clearly dead or dying. You could see there's rotted heartwood in these trees themselves. We've spoken to 2 professional arborists who said that they are a danger. They can come down at any time. Any decent storm can take down limbs, and they are dangerous, and they must be removed immediately. In addition, just in regard to the ordinance, I pay property taxes, I pay fees, I pay people. I'm going to be moving down in a couple of weeks. If you don't want people taking down trees on their own properties, why don't you pay their property taxes for them? Why don't you pay their expenses to keep up them and maintain the properties? I have my own property. We expect to keep it very nice and clean, and we plan on making it absolutely breathtaking in the neighborhood. But who are you to tell me what I can do on my own private property? Thank you, everyone, for your attention, and please vote no for this ordinance.
And please don't come on our property. That's trespassing.
Thank you both. Next, we have Susan Steinhauser. Please state your name and address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Susan Steinhauser. My address is 5842 Eagle Case Circle, Coconut Creek, Florida, 33073. And while I don't live in Dania Beach, I do care very much about the environment and climate and the issue that's going on. And before I start, I know I won't take 3 minutes at all. May I give part of my time to somebody else, or is it all or nothing?
No, it's kind of all or nothing.
Okay, then I will speak, because I came here as a guest and expected only to talk about the ordinance and support of the ordinance. And what I heard and what I saw was, number one, 1,000 mermaids, which is fabulous. As you know, they are dealing with the issues that the oceans are dealing with because of climate change. I also listened to Mr. Rodriguez talk about stormwater, also an impact from climate change. And here I am listening now to a question about cutting down trees. I know trees are one part of dealing with the climate crisis, but this is an all hands on deck issue. Every single issue needs to be addressed in order to fight the crisis. I also, and I'm sorry that I was shaking my head with my video on before about the smoking, but the fact that Tallahassee is preempting so many issues within our cities, whether it's plastics. I had no idea about the preemption on smoking, and I literally was nauseated in my seat here listening to that. I can't believe that cities will not bond together and fight Tallahassee on that. And I'm sorry, I know we're here to talk about the tree ordinance. I am in support of the tree ordinance. Please do everything you can do to help mitigate the issue of climate change and fight preemption in Tallahassee. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Stephanie Joffe. Please state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hi. I have 2 other people giving me their time, so how do I do that?
Have them on standby. When your 3 minutes are up, we'll have to have them come on the record and state their name and address, and then we'll do it a following time at the next 3-minute mark.
Can I just wait until they speak? Because I hate to keep dividing this up. It sort of flows.
Can you wait to who speaks?
Can I wait until it's their turn to give me their time and then do it afterwards? Because otherwise it's going to keep getting divided up.
No, you can speak for 3 minutes, and then when the 3 minutes come, the other 2 can come and just tell you. It won't be other people come. You can continue to go. I'll just need to have their name and address for the record.
Okay. My name is Stephanie Joffe. I live at 5880 Southwest 37th Terrace. Congratulations to the new electees. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak tonight in strong support of the zoning overlay ordinance. There would not be a need for this ordinance if there were not builders. Excuse me, is my video? Let me put my video on. I'm sorry, can you stop the clock for me? There would not be a need for this ordinance if there were not builders and people in the neighborhood who began using the Florida statute, which allows them to hire arborists to say that healthy trees are dangerous, and then to either cut the trees down or trim them in ways that eventually kill them. They are doing this for several reasons: to avoid getting a permit for construction or trimming that they know will abuse or kill the trees, or to avoid having to pay the city for a permit for tree removal, or to circumvent working with the city to try to avoid unnecessary damage to the trees, or to avoid having to mitigate tree removal, or because they just find the trees a nuisance and want them gone. My question for those opposed to this ordinance is, why did you buy in an oak hammock? And why should those of us who choose to live here because we love the trees and the tree canopy have to give that up because you think your decision only affects you? The actions by developers and homeowners who feel they have the right to do whatever they want on their property seriously impact the entire community, irreparably and forever. Oh, my video won't go on. I'm sorry, there we go. Now, for those of you who question whether tree removal leads to increased flooding, all you need to do is look at our street after the last major rainstorm. Given this was a big storm, but I've lived in my house for 32 years through many hurricanes and tropical storms, including Andrew and Wilma. There was some minor street flooding with prior storms, but since the trees were removed from 2 houses across the street from each other on my block, major trees, you know, like maybe 7 or 8 trees. The flooding has become monumental, and it has cost the city of Dania Beach, i.e. us, the taxpayers, a great deal of money. It also demonstrates that what an individual does on their property affects the entire neighborhood. Unless you own an SUV, you are unable to leave our street for 2 days. And now, listening to this meeting, I hear that the city is prepared to spend over $1.2 million to make changes that for something that's never occurred before. The grade hasn't changed in the road. The only thing that's changed is all these trees have been removed. So how, you may ask, do trees in the tree canopy not only help prevent street and property flooding, but also purify the water, removing heavy metals, bacteria, and pollutants, thus reducing the cost of stormwater treatment for the city? Well, I'll tell you. Trees are pretty remarkable water absorbers and air and water purifiers, and the tree canopy does a great job of slowing the flow of water so that it doesn't hit the ground so fast, causing rivers of flooding water. The leaves in the canopy, excuse me?
Who is the next person that's going to give you your time?
Scott Lewis.
Scott, can you state your name and address for the record? Let me unmute him. Go ahead.
Hi. Yes, I'm Scott Lewis, 930 Southwest 98th Terrace, Pembroke Pines, and I'm in favor of this ordinance, and I would like to yield the best of my time to Stephanie Joffe.
Thank you. Go ahead, Stephanie.
And I have the next person yield at the same time so I don't have to keep stopping?
Go ahead.
Okay. So trees are pretty remarkable water absorbers and air and water purifiers, and the tree canopy does a great job of slowing the flow of water so that it doesn't hit the ground so fast, causing rivers of flooding water. The leaves in the canopy hold water, which eventually evaporates and transpires. The bark absorbs water and slows the flow to the ground, and the roots and the leaf litter absorb water and stabilize the soil. Collectively, the urban forests in the 29 metropolitan and micropolitan areas of Florida intercept an estimated 50 billion gallons of water a year, resulting in savings of over $451 million in avoided annual stormwater treatment costs. Again, our taxpayer dollars. In fact, according to the University of Florida Gulf Research Lab, the urban canopy in Dania Beach saves the city, our city, approximately $200,000 a year in avoided stormwater runoff. Again, that's our money. Oh, I'm sorry, I keep getting a message like in front of this. Therefore, I am asking the commissioners to support this ordinance and recognize again that what one person or developer does on their property affects the entire community irreparably and forever. I also believe that the oak hammock should be protected for current and future generations of Dania Beach residents because it is unique and irreplaceable. In addition to helping with and lowering the cost of stormwater storage and treatment and soil stabilization and strengthening, as I discussed earlier, it provides storm protection, counters heat island effects, combats global warming, provides us with clean air, mitigates noise and visual pollution, maintains species diversity, maintains our property values, and creates a sense of community, all in addition to being aesthetically beautiful. This is particularly important in a coastal city like Dania Beach, which is so prone to sea level rise. So therefore, I am again asking the commissioners to support this ordinance and recognize that what one person or developer does on their property affects the entire community irreparably and forever. And mind you, given the state preemption law, this ordinance is already very much a compromise, since the city is extremely limited in what it can do to protect the trees. Now, many false rumors have been spread about the ordinance. For example, many of those opposed to the ordinance have stated that a falling limb from a hazardous tree could hurt their child. However, this ordinance will not prevent anyone from removing hazardous trees or limbs. The state preemption law overrides the city law in this regard. And even if it didn't, it's very simple to get a hazardous tree or limb removed within the current land development code. I did that myself when I had 2 completely dead oak trees along the street. It was couldn't have been easier. In addition, having trees removed by a reputable arborist, as this ordinance would require, prevents them from becoming dangerous in the first place. Furthermore, maintaining the canopy as an intact whole buffers the community from storm damage if or more likely when we are hit by a large hurricane. Again, saving homeowners and taxpayers money. In fact, although there are those who are opposed to this ordinance because they say it will cost them money, in actuality, for most of us and the city, it will actually save us much more than it will cost. Our shaded homes will be cooler and our AC bills will decrease. Taxes for dealing with stormwater and sea level rise mitigation will be less. Insurance due to increased damage from flooding and damage from improperly trimmed trees will be less. And our property values will be maintained because we will be living in a more aesthetically pleasing, calmer, quieter, and more desirable community. So once again, I am asking the commissioners to support this ordinance and recognize that what one person or developer does on their property affects the entire community irreparably and forever. We are not against building and development in our neighborhood. We are only asking that it be done in a manner that is consistent with preserving the oak hammock ecosystem and the beauty of our community, for the entire community, for our children, and Dania Beach's legacy, because we do have a legacy, since it's not possible to make changes on one property that do not disturb this delicate ecosystem as a whole. I just want to add one thing. In terms of threatening other people, if everybody watched that WPLG piece at the end and read the article that went with it, the reporter said he was threatened if he aired the piece. So I don't know who threatened him, but somebody who's against the ordinance threatened him. So it's very unfortunate, and it makes me very sad that that happened, because I really care about this community. I love the trees, and I love the community, and I love the people in it, and I don't want to see anybody hurt. I'm done.
Thank you. Can you give me the other person that yielded their time to you, Stephanie?
Sure. Andre Spoleco.
Okay.
President of Dania Beach.
Okay. Thank you. We have Elaine Stiller next. I don't see an Elaine on the meeting call. We'll move along to Randy Wright. I have two Randys here, so I'll unmute. Randy, is this you? Randy Wright?
Yeah, that's me. You got two of me because I'm on two different screens.
Gotcha. Could you please state your name and address for the record?
Yeah, Randy Wright, 4391 Southwest 34th Lane, underneath the south runway here.
All right, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Just a quick note that I support this this ordinance and would like to see it eventually reviewed and possibly other areas that have beautiful trees in them incorporated into it, and slow this destruction of them down by the developers and what have you. With that, I'd like to give the remainder of my time to Jim Rizzo.
Jim, are you there? Did Jim already?
No, Jim has not spoken yet.
Okay. Well, Jim will have 3 minutes himself.
All right. Give me the remainder of my time.
Can I give my time right now? I'm Pat Wright.
Okay. Pat Wright, could you state your name and address for the record?
Yes, thank you. Pat Wright, 4391 Southwest 34th Lane, 33312. I would like to give all my time to Jim Rizzo.
Okay. Go ahead, Jim. Please state your name and address for the record.
Jim Rizzo, 5821 Southwest 37th Avenue. It doesn't seem to be letting me start my video. It says the host is there. We go. Start my video. Thanks.
There you go.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, and staff and others. Thank you for letting us share our thoughts with you. I'd like to speak about two matters briefly. May not take all the time, but one is in support of the ordinance before you. And if I have time, I'd like to comment a little bit about the now infamous state statute, chapter 163.045. I've heard opponents to the ordinance say, I should be able to do with my own property whatever I like. And that has some appeal to me too. I kind of like that idea because it's private property. But of course, we cannot just do anything we want with our property. What we do with our property affects our neighbors. We have zoning rules. We have building codes, South Florida Business Code. We have local business code. We have master planning. We have a whole department for code enforcement. So of course, the city has a right and even an obligation to make laws that protect our neighborhoods and our safety and appearances and our property values. So then it's only just a matter of which rules to apply. So the broad brush, do anything with my own property is a non-starter. I'm in favor of giving property owners a fair amount of latitude. But the thing that makes this neighborhood unique is the oak tree hammock and the people. I had a friend over to my house last night for a porch visit. It was the first time he'd ever been to our home, and as we were walking up, he was walking up to the sidewalk. He just went on and on about how beautiful the overhanging trees are. And I just know everybody who lives around here, people who visit them say this, because I've had it happen for 25 years now that I've lived in this neighborhood. But then without prompting, he asked about whether people would be allowed to cut these trees down. I didn't bait him. I didn't say a word about what's going on here. He just commented on how beautiful the overhanging trees were and asked whether people are allowed to cut them down. And so even an outsider, non-resident, understands the protection needed for these trees in this neighborhood. So commissioners, you would be doing a good and lasting thing for the city to vote for this ordinance. This is the very type of thing that governments are supposed to do to protect the environment. Now, we sat here for a fair amount this evening and heard about some really cool public art projects. Our oak trees are an example of public art, natural public art, designed and nurtured by God. These art exhibit, this art exhibit we basically have here all around our homes achieves many of the same objectives and benefits that we heard about earlier. And voting yes for the ordinance won't cost anywhere near as much as the other projects that were discussed. No capital expenditures, free. We just want to cooperate with God on this. That's all. That's all that's about. Now, concerning the state statute, it's very short. I don't know if you all have read it. Let me just read it quickly. A local government may not require a notice, an application, approval, permit, fee, or mitigation for pruning, trimming, or removal of a tree on a residential property if the property owner, number one, obtains documentation from an arborist who's certified or a landscape architect. And third, the documentation has to demonstrate that the tree presents a hazard or a danger to persons or property. Those are the three elements that give a property owner preemption of any other kind of state law, local ordinances in county and city that might govern it. I've heard people say, we can't do anything about it. Even those who support the ordinance, we can't do anything about people cutting the trees down because of the state statute. They say the state statute gives them the right to cut the trees down if they want. Our hands are tied. None of those three statements is true. People have come to think that the state statute gives them preemption, carte blanche, from any other ordinances and gives them the right to take down any tree they want to anytime. That's not what the state statute says, not at all. That does not give them the right to cut the trees down. The cut downs of the century-old oaks on residential lots did not recently, in the last even weeks, in the last couple months, they did not enjoy the preemption of Chapter 163.045. They were not a danger. They did not present a danger to the property or the persons. You don't even need to be an arborist to looking at it to say that these trees were not an imminent danger. And we've written.
I kind of have to stop you. You're over your time, Mr.
Did 9 minutes already?
It's been 6 minutes.
Oh, Pat Wright gave me her 3.
Yes, that's 3.
That's 9 in all.
Pat Wright and yourself. Are you and your wife too?
No. Randy Wright gave 3. Pat Wright, his wife, gave 3, and I had 3.
Well, Randy spoke.
Yeah, and he yielded the rest of his time to me.
Okay, well we can't do that because I can't manage how many seconds one person speaks and do the multiplication of who I'm giving it to. Is your wife going to speak?
Yeah, she's here. She'd like to say a couple things, but I'm finished, so that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
So 5821 Southwest 37th Avenue, Dania Beach. Been living here for 25 years, moved here because of the oak trees. I am in favor of an ordinance to protect them. I would like to say to the precious family of Vicky and Egal that I really am sorry that we made you personally feel bad. We love the people here first. The Torah says to love your neighbor as yourself. Part of our property value around here is to make our properties comfortable for each other. Unfortunately, I believe that you were told a lie by your arborist. Those trees were healthy. They may have had one dead minor limb here or there. I've lived with oak trees for 40 years. They were healthy. I had raised 2 sons around trees. No limbs ever fell on them. No limbs ever damaged this house. And so did several of the other people that were around that day, had lived here for 30 years or more, raised their children around oak trees. None were ever hurt. And that's the problem. We have to not get an arborist who's just wanting to make a dollar. And that's the problem, the lie. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Rabbi Laredo. Please state your name and address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes. Rabbi Laredo, are you there?
Hi, everyone. Good evening. How are you? My wife is going to yield her time to me. Do you want her to state that now or in the middle?
Yes. Can she state her name and address for the record?
Yes, you can state your name and address.
Hi, my name is Sarah Laredo. My address is 5861 Southwest 36th Terrace, Fort Lauderdale 33312. I'm giving my time to my husband, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Rabbi, can you state your name and address for the record? Then you'll have 6 minutes.
Sure. Rabbi Laredo, 5861 Southwest 36th Terrace. Hi, good evening, everyone. First of all, I'll make this quick. Congratulations to all of our new appointees. And, you know, 2 hours and 45 minutes is a long time, but I'm kind of happy to see all the amazing development and great ideas the city has and all the care they have for our city, great city to live in. So I want to thank you all for that. And thanks for your patience on this specific matter. I know it may be a little strenuous. I know I spoke to all of the commissioners, and I'm sure you've been bombarded by a lot, and I appreciate and thank each and every one of you for giving me your time. I'm representing a large number of neighbors. Many of them are going to speak after me. We may be echoing the same concerns and whatnot. Some of them don't even want to speak. They don't like getting involved in politics and spending hours upon end. This may be the third or fourth or fifth meeting even that goes on for hours and hours. So please bear that in mind. I also think that this whole issue's got a lot of hype, taken a lot of time, and unfortunately caused some division. So what I want to present is that I feel like our 3 streets are being singled out from the entire city of Dania Beach. Dania Beach is a beautiful city. There are beautiful trees all over the place. It is very, very hurtful when other neighbors on this city, on this street say, this is the last and the only oak hammock around. That is not true. And all of us live in the city. We drive around. There's beautiful trees all over the place. There's oak hammocks all over the place, so close as just around the corner from our area. So I think everyone has to stop saying this is the last oak hammock around. So what it seems to me and many of the neighbors is that this was like 2 or 3 neighbors who were campaigning when COVID hit and everyone was in crisis. They were doing like this covert operation and really pushing stuff as quick as possible until I had to send a very strong email to all the city managers and commissioners and everybody to slow this down from 3 hearings week after week to postponing it to a couple of months to give everyone the proper time to research this and to realize that that was a vast minority. To which my next point is, I wonder why 36th Terrace, which is the most east part of this whole ordinance, proposed ordinance, was dragged in. As you can tell by the petitions we provided, the vast majority, up to 80, if not even 90% of the houses on 36th Terrace clearly state they do not want this ordinance. So I don't suggest this ordinance to be for any street in the entire city, especially not the first stuff picking our blocks. But if it has to absolutely be, I would definitely encourage the commissioners to exclude 36th Terrace, which didn't even ask for this or want this. Like, what stops whoever wanted this ordinance to start going and digging out, how do we say, properties and streets from all over the city? So that's one thing. Rather, I would say that Ordinance 825 is definitely sufficient. I agree maybe the city should be a little more enforceful and implement it a little greater, but there's much to work with 825. I think we should keep it over there. I want to reiterate that it's a minority of neighbors who don't even live on our block. They are on 37th Terrace, a block or 2 away. Really, I don't think that neither the city should get involved with this. If this is a state issue, a state law, which I may or may not agree if it was written well, it doesn't matter. I'm not a lawyer, I'm a rabbi. But I think that whether it's the individuals, the city attorney who's doing a great job, you always answer the great questions, straight to the point, very clear. Thank you very much, Tom. Everyone should maybe be focusing on what they have to do with the state, or with the arborists, or with the Broward County appointing or giving licenses to arborists, opposed to imposing greater ordinances and landscaping ordinances and trying to go a loophole around the main issue. There's a main issue. There's a state law issue. Direct that. Go towards Broward County and the arborists, and don't try to go in a roundabout way, loophole to try to impose extra ordinances, costs, aggravation, time on us homeowners who love our houses and love living here. One note to the beautiful trees that would live here. We love the trees, but you cannot keep on saying, residents cannot keep on saying that they moved here for the trees. If they moved here for the trees, God bless them, that's a great thing. I personally didn't, and I know the majority of the people here did not move here for the trees. There's trees, like I said, all over Dania Beach. We moved here for location. As you know, on the Sabbath, we don't drive. We walk only. We moved here for location, and we moved here for our lot size. We love that there is a lot of lot size. We love the trees as well, but we did not move here for the trees. Another thing is that the trees have been here for 100 to 200 years. That may not be a positive. As great as that is, that's not a positive. A tree that lives 100 to 200 years may not be healthy anymore and must be removed. It's sick. It could be dangerous to our property. It could be dangerous to our lives. We all heard the story. We all know that I was outside with my daughter and a grand limb fell not too far from her. And that is why I can say proudly, very sad that I had to remove a tree, but proudly that I removed it because I put that first. So you've been living here 20 years, 40 years. You've never seen it. God bless. I don't want that to happen to anybody, but that had to happen to me, and that's what I did. The other claim with flooding, I'm going to be really quick with this because I got a lot more to say. But anyways, the idea with the flooding, the city arborist said that old or rotten or not healthy trees actually contribute to more flooding, opposed to what everyone else on the other side is trying to say. I encourage all of the commissioners to vote no, please, not to impose this on anyone. And then points that I've taken notes while I heard others speaking. I heard more than 5 participants on this meeting so far say they want to support this ordinance. They don't even live on our streets. I had 3 from 34th Lane. Where did they come from? Okay. I heard 1 from Coconut Creek, another from Pembroke's Pine. So please, commissioners, don't consider people who do not live on these 3 streets to vote for this. Let them go and appeal to you if they even live in Dania Beach, which I don't even know if Pembroke Pines, Coconut Creek don't. Let them appeal on their own. The idea of threats, and this has caused a great division, I feel horrible, but I was driving by my house this past Tuesday or whenever it was, and I was flagged down. I started getting yelled at. I got middle fingers being thrown at me. And I stopped and I said, is that really what you want to do? And they did it again in my face. And I said, if that makes you feel good, great. You don't even live on my street. What are you doing on my street if you don't live on my street? Anyways, the question I want to ask is, does the city want to take liability, God forbid, on any damage, illness, or death, God forbid, as well as, is this ordinance even legal? I think the city attorney and everyone should have looked at it, look it over again. But anyways, that's my piece. I could go on and on. I want to thank the mayor. You are the best mayor ever. And Mayor Llewellyn was also and is an amazing commissioner. You guys are great. You guys are all great. But just as the heads of the tribe over here, we bless you guys, our entire community, to continue doing your great work. All the commissioners, Commissioner Davis, Commissioner Salvino,
Rabbi,
thank you guys.
Go.
So, bless you know how rabbis bless. They don't stop, right?
No, I'm going to say yalla. All right.
Okay, good. Say amen.
Right.
Say amen.
Michael Joffe, I'm going to unmute you. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Michael Joffe. I live at 5880 Southwest 37th Terrace in Dania Beach. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight in strong support of this ordinance. I'm going to have Talia Faleco is going to give her time to me. If you could approve that now, I would appreciate it.
Could you state her name and address for the record? What did you say her name was?
Talia Faleco.
Is she on?
Yes.
I don't see her name. How you spell her name on here? I don't see it. Faleco, okay. Hi, can you state your name and address for the record?
Yes, Italia Faleco, 1059 Southeast 6th Avenue in Dania Beach.
Okay.
And I'm donating my time to Dr. Michael Joffe.
All right. You're on, Mr. Joffe.
Okay, thank you very much again for allowing me to speak. I wanted to speak in strong support of this ordinance. I am the Surgeon-in-Chief at Joe DiMaggio Children's Hospital, and as such, I have devoted my life to children's health care and safety. And those are the issues I want to address with this ordinance, because this ordinance will improve the health care and safety of children who live in the Oak Hammock and the children throughout Dania Beach. For those who are truly concerned about tree limbs falling on their children, the best way to protect against this happening is to support this ordinance and have the trees trimmed by a reputable arborist. Improperly protected and unnecessarily damaged trees become a real and proven danger to persons and structure when the damage reduces root integrity, opens wounds which allow disease in the tree, and results in weak regrowth which can't withstand storms. In addition, and I really want to emphasize this because there's been a lot of false information spoken about this ordinance will in no way prevent hazardous trees or limbs from being removed. I raised my children here. I'm hoping to raise my grandchildren here. I've devoted my life to the safety of the children of South Florida, and I've spent my career putting children back together from unspeakable injuries. This ordinance will help that. Having the trees healthy prevents damage to the trees, and hazardous limbs can be trimmed at any time. It's important that everyone recognize that. Our children's health and safety are also significantly impacted by air, water, visual and sound pollution, heat island effects, and global warming, which increases the intensity of storms and increases sea level rise, which is of particular importance to Dania Beach. All of these health risks are amplified by removing the trees. Of particular significance now is that the trees in our neighborhood decrease stormwater runoff, filter out pollutants and chemicals such as heavy metals, fertilizers, bacteria, and the pesticides flowing into our water supply and stormwater management systems. And the trees, and removing the trees, keeping the trees decreases the health risks to us and our children, decreases the flood damage, and decreases taxpayer dollars required to manage and treat our water. And actually, the individual trees are not as effective as reducing and slowing the delivery of stormwater as is an urban forest cover, such as we have in our neighborhood. Therefore, the cumulative effect of all of us maintaining the tree cover on our properties is the most impactful way to reduce stormwater runoff. This will reduce the amount of money needed to construct stormwater management systems, thereby saving Dania Beach and ultimately us, and I heard tonight, $1.2 million from the aggravation of stormwater backing up into our plumbing systems, our homes, and putting our children at risk. I've lived here for 32 years. I've lived here through Andrew, Wilma, major rain events. I lived through storms that have knocked out my power for 3.5 weeks. I've lived through major rain events. I've never seen flooding like I've seen since the trees have been removed. Sometimes the needs of the entire community outweigh the individual wishes of a developer or a homeowner. This is one of those cases where the health and safety of the entire community, and especially our children and grandchildren, should take precedence. I strongly encourage you all to approve this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Next up, we have Jillian Galbut. I am unmuting you.
Thank
Please
you.
state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Jillian Galbut. I live at 5400 Woodland Lane, and I'm here with my son, Jack, because we're teaching him how government works. I wanted to say, that the pastor's message was perfect and on point. I couldn't have said it better myself. We moved to Dania Beach just in time for quarantine, and it has been absolutely magnificent with our welcoming neighbors and our quiet tree-lined streets. I'm also a religious Jew, and I walk on Shabbat, and I understand location, but it's a tree of life for those who grasp it, and all its supporters are praiseworthy. So, hate trees. I'm not sure how long I will live here, so I view myself, as we all should, as a custodian of the land and the trees for the people who will be here in the future. I mean, that's him. I mean, that's our future right there. Any tree that's removed, that's permanent, and it affects our neighbors, the future, and the many creatures who make their homes in the trees, including but not limited to the tree owls who I have the good fortune to listen to each night. So please vote to guard, protect, and preserve what makes Dania Beach so unique and special, which is our oak hammock. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Heidi Newsenbaum. I don't see her on the call. David Steeler. I also didn't see David. We have Harvey Sepler. Please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, Harvey. Of course, Harvey. Can you hear me now?
I can.
Okay, because I have a sign that says I can't unmute myself. Harvey Sepler. I live at 5840 Southwest 37th Terrace. Thank you, Mayor, and it's a pleasure to meet you and the other commissioners. I've had the opportunity to speak with you before. I'm not going to take my full 3 minutes, hopefully. I know this is a very long night for you all. I too support the ordinance. It's extremely important. From the comments that have been made to you before this evening, they serve an incredible function to the preservation of our community. We are so fortunate to live here. If these trees weren't here, I know the rabbi has said that that wasn't true, that most people didn't move here for the trees. With all due respect, that's not correct. We moved here for the trees. The first time I drove down this street when we were looking to move from Miami, I fell in love with it. This is where I want to be. Most of the people that I've spoken to, they feel the same. Now, I'm sure that there are plenty of people who moved here not for the trees, but as it was brought up to you earlier, when those folks moved here not for the trees, the zoning ordinances were in place. The permit requirements were in place when you moved here. You knew, essentially, you knew what you were getting into. It was only with the statute that came up later that changed it. With respect to whether the dangerous trees, as Dr. Joffe said to you moments ago, the ordinance doesn't change your right to remove a dangerous tree. Nobody wants any property or people to be at all endangered. So the ordinance does not limit that at all. It talks to the removal or the trimming of non-dangerous trees. And you'll have to forgive me, this has been a long night for all of us. With respect to the right to do what you want to do with your property, of course we all feel the same. But you know, those concerns exist with regards to any zoning decision that affects anyone's property. We live in a community, and again, it's the same thing I said before. We know that that's part of living in the community. Something I just want to take a moment to just say, this ought not to be neighbor against neighbor. We all live here, we depend on each other, we all appreciate what each other has to contribute to the community. It should not be neighbor upon neighbor, and if it, to the extent that it ever becomes that, we all apologize. We look to the city. We look to the city to preserve what we have here. So with that, I know it's been a long night. I again want to express my appreciation for everything that the commission, the legal staff has done to try to bring some attention to this matter and hopefully resolve this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We have an Amos Prink, but I do not see them on the call.
I'm Martha Brody. I'm supposed to have a turn.
Oh, I apologize. I'm sorry. I didn't see a paper for you. Could you please state your name and address for the record?
Hi, I'm Martha Brody. I don't have a chair. I live at 5840 Southwest 37 Terrace, Fort Lauderdale, Florida 33312, Dania Beach. I've lived here for 26 years. We're right in the middle of Southwest 37th Terrace. We have about 20 to 25 oak trees on our property, and it's very easy to live with them. They're beautiful. They provide a lot of shade, and they've reduced our electric bills. And we just enjoy the beauty of the trees up and down the street. It's just gorgeous. I walk my dog numerous times a day. I'm always outside walking the dog. And I just marvel at how beautiful the trees are, and we just really love it. So I guess what I want to say is I'm in favor of the ordinance 100%. And I also raised my family here, and they're all grown up, and you know, maybe once in a while we trim the trees, but it was no big deal to take care of them, and it's been great. And obviously, if there is a danger, no one has any objection to people getting hazardous limbs removed. And that's all I have to say, but thank you.
Thank you so much. Amos Prink. Again, I don't see an Amos here, so I'll move along. Lewis, who has his hand raised, I am going to unmute you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Louis Schwartz, 5961 37 Southwest 37th Avenue in Dania Beach. I am a new homeowner there, and I don't think that I really have that many trees on my property. I think I have 3 of them. which don't really pose a problem as far as I know. But it is ground zero as far as this ordinance is concerned. The last meeting that we had, I was under the assumption that there were large developments in the area that tore down many trees, and I think that should be illegal. I think that private homeowners that have maybe a tree or so that is a limited issue, that would be something else. But if we're talking about developers and large developments that are clearing a whole swath of trees, then yes, mitigate large developers by all means. And if everybody has to be under different ordinances today because of developers at one time, I think that that would be onerous. Are there any large developments today that we have to worry about? That maybe the neighborhood should know what's coming up, what is being zoned for. That's something that I think should be brought up. Also, as far as the petition that was done during COVID, there's a question about that. What is the legality of that petition? So I think that when you have new homeowners coming into town, you have properties there that have been neglected for years, and this is an opportunity to turn around and remove them and bring in new life into the neighborhood. And that might prevent people coming to the neighborhood. Taxes that are in the $7,000, $8,000 range annually would probably go to $20,000 a year. Young homeowners with families visiting. I heard before that you were approving various events because of the possibility of taxes being brought in. That's something that would automatically happen over here. So I think that there's a serious benefit in being flexible to an extent. I'm hearing a lot of pro-ordinance from people that are down in the neighborhood, which means people have gone beyond the community to ask people to call in, and I don't think that's proper. I don't think that's called for. Otherwise, I wanted to thank the Commission for their efforts, and I wanted to wish everybody a healthy and safe New Year. And otherwise, nobody should be looking for any kind of mass removal of trees. Thank you.
Thank you, Louis. Next, we have Rabbi Ariel, I believe. Please state your name and number for the record. And you will have 3 minutes.
Edry, I have my child here with me, enjoy this meeting, and I'm here to teach him some priorities in life. I do want to share something.
Can you state your name and address for the record, Rabbi? You'll have
5950 Southwest 37th Terrace.
Thank you.
I have a guy next to me and hearing this conversation about trees, and I just want to emphasize something crucial and important. Priorities in life begins by humans, followed by trees. If you look at this ordinance, unfortunately, there's such an argument and diversity that it causes to the human people in the street, it's enormous. Diversity in people, the way they talk to each other, the way they react to each other, what they did to me myself. I don't want to express this in public. I don't want to embarrass people, say the name. People have been trespassed my property. This is not the most priority, the trees. The most priority is the people. And I do want to say something. We all have families, and some families are bigger than the others. And people sometimes have need to expand their homes. And those limitations which coming from people who have smaller families are not right. Second, I do believe that Commissioner Meyer, you got to go by majority. And even though it's not comfortable for me, but the majority should say it all. As we are now in America, you have freedom of choice. And I'm allowed to do whatever I want in my property. Nevertheless, if the city has decided so, I need to be limited to the limitation of the ordinance of the city. But I do want to say I felt uncomfortable at the beginning for those who want it, but now I feel comfortable. I see most of the people who want this ordinance are not even living around. If you got a shop for so many people to come from all over to give you time and to be pro it, that shows that our neighborhood are not pro it at all. Our neighborhood doesn't want it. They don't need this headache. Leave us alone. Let each person to live comfortable. Myself, I built a nice home. I paid so much money to the city of Dania Beach. I'm going to pay so much taxes to the city of Dania Beach. There are beautiful projects going on now, and all those cost money. And we here, and the new people are here to build, to improve, to do better. We're here to bring money to fund all those projects. So I beg Mayor, Commissioner, outstanding people who devoted for us, for the city, just simply go by the majority. I'm not telling you to do what I want to do or what the other fellow wanted to do. See that we don't want it. Most of us don't want it. So go by majority, and I want to bless all of you with good health and life, and make sure priority people are before trees. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Next we have Bar. Please state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes. Says Bar's iPad.
Yes. Hi. My name is
Hi.
Bar Cater. I live on at 5941 Southwest 36th Terrace, and I strongly approve of this whatever it is. Ordinance. Sorry. And also speaking with a lot of my neighbors
on
Southwest
Southwest
36th Terrace. This is my wife Janet.
Hi.
We also support this proposal. I mean, really, we've been here for 27 years, raised our daughters here, never had a tree fall on anybody. These trees, they're all carrying some kind of disease or the other. In fact, they carry a lot of termites. They keep the termites out of our homes. But that aside, they're very, very strong. I've seen them go through so many storms. They're beautiful trees. We moved here because of these trees. Our neighbors moved here because of these trees. I think there's new people moving into the block that don't care about trees and have ulterior motives. The former speaker is building a beautiful building across there that's really designed to house a synagogue or something like that. I think the guys cutting down the 7 trees down the block from us, that I was one of the ones down there trying to stop it, are cutting them down because they want to build some sort of synagogue or something there. There's a lot of false stories being spread. And there's a lot of us that are very upset. It all started on 37th Avenue with Mr. Edry cutting down some beautiful trees. And all of us went over there and gathered around and asked him why he was doing this. And of course, they have the right to do that, but it's offensive to all of us. And those of us that have lived here for all these years, that have enjoyed these trees and raised our children here, are deeply hurt. And we would like very much to see some kind of protection. And what's being proposed is very reasonable and rational. So I think I can speak for quite a few of my neighbors on 36th Terrace that we support this proposal. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Janet Taylor, his wife. Do I get a word in? I did register.
Yes, could you please state your name and address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Sure. Janet Taylor, 5941 Southwest 36th Terrace. Sorry, a little laryngitis. As Bar said, we've been here for 27 years. We come from the, old neighborhood, I guess, where Howard Greenfield and Bill Rubin, who lived across the way from us, helped develop this area back in the 60s. And they had such respect for these trees, and they allowed the land behind them to be purchased, which they sold to B'nai Fordham, which was a great way to start a Jewish community in this area. And it's always been a great symbiotic relationship. But things changed.
But even been on
when-
Sephardim, kept all the house, all
Right.
the trees.
Okay,
Yeah,
makes sense.
sorry.
Things changed when people moved into the area, not because they loved the beauty of the area, but because possibly it was more convenient. I think Rabbi Laredo said that, more convenient to walk to synagogue, so they'd rather live on the street. And it's great that you wanted to, you know, shorten your walking term. But totally ignore the beauty of the area and say, no, I want this cleaned out. We have seen people take down limbs and say, well, it dropped leaves in my pool. You know, for us who spend money to have our trees trimmed every few years, to have a legitimate arborist come in and say, this branch is dead or this limb is dead, let's take it down. And then of course you do that and then your canopy grows back. You never cut your trunk off. You don't, you know, a boo-boo on your finger doesn't mean to chop your head off. It just means repair that small part that might be ill, that might be infected. A branch falls down, cut it off, bring an arborist and have it cut it off. But don't take down huge limbs, don't dismantle a tree, don't open up this canopy so that storms, hurricanes, and other normal natural disasters will come through. And I'm on the same page as all of those that said, we've never seen flooding like we've seen these last couple of years. We're kind of shocked because we are the backyard neighbors of Mr. Edry. The amount of trees that came down, I was one of those intruding people standing up on my ladder recording what he was doing because it looks so illegal to me. Our motto has always been trim a tree branch, cut down a limb, bring an arborist in to make these decisions. But this random signing of papers that says, oh, a limb is rotting, take a tree down. It, you know, it just falls so outside of our sense of what's right and what's wrong. So we say, yes.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. And I enjoyed meeting you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
The next person we have up, I just have a phone number, 954-983-9242. I am unmuting you.
Yes.
All right, please state
Hi.
your name and address for the record.
My name is Kurt Larson. I live at 5810 Southwest 36th Terrace. My internet is out, so that's why I'm on the phone. And I live on Southwest 36th Terrace, which is the tree where the lot was. I mean, the street where the lot was, with the trees were cut down. My grandfather moved here from Denmark to Dania, and over 100 years ago, he worked for Joseph Young in Hollywood, and my family, of course, has been here ever since. And I lived here on this street for 31 years. I definitely moved here because it is an oak ridge and an oak hammock, and my choices were between here and Woodland Lane, which I heard someone speak from Woodland Lane, and it's because of the oak trees. And, oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. The picture keeps going on and off on the TV, and okay, so I'll just not look at that. Anyways, Dania Beach is always, you know, we have such a great history here, and I think it was in the year 2000 when they declared like the Nyberg Swanson House and the Frost House and everything, because we had people coming in from out of town that wanted to tear them down and build something else, make a quick buck. They didn't care about the history of the area. These trees, someone said something that wasn't true about the trees. Oh, it's a bad thing that they're 100 years old. Well, the live oaks are the longest living oak trees there are. They can easily live to be 300 years old. The trees that were cut down, there was no disease on them. I have been all over those trees. I was down there the day they were cutting them down, and I know a lot about oak trees. Those trees are not diseased. What they're saying about some kind of mushroom on there that's poison or something is a reason to cut the tree down. No way. They haven't even lived here yet, and they're already saying, oh, anybody who steps foot on our property is trespassing. Well, they're welcome to come down to my house. They can come on my property anytime, enjoy my trees and my orchids I have in my oak trees. About 90% of the people on this street want the trees removed. That is definitely not true. Linda Morant lives on the street here. She was the Dania Beach Tomato Queen of 1957. Her husband, Dick Morant, who passed away about 10 years ago, he was a city manager of Dania Beach. They do not want the trees removed. Michelle Van Landingham, the Amslems, who lived next to me, they told me after the hurricane, they were in New York, they called and said, is the big tree in my front yard still there? If it's down, then I don't even want to come back. They moved here because of that big tree. And I hear all the time, people tell me as soon as they turn on the street, it's just like going in another world. You would never know you're anywhere near the city or the airport or anything with this oak hammock. It is so beautiful, and I'm so upset about these trees being cut down. It is just incredible. Anyone who wants who is in favor or against the ordinance, these are people who have not lived here very long. The people you hear that are in favor of the ordinance is a mix of people that came here recently because of the trees and the people that have stayed here for 25, 30 years. Mrs. Goebel, who owned that house, loved those trees. They were like her babies, and she just loved them and cared for them, had them trimmed so meticulously all the time and so beautifully, and those are healthy, very healthy trees. And
thank you.
oh yeah, and this was a part of the only southern part of the county that has Broward County upland tree resources. We're the only Broward County upland tree resources in the southern part of the county, and that was installed many years ago. And
you hear me?
Sorry.
Your 3 minutes has passed.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay, but thank you for your comment.
All right, thank you for letting me speak, even though I wasn't online and everything. I got to talk to AT&T. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Sylvana Korick. Please state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Sylvana Korick. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, let me try. Yes. Hi, how are you? My name is Sylvana Korick. I live in 5830 Southwest 36 Terrace. I am in favor of the trees, not to cut the trees, and I'm in favor of the ordinance 825, because I think that ordinance addresses this problem that we have in here. We don't want to cut the trees. Everybody's saying the same thing. The problem is that this ordinance also put on us other problems, like you cannot make any addition if you not 6 times the tree, and you cannot build. This puts all our houses is in illegal status. If we would go to this ordinance and starting our new community here, this would be only trees, not houses. And I moved here because of the house with the tree, not because of the tree with the house. Another thing also that I'm hearing here, besides a lot of people from not these 3 streets is speaking about, and I think these 3 streets would not even be that, because when you put it like only these 3 streets are gonna have all these rules and regulations, this for the market is very bad. I am in real estate, and nobody wants to buy in a place that doesn't have a normal way you can live. Problems, nobody wants problems. We are already in the disadvantage. We don't have septic tank, we don't have light, we have a dark light. And I like my private in my street. This is a private street. We pay my lot to go into the half of the lot. I pay tax for that. And I don't want all the people from other streets come to my property. I spoke to practically all my neighbors from 36 Terrace, and 90% of them are against this ordinance. And 90% of them, when they had this problem with the trees here, I could not even go out to work. Other people from other streets were here. Where's my private? You know, I bought my property here with this beautiful, I walk every day. I love here. I walk from Griffin and come back every day. I walk 1-2 hours a day. I love it, but I want my private. I don't want this to be historic, to be the trees more important than my house, because I want to live here. I don't want to vote to this, to buy a property across the street in Emerald Hills and come walk here. No, I want my house to be here in this street. This is what I chose for, and this is where I like to live. Another thing also, like this, minimal landscaping. You know, we're talking about not cutting trees, not cutting trees. Nobody talk, oh, now we need to plant more trees. Now we need to do minimal landscaping. I think if we should address only the problem of cutting the trees and not adding stuff to it. Okay, my 3 minutes is over. Okay, and welcome. Thank you very much for all work you've done to us. Thank you.
Okay. Jessica, you're next. Please state your name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Okay. Hello. Can you hear me?
It's a bad connection. Could you try again?
I'm trying to start my video. Can you hear me?
It's breaking up. It's not the greatest connection.
I know, I have a bad connection. I'll pass my time to Sean.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, I guess we'll go to Sean. Wait, but Jessica, could you give us your name and address for the record, or attempt to?
Sure. Sure. It's 5801 Southwest 37th Terrace. I actually live on the block of the ordinance that we're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I actually am a resident, so I know, so I have, more to say, probably than people that don't live in the area. Okay.
Sean, I'm unmuting you. Please state your name and address for the record. And you'll have 6 minutes since you have Jessica's time as well.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Before I start, Amos Prince has requested to give me his time. However, he's on a phone. And when you called on him, you couldn't unmute him.
Well, what's his name?
His name is Amos Prince.
Oh, okay. I didn't get him the last time. Okay, that's fine. I have this information right here.
Correct. You need him to, you want to unmute him to get the time from him? His phone number ends in 4410.
4410. Okay. Amos, could you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Amos Prince. My address is 5890 Southwest 36 Terrace, 33312. I'm giving my time to Sean Reederman.
Thank you. Go ahead, Sean.
Hi, thank you. I've gotten to speak to most of you, or actually all of you, throughout the few years that I've lived in Dania Beach. And thank you for the time you give us, given me, helped out. Before I start, can I ask questions, or is it only speaking?
Right now, it's only speaking.
Okay, so I guess I'll ask the questions without getting any answers, just to keep them in mind.
Well, we'll have our arborists and our staff and our locals that they've heard from you all. We'll start that discussion afterward, but we wanted to hear from our residents first. So go ahead.
Sure. So I'm going to start off with a previous item that was mentioned, two previous items that were mentioned. One of them was the repeal of the smoking ban, and I forget the other one. And the city attorney said that they're repealing it because they can't enforce it. However, the city has also said they cannot enforce people not cutting down the trees. So what makes this ordinance, where there's a effort to go around state law, whether it can or can't is another story, but what makes this any different in that case? That's question number one. Number two, we've heard many people speaking about these trees, how old they are, and I love the trees. No, I'm not happy the trees are getting cut down. However, like they said, these trees are old. They've gone through many ordeals, whether some are 200, 300 years old, they're old. Before this ordinance was introduced, has the city arborist actually come down to look at the trees to see if they're healthy? It's amazing how many people have automatically and all of a sudden become expert arborists because something looks good, that means everything's good. I don't understand how that works. But additionally, they're all talking about, or some of those that have spoken about their trees that have been cut down or trimmed or whatever else was done. And their arborists were good arborists, but the ones other people choose are bad arborists because they don't agree with them. It's kind of hypocritical and just doesn't make a lot of sense. But the city taking such an interest in the trees of our 3 blocks, I'm curious to know, for example, why new projects, let's take Dania Point, for example, which is a huge area that was redeveloped recently, and there are almost no trees on there. When that was redeveloped, if we're having such a tree issue and we love our trees, and this ordinance very clearly says to maintain and expand, which is basically requiring us to expand on our dime the trees in this on the land here. Why were they not required to do the same thing? They can afford it. Why are we different than them? Now, when another individual mentioned how the city gets to invest in art and our areas are the same thing, I would say it's not the same, because A, the city doesn't pay for our trees, we do. We have to maintain them, we have to take care of them, we have to pay for anything that happens if something goes wrong. So no, it's not the same. But on top of that, what gives all these individuals, these neighbors, the rights to say that, no, you can't do something on your property? It's not like people from the public can actually come to our neighborhood and just come onto our block. It's no different than them actually going on our property, going into our houses saying, I don't like what you're doing there. I'm going to go to the city and have them force you to not do that. We're not public, we're totally private. But has the city also taken into account what this will do for residents that would necessarily trim their trees? For example, not long ago, Vice Mayor, when she was Vice Mayor Lauren Odman, assisted me in getting in contact with FPL. Thank you very much. They assisted a lot. Yes, thank you. But they've also told us that residents do not allow them on their property to take care of the trees, to trim them on their dime. And we lose our power a lot because of that. That's hours and hours we don't have time to do. And if we have to do this, then more people will not invest in trimming their trees, which will take our power down more. But on top of that, most insurance policies have a basic tree rider on them. We now are going to have to get additional riders on our insurance policies. How much does that cost? Has the city looked into that? There's so many things here that go into stopping us and costing us more, where some people say, okay, it's okay, we'll deal with it. No, you deal with it. That's not correct. That's not proper. But the ordinance doesn't actually even stop people from cutting trees. The city said many times it can't happen. But there's a section 826-70E as a separate one that says it requires an arborist evaluation for ground disturbing activity, example, plumbing and electric. We don't have city sewer, we have septic tanks. Many of us have many trees with roots that very nicely go and disturb and destroy our septic tanks. We now have to start paying more money to get arborist reports and getting other reports to replace our septic tank or fix it. It's not really sounding very right. It's kind of onerous to us as owners. But this ordinance goes even further by not allowing for variances. How many ordinances are there on the city records that actually don't allow for variances? It's mind-boggling. But some have spoken about synagogues and development. We're single-family home zoned. We're going to start passing laws about possible maybe things that are happening because someone decided maybe there's going to be a synagogue, or maybe a developer's going to come in here and knock down the houses and start building development. They'd actually have to go through the same thing we're going through now and getting approved from the city as well as the residents, or for the resident approval process. So this seems extremely onerous on us as owners, just for possible maybe perhaps is on a few things that have happened recently from a few people. Thank you very much. Welcome to everyone new and old. Appreciate everything you do for us. And I don't know how much time I have left or not, but we've all been here for way too long. Pardon?
Thank you, Sean.
Have a great evening.
We have 3 more people to speak. I am not going to recognize a 4th person. So those 3 whose hands are up, that is it
So Robin's, it says Robin's iPad. So Robin, you are unmuted. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record. Robin? Robin, we can't, you don't have audio. I can see you, I can't hear you. Okay, work on getting your audio. I'll come right back. Sarah Litov.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Please state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes.
I'm actually going to give it to my husband, Dr. Hadar Leftov. My name is Sarah Leftov. I reside at 5960 Southwest 37 Terrace, Dania Beach, Florida, 33312. I just wanted to say congratulations to everybody who has been sworn in, and I'm so grateful to every single one of you who has stood by 37 Terrace, especially the cul-de-sac. Thank you. And Miss Tamara James, you for standing behind me during Hurricane Irma. I am forever grateful. Hadar, take over.
Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record. Hello?
Hadar?
It's
Hadar?
not, I'm not unmuted. Oh, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Fantastic. Hi, good evening, everyone. First of all, I did register to speak, but I don't think I'll take 6 minutes. My name is Hadar Levto. I'm assistant professor of dermatology, University of Miami Miller School of Medicine. I want to say good evening to the mayor, commissioners, and my neighbors. I wish to demonstrate to you today that this ordinance is simply not logical. First, the goal of this ordinance is to hold back greedy developers from destroying the hammock. However, as I predicted, and as I told you in the last meeting, this will not happen. At the last committee meeting, not the commissioners meeting, in a move that was, to me, straight out of a Kafka book, the largest development part of this hammock was, like that, removed from the ordinance. As bizarre as this move was, and I think everybody who are for and against this will agree that this was shocking, this precisely demonstrates that it is not, that this is really, it demonstrated that the big developers here are not part of the equation. And so this ordinance will only affect the lives of small citizens like myself and others that you heard here today. In addition, the whole premise of this ordinance is a loophole that allows corrupt arborists to destroy hammocks, right? However, this ordinance doesn't even address this problem. Rather, it replaces the responsibility in the hands of simply a different arborist. So how come Vicky's arborist or Rabbi Loreto's arborist that they privately hired is more likely to be corrupt than the one that is privately hired by the city? Case in point, the arborist that I hired was accused of being corrupt. But guess what? That guy is actually a city arborist for a neighboring city. Ridiculous, right? I would argue that this, that actually it is city arborists, and no offense, this is just in general, are more likely to be influenced by developers compared to the small citizens. And so yet again, there's no logic in this ordinance. What I propose is that this ordinance will be striked off from the record, and that maybe a new ordinance can be constructed that actually targets the problems. And I'm really not clear how measuring various diameters of trees and distances mitigates risk of corruptions by arborists and developers alike. As always, I'm very grateful for your attention. I think we have great commissioners. I'm really encouraged by other stuff that I heard happening for the city, and I'm happy about that. I do want to say floods happened here for years. The results of raising Sterling, just ask your engineer. And I also resent the fact that people who don't live here buy time for others to speak. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. DK?
Yes, hi. I would like to yield my time to Rabbi Laredo, please.
Well, wait. Rabbi Loreto, did he only have 3 minutes? Did he have all of his time?
He did not.
How
Just
much
like
time?
everybody else can have 6 or 9 or 12 minutes, I would like to yield my
No one
time so
can
we
have
can
12
continue
minutes.
this
We can
conversation.
only, okay, let me get through whoever else is here, because we've already heard from Rabbi.
Okay, otherwise I'll speak. Okay, I'll speak. Him, his wife, Jessica Kutoff.
Okay, please state your name and address for the record.
Okay, I didn't have a good connection before, so Jessica Kutoff, 5801 Southwest 37th Terrace.
Wait, did you give your time to someone else already? Because your name
Yeah,
is
but now
already.
my husband's gonna give me his time because I didn't have a good connection,
Okay.
so I had to give my time away.
Okay.
Okay, so there's just been like a lot of points, you know, a lot of hearsay going on, like from people who don't live on the block, a lot of people weighing in who do not live in the Oak Hammock area, and this just seems like, first of all, it's so confusing. I don't even know what this ordinance is or isn't. And there was comments made like that it's a beautiful, and because it's beautiful, we should legally protect it. Where was everybody when the Hard Rock was being built? Was that beautiful? Like, okay. Having people weigh in who don't live here is like having people vote in a district that they don't live in. Also, someone else pointed out who's pro the ordinance that all the new people that moved into the area, he said, are the people who aren't pro the ordinance. So it shows you that people moving to this area don't want this. This is not why we moved here. I didn't move to an HOA purposely because I wanted the right as a private property owner to my own property. The 10 acres behind 37th Terrace, I don't even know why they were dismissed from this ordinance. Like, they destroyed so much of the beautiful trees, which is why this whole thing started. And then they were like, oh yeah, let's just let them out of it. But then because I only own a little bit of land, I'm not let out of it, or I don't have the same rights as they do. It doesn't really make sense to me. It's just like there seems to be 100 other things that we all could be focusing our time on. This doesn't seem legal, and they're beautiful trees, whether you're pro or not. Everybody wants to preserve the trees, but in a legal manner. Like, just like smoking at public parks is not enforceable or legal to even try to enforce it. The same with these trees. It's not enforceable. And anything else I wanted to say? Well, thank you everyone for your time and for caring and for making Dania Beach as great as it is. I did fill out the form for the parks, where they should be spending their money, you know, that survey you guys sent out. And I really believe that there should be a park behind 37th Terrace in honor of preserving the trees. And since the city feels that this issue is so important, hopefully they will allot some of the budget to go towards preserving the trees, as I see this is such an important issue. So I'm really excited about that, and I can't wait to help with that. Thanks. There was a survey. Some people don't know what the survey was. The survey was where the city should be spending their money, like on art or parks.
Okay, we have to move past the survey.
Okay.
Thank you. Robin, we're going to try you one more time.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me now? Oh, wonderful. I'm sorry you're going to have to see me too.
Name and address for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, Robin Nowling, Nowling, 5850 Southwest 37th Avenue, Dania Beach, Fort Lauderdale, Dania Beach, 33312. So I probably am one of the oldest residents here. I've heard some more, and every single one of the people that I've spoken to on our street, new neighbors and older neighbors, we're all in favor of this ordinance. When we moved here, my husband and I moved here 32 years ago, over 32 years ago. We lived in a community that right away I knew I was at the heart of something greater than myself. We had arborists on the street. It was a very environmentally conscious community. We had the rabbi on our street. We had the Baptist minister on our street. It's a very eclectic, beautiful street. I want to educate people who have spoken before that this is just one street. This oak hammock actually goes from Sterling Road through Riverland. And what I had learned back then was that if trees are harmed or not taken care of on our properties in one area, it can affect the entire oak hammock, which can happen now that certain trees are being destroyed. We fought very hard with the city of Hollywood when they wanted to create Oak Ridge development. All of the development over in Oak Ridge, we fought constantly with them to preserve the oak hammock and to preserve the ecological features of our community. It was a very long ordeal with them, and finally we were able to at least dead end our street. We finally gave in, and they promised that they would not, City of Hollywood would not hurt the oak hammock. And that was a really, there was a huge undertaking by all of us. What I wanted to say also was that we are living as a community. Oak trees live to be enormous amounts of years old, which is something that really is something to respect, because that is one of the things that I have a 300-year oak tree in my yard, and I am in awe of it. And I'm not saying I live here just because of the beauty, but it is a sense of community, because what I do impacts my neighbor, and I'm very conscious of that, and that is how our community has always been. And whether I take care of my trees, and that way limbs will not just be falling down, will affect my neighbor as well. I have my neighbor's trees on my property. I have all kinds of trees everywhere. So I think that the most important thing for me, I am in favor of this ordinance. Everybody I've spoken to on 37th Avenue that I have spoken to, new neighbors as well, are very much in favor of this ordinance. And I think that it is larger than our streets. And I didn't hear a lot of people speaking from other areas. I heard a lot of people speaking from 37th Terrace, 37th Avenue, 36th Terrace speaking. And I think that I just want my neighborhood to just once again realize that we are all part of a community together, and that we work together so that we can have a quality of life that we all will enjoy. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you.
I thought you didn't hear any of that.
No, I heard all of it. I've heard all of it. Thank you, Robin.
Yes, thank you.
I think we're gonna now hear from either our city attorney or our arborist before we have a discussion as commissioners for the commission. Is the city arborist here?
Yes, Ryan is present.
Okay.
Ryan St. George.
Okay, I know I spoke with him earlier. He wanted to speak about a lot of the things that he's heard. So, Mr. St. George, you have the floor.
There he is.
We can't hear you. You're unmuted, but something's wrong with your audio.
Can you call in? Can you call in?
Can who call him? Can I call him?
Or can Ryan call in?
Oh, Ryan, can you call in? All right. I just want to thank all of the residents who are still on the call, who have been here, who's done their due diligence of showing up and speaking out. This is a part of what this is all about. Okay, I think, hold on. Commissioner Ottman.
Yeah, I just had a question. I know we have another big item coming up. It's almost 11 o'clock. Does it make sense to put that over to the next meeting, or is that unfair? I don't know. Are they even on anymore?
Yes, they're on. Yeah, they're on.
Here, but a lot of them are left. I mean, they're older, so I mean, we still have a discussion about this. So,
I mean, this isn't going to be a 2-second discussion. I'd say we probably have another 25 minutes of this. It just seems unfair, but if you say they're here, then, you know, whatever.
All of them aren't here. I mean, I would prefer to defer the item just because a lot is going to be almost 12 o'clock, if that, when we finish with this item. So, I mean, I'm okay with that. I'm not sure what the other commissioners feel about that.
Tom, is that something that would be appropriate to poll the commissioners onto what they think is best? I don't know. Maybe it's my bias because I'm tired.
I understand, and the last thing we want you all to do is have to deal with an issue of this magnitude that affects so many people when you're tired. I would recommend, and I've spoken to several of you about it, that if it was passed on first reading, knowing it has to come back for a second reading, I've had some commissioners express that requested it be deferred for second reading to January 26th, the later meeting in January. So it wouldn't get passed until that date. In the meantime, if you chose to do it, you could have a workshop of the commission at which people can be invited. I'm not trying to wear people down or them, you know, have them tired with it, but they do want to speak. We've heard them. You need to have the ability to think about it with fresh mind. And I would request that you just simply now pass it on first reading, knowing that you're not committed to adopt it on second reading if you don't wish to. But that, and if you wish to have a workshop where people can be speaking at the meeting, maybe over at IT Parker, where they can be there live, that's my recommendation.
Well, and look, I mean, I still have about another half of thing of coffee in here. I'm fine. I'm more thinking, I know a lot of the people on there, they're older and they have work in the morning. So I'm thinking more of it from that end, but okay, can we hear from the other commissioners?
About the next item, not this item.
Yes, correct. So
Well,
do we want to ask the other commissioners? Commissioner Llewellyn has her hand up.
I know Commissioner Davis had her hand up first. I'm trying to unmute her, but every time are you unmuted? Yes, Commissioner Davis?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. I just wanted clarification because it seemed like that we were confusing this item with the next item. I know that the next item coming up is a huge item, and I would want for everyone to have sufficient time to have their voices heard. And really, I mean, I've received several phone calls, several emails, and I would really want to give people, you know, the allotted time to discuss the item in full. You know, I'm happy to complete this portion of the agenda now, but you know, I would be okay, but I don't want to disrespect people who have been on the phone, you know, on the call for hours, if they really want to have their voices heard tonight as well. So I'm here to accommodate the residents, but if people want to defer that time because of the lateness of the hour and have their voices heard, then I'm in favor of that.
Well, the thing is, we can always defer the item. Whoever is still on the line can always speak to the item, even if it's deferred. Okay. So if we have consensus, and I know we still have Commissioner Llewellyn and our Vice Mayor that's going to speak, but after that, if we have the consensus to defer the item, we wouldn't want to hold those residents up for another hour or so if we are going to end up deferring it anyway. So let me hear from Commissioner Llewellyn.
Thank you. Couple of things. First of all, I think what Tom was talking about was this item being voted on for the first reading and then coming back on the second item, because I think what Commissioner Oddman was talking about was the later item on the wave, which is different. So I just want to make sure that we are on the same page. I think that's what Commissioner Davis said as well, because I am concerned about that. The other thing is, my concern is that every single time we defer this, or if we say yes to this and it goes on to the next one, we're going to have the same thing happen again. And we're going to have 100 people here that all want to speak 3 minutes, or they want to give their time to somebody else. And then you have a bunch of people that are going to be talking on the same issue. So my concern is that we're going to have the same problem the next time this comes up. And I think we need to address that. But as far as the other item, there's two sides to it. Yes, there are people that have been on this call the whole time who probably do want to speak tonight about it. There's also the individual who put the item up there. So, you know, you have both sides of this, and I see a number of people who I know want to speak on this item still on this call. So, you know,
I'll still be able to speak.
But I'm not comfortable. I'm not comfortable deferring that until the next meeting or whenever, because you do have people that were expecting to hear about this tonight, and we're expecting to discuss it tonight. So, I mean, you can, you know, and then it's going to be the same thing again, because you have a lot of people that want to discuss them as well, on that item as well. So if you have them speak tonight and then you're going to have them speak again at the next meeting, it's going to be the same issue.
Okay, well, I wouldn't propose that we put both items on the same agenda, because that wouldn't make sense. If we're going to defer the items, or whether we pass or deny this item with the trees, if it moves forward, I've already spoken with staff, it wouldn't be on the first meeting of January. And if this other item is deferred, it would be on the first item. It would be the first to speak on the item of January. I know you're not a supporter of deferring the item. I'm going to hear from Vice Mayor Salvino so we can move it along. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, thank you very much. We've sat here for a long time tonight, and obviously we're going to have a second reading as it is. You know, being new back on the commission, I'm still understanding the ordinance, and we've had discussion with the city attorney and a few other people on staff, and I explained to them at this particular time that I would vote for the ordinance until I did some more due diligence on this, because I feel that I need 4 or 5 weeks or 2 or 3 weeks or whatever to look into this deeper and come up with some answers on my own end. You know, maybe the permission of the commission. I know there's people out there, but we've heard it all, and everybody says the same thing. If we could vote, maybe just all vote in favor of it for tonight. And the second reading, when it comes up at the second meeting in January, which I asked Tom to put on the agenda for the second meeting, it gives us 6 weeks. At that particular time, we can finalize this thing here. In the meantime, I can, or anybody else who wants to join me, can talk to some more of the residents. Maybe we can filter it down and let them know that by the next meeting comes up, that we don't need to go through 4 hours hearing the same thing again. We can try to rectify something. It will drastically change this, but we're going to go through the same thing again. If you defer it, we're going to go through the first reading again. Then we're going to have to go through we're going to have to go through the same reading again. So, I mean, I feel like, you know, and then as far as the second part of the agenda on the wave, you know, I'm here for the duration. I'd like to get it over with, but that's up to the majority of the commission to decide on.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to poll to see if we have consensus to defer the wave item, because I've written down a number of questions we haven't even heard from Ryan St. George, and it would be unfair to just say, okay, vote right now and not engage in the conversation we've heard for hours. These residents speak, and I think we at least owe them that due diligence. So I'm going to
Mayor, I am on the call now.
Yes, I see you. So I'm just asking for the second item, the wave item, to be deferred into the first meeting in January. I'm asking if I have consensus on that. So you can raise your, I don't know.
I'm sorry, this is to defer. I don't know if you want to do it first. I see Nectaria is raising her hand.
Nectaria, okay.
I don't know if it's something important that could.
Okay, she can. Nectaria, can you hear?
I can hear you.
Are you on? Hi.
Hi. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I just want to say I understand that it's been a long night, and we'll do what the commission decides. Obviously, it's the ball's in your court. I just wanted to express to you that we did have, or do have, our entire team, our design team. We've been on the line for several hours. I understand everybody's tired, but this project, whether the public knows or not, has been delayed because of COVID for several months. Back in March when we initially filed, and so we're just concerned that another delay can snowball into another delay, and with things being so uncertain right now with COVID, I would hate for somebody on our design team or ownership team to, you know, what if they get sick and January doesn't work out for our team? I'm just, you know, we have our team here right now, and, you know, obviously we'll leave it up to you to make the decision. We understand the sensitivity and we understand that it's been a long night, but I just want to, I would be remiss if I didn't mention these issues.
Thank you, Nectaria. So do we have the support to defer the item? The item to the first meeting in January, the first item on the public hearing agenda? Do we, the wave, not the trees, how do we poll? Just the wave item.
Again, we're
So
in
that,
Mayor,
I
I'm
know
sorry.
we're in the middle. Go
Yeah,
ahead, are you saying we're in the middle of an item, right?
Well, we're in the middle of the other items. We have to sort of temporarily defer this tree ordinance for a second. And then if you choose to take a poll or a vote to defer it to January, I think it's 11th, then you can do that as long as the minutes can be clear.
So you want me to, so I can temporarily defer the tree item for 5 minutes
Yes.
to take the other poll? Okay.
Yeah, to decide what you want to do about the other ordinance. Again,
Okay,
there's four items for 50, 70, and 90 Bryan Road, all related, that Nectaria Chakas, the attorney, is representing.
Okay, so I'm gonna temporarily defer the tree item. And then now we're gonna see if we have the consensus to defer the item, the wave item.
I will support, sorry, is this the way you're doing it? Just, you want,
Yeah, Tom
all
said
right.
something.
I'll support deferring the wave item, as I know there's several residents that want to speak, and this will go past 12:01 a.m. So I'll defer wave, support deferring wave.
Do we have anyone else that wants to support deferring the wave item?
January 11th would be the date.
January 11th meeting.
January 11th.
It will be the first item.
Mayor, the meeting is actually January 12th.
I'm sorry, it will be the first item under public comment. I mean, under public hearings.
Public hearing.
The meeting on, the first meeting in January is on the 12th, not the 11th.
Okay.
So now if you wish, Mayor, you could call for a motion to continue this, the wave, all the wave matters, the four applications, to January 12th for a continuance.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second it. Call the roll, Tom, and this is to defer the wave item to the first meeting in January, which is January 12th, to be the first item to be discussed.
Commissioner Davis,
Yes.
Commissioner Llewellyn,
No.
Commissioner Odman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Salvino,
I didn't hear the other two votes that went out. I'm sorry, or three votes.
Commissioner Davis voted yes, Commissioner Llewellyn, no, Commissioner Odman, yes, and now you.
No.
Mayor James,
Yes.
motion carries 3-2.
Thank you. So now we can go back to the tree ordinance item. Tom Anspro?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now we can hear from Mr. Where was he? Did I lose him? Okay. Mr. Ryan St. George, go ahead.
Okay, Mayor. I have a lot I can speak to. Obviously, it's getting super late. I'm wondering, I guess I'm asking the Commission in general where you'd like me to focus our efforts. I did actually kind of transcribe a number of the questions from a lot of the opponents who got to speak, but that would also be a long-winded answer as well. I wasn't sure if we'd be able to address those at a separate workshop down the road. So I guess I'm asking for a little bit of prioritization in how you'd like me to approach this, make it as efficient as possible.
Okay. Some of the comments that, or the misinformation or the things that you feel have been the strongest on what the ordinance does and what it doesn't do, and the rights that it still gives the property owners and which property owners it would affect, similar to the conversation that we had earlier.
Okay, then that I'm pretty set up for. I think if I run through a small handful of bullets to try and clarify what the ordinance is about to those who are still on the meeting, obviously, and want some of these answers. Much of this has been said before, but I'm going to try and be succinct and very clear in exactly what we're facing, what we're trying to do, and what we've been working towards. The city obviously has an existing tree preservation ordinance, Article 825, and we've got an existing landscaping code that Metric Engineering has been operating for the city for, I think, about a decade now. They work in tandem, in concert, side by side, and they often have to be integrated for projects. The tree preservation code itself would typically guide anything and everything we do related to tree removals, and the landscaping code would handle installations for the most part, and the beautification, the aesthetic aspect. But there's a lot of crossover. Unfortunately, our tree preservation code currently has been severely compromised by the House bill that's been discussed quite a bit tonight. I don't need to go into the details, but it's been severely compromised to a degree that we can say with certainty that many of the mature tree removals we've seen in these neighborhoods would not have been allowed under the existing city code, but were allowed under the House bill. So therein lies, I guess, the rub and a lot of the cause for a lot of these issues. What we did to address these is to create a mechanism in the landscaping code, which is not part of the tree preservation code, by which we recognize the uniqueness of this natural forest community in this portion of the city. It is by far the largest, by far the most intact in the city, let alone the central portion of Broward County. So I guess one of the things that should be taken away from this is the truth that it is the largest and or most intact remaining upland hammock community in the center of Broward County. That gives it some, a level of importance that needs to be recognized, and we agree warrants recognition under this preservation ordinance. So that's the number one reason why we felt approaching this ordinance was justifiable. It wasn't just to address a complaint or two, it was because the existing resources in this area are precious, as you've heard a lot of the residents say. So the idea was to treat this area in a collective sense, benefit all of the residents, and it can be done, has been done. We combine a lot of science and a lot of past policy into this solution. There are a lot of elements that went into it in order to develop the specific components that we are proposing to guide future management of these resources in this area. And that's kind of, I guess, a little bit of the background. So the two primary goals, as everybody really knows at this point, are to discourage improper use of the House bill to clear healthy, mature trees, native trees, of course, and then also to promote long-term management of these existing magnificent tree resources from a safety-focused perspective, recognizing that they have synergistic benefits remaining as an intact forest community instead of situations like what we've started to see in the neighborhood, which are very concerning, where a heavily canopied lot is cleared in its entirety, and all of a sudden there is a hole opened up in what was an intact community. Those holes are operate very much like a wound does, where you now have a chance for infection and secondary complications because of these holes. Their windstorm resistance decreases dramatically, and that windstorm resistance would now be borne by the adjacent residents who still have the trees. Those trees that are remaining are now subject to worse conditions during a storm event. That's the number one reason why maintaining the integrity of this overall forest community has a significant value to the whole neighborhood. Now, to get to your question, I guess, the ordinance has a much greater effect on redevelopment projects or new development projects than it does on existing residences. There was never in any way, shape, or form a plan to burden or create a hardship for existing residents who just want to manage their own properties and live in this wonderful oasis the way they've always lived. The ordinance itself really just is intended to encourage you to be aware of the science that goes into tree care. There is so much that we watch get overlooked or forgotten on a regular basis, and the whole goal was to have the city just be engaged as an ally, as an advocate for these homeowners, so they can be assured that they're making the right decisions. And when I say right, I mean for their own best interest, not in the city's best interest, in a collaborative think tanking, brainstorming sense. And that's how we intended it would operate when we developed the language. So I've mentioned most of the key components there. So I guess going back to the hardships and the misinformation things, it's already been said on this meeting tonight, the ordinance will not prevent anybody, or not even make it harder for anybody to remove trees or manage hazardous situations of the trees. In fact, it'll do a better job if the city is able to help. We'll make sure that the contractors are doing what they're supposed to, are not making bad cuts, are not causing more harm than good. What happens when trees of this size are not managed properly is they actually enter states of decline sooner and are subjected to disease and deterioration, which then creates a safety concern. And that is what we're trying to avoid, and trying to help the residents avoid. I know I mentioned a handful of other things earlier today. They're kind of escaping me now.
That's okay. We could probably just ask you questions and then you can answer those questions and things
Sure.
like that. Okay. Or Commissioner Ottman.
Hi, thank you. Ryan, you've been so key to unlocking this ordinance and really helping me understand it. But the information, as you say, is so dense. So you may have already said some of these things in what you just said, but I just want to make sure I understand it clearly. So, okay, this was, I think you said it in the beginning. Does this oak hammock, does this exist elsewhere nearby?
No,
in Broward?
No, it doesn't. No, it does not. It literally, you can keep it really simple. You can look at current aerial imagery and see for yourselves that the density of desirable native mature tree canopy in this low density single family neighborhood is not rivaled by anything within probably a 10-mile radius. I happen to personally live in Lauderdale Isles in probably the second best treed area on the other side of the New River, and our area is nowhere near as dense in terms of tree canopy coverage by desirable trees as this particular area. And the desirable trees do extend north into Woodland Road and into the Shady Ridge Drive and some of the other areas along 40th Avenue. It does extend further north. It absolutely does. So there are other areas worthy of protections if we wanted to consider that.
What is the value of an oak hammock? Aside from it being something pretty, does it hold any value?
Value can be determined in a lot of ways, and I'm not trying to sound evasive. It really, truly depends on who is looking at the hammock and what they would want to make of it. The uniqueness alone, in the simple sense of unique being cool, that is a value that is undeniable. There isn't much else like it in Broward County at all. I mean, I've been doing natural resource regulation in Broward County, throughout Broward County, for a huge chunk of my career, and I can't think of another area that really rivals this. There are other areas with stately trees, for sure, but not in the density and in the intactness of an ecological community as this particular area has.
What are the consequences? How do I phrase this? If this doesn't pass, what are the consequences to that?
Well, the consequences short term are probably a handful more clear-cut properties, which through use of this House bill, which we've documented, and it's the only way people are getting authority to remove that many trees from these properties. The city's code would otherwise have prevented that, at least to some degree. Limited removals, absolutely, but not clear cutting. That's never been something that the city's code finds easy to authorize under the tree preservation code. The consequences really are exactly that. Potentially starting could turn into a domino effect long-term ecologically by exposing the existing trees to an unbuffered environment when they had always been subject to a buffered environment. That generates a condition that's new to these trees, and oddly enough, they're not as hardy. I mean, they're not as hardy as some people would think, in terms of their lives. Changes like that are dramatic to vegetation. Vegetation notices it in the weirdest ways. And I would be lying if I said I would feel confident that all the trees that remain would not subject some degree of degradation in areas adjacent to clear-cut tree losses that occur as a result of the Senate bill. Now or the House bill, whether or not this ordinance is fully effective at countering the Senate bill or the House bill, we have no way of knowing up front. It's the best thing we've been able to devise legally, of course, that we think provides a reasonable disincentive to clear cutting a property. It doesn't fit in the character of the community. It's not consistent with the area, and it's also not consistent with the existing city code in any way, shape, or form. So from those grounds, it's not a path we want to see perpetuated any more than necessary. So that is another part of the background why we feel this ordinance is worth implementing for that reason and for the long-term management of this unique area.
Does this ordinance, and I only have two more questions, and then we can go to someone else. Does this ordinance make the neighborhood less safe?
I don't really know how it could when anything related to trees that is unsafe, we already encourage to be maintained or removed. But the definition of safe is something that's subject to a lot of interpretations based on who your audience is. We tend to go with what arboricultural, professionals and what the science says. When you have decay, damage, poor form, or other conditions that indicate a compromised piece of vegetation, and those compromised pieces of vegetation absolutely can be deemed unsafe. This ordinance would not prevent management removal or trimming, pruning for a corrective purpose to address those types of potentially unsafe situations. In fact, it would encourage it to be done in a scientifically correct way, in accordance with ANSI standards and everything like that.
And I guess this is my final question. As an expert in this field of what we are talking about tonight, do you feel that this ordinance is in the best interest of the city from an environmental standpoint?
If I just looked at it from an environmental standpoint without even thinking about the House bill, I already think it's a valuable piece of code, mainly to recognize how special this area is. Honestly, if we removed the portion of this code that's more or less intended to provide some degree of recourse against the House bill large-scale tree removals, it has very little in it that the existing code doesn't have. It has mostly clarifications and tweaks to get in front of plans to modify properties in a way that's helpful, like to pinpoint areas where long-term development and improvements will be feasible and how to navigate it. So from that standpoint, yes, I think it absolutely has a lot of value, even if you take out the portion of it that's intended to provide recourse against the Senate bill.
Thank you for answering my questions, Ryan. Mayor James, are you there?
Welcome.
Okay.
I'm here. Vice Mayor Salvino.
No.
There you go.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I don't mean to sound rude or anything or disrespectful to anybody on this. I listened the other day when I was in the room with Ryan and Eleanor and Corinne, and some of the things that he said in that room, he did not just say here. He did it a roundabout way. And the thing about this is that when you start looking at this issue is there's a state legislation had passed that ruling years ago, and we're looking for a loophole to avoid the trees getting cut down. And you're not only just looking for a loophole not to do that in that hammock, you're looking for a loophole to do it on a couple of streets. And now you're discriminating against other neighbors in the city and other streets that are out there, that why are they excluded or included? And that's going to come up without a doubt. And I guarantee you, with this happening, you're going to end up in a lawsuit someplace. Along with that, You know, I was also told that if they were to, not necessarily land clearing, but when you were to, if somebody had a house on their lot, and and they had a tree they wanted to remove, Ryan, if I'm not mistaken, I believe you told me that at this time somebody could come in here and remove that tree and put about $8,000 or $9,000 worth of landscaping around their house and legally remove that tree, even if this ordinance was passed. So again, that's just another loophole. I'm not going to get into all of the things that I feel in this right now, because I think I feel for both sides. As a person that lives out there in the hammocks and how beautiful everybody says it is, but I've also heard a lot of manipulation and tonight between every single person that came up there. Some had true things, some had bad things, some are talking bad, one that are good, you know, and it's very confusing that these neighbors are having so much animosity towards each other, and then to judge someone how to if they don't like something being done on their property, and you know, you can't do anything you want on your property. We also have the rules that we have to follow, and those rules that are out there, they're made up of other ordinances that are implemented by the city. And as far as being able to do things, the certain things that we are able to do are through permitting process. If they're allowed to get a permit for something, then they're allowed to do it because we've already got ordinances set. I think that the people that want to be able to withhold, you know, and want the right to trim or cut or whatever, I think they should have some form of right to do that. It is their property, and right now the state rule allows that. The ordinance that you're bringing out, I don't think it's going to cover it correctly. So that's why I was trying to explain earlier when I wanted to vote for the ordinance, is because I feel that, and I know I'm coming in this late, and you guys have been dealing with this for a while, but I know that there's a possibility that there's some things that can be brought together by the community that can work for both sides. And right now, I don't think by separating it for 3 streets or 4 streets over there, I could go down the next street's gonna complain. I think it's something that has to be a citywide ordinance, or I don't think it's smart to pass something. I'm gonna recommend when the time comes for a vote that I vote for this ordinance tonight, because I need time to, before I tell somebody no or yes, with all my heart, I wanna be able to go back. I want to look at it harder. I want to drive around the neighborhood. I'm going to take pictures, Ryan, the hammocks that you say that's how intense that is. I'm going to drive up and down 28 Terrace and out in Oak Ridge and all those other places that are around. I'm going to take pictures. I'm going to see these hammocks myself and see how big the oak trees are. And if that's the most beautiful place there, then I'll commend you on your judgment at that point. But right now, I'm listening to an arborist, and I'm not disrespect. I told you that the other day. But then the other arborist said something else, and then there's, you know, and you hear it from everybody. I want to be able to judge fairly and give everybody an opportunity. So right now I'm in a position where I want to be fair to everybody, and right now, until I get that, I'm going to vote yes on this tonight. I'm going to do my due diligence in the next 4 to 6 weeks, and the next time I come up with a vote, hopefully we won't have everybody coming back up again, because maybe we can tour that with a workshop someplace and only get a few people to talk, and maybe the mayor could figure out a way. I'm sure she would love it as well, to try to figure out, maybe get a group or have a representative from the area speak for them, give them 15 to 30 minutes or something like that and speak and end it. Then we can take our vote at that time. Because sitting here and hearing the same thing over and over for 3 hours, I know they have the right to do that, but we're going to hear the same thing again. So I'm asking you guys to please give me some time on a workshop and try to work something out, and maybe look at the ordinance again and try to work with both sides. So that's my comment for tonight.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And my comment is that it doesn't bother me to listen to the amount of residents that come and want to voice their opinion for or against, because we encourage our residents to come so we can hear them.
No, I don't mean it that way, Mayor. As far as not listening to.
I understand. I agree with you. But what I'm saying is that on that part, I can sit here all night, because that's what I was elected to do. But I do agree that if we're going to pass an ordinance, we would have to pass it, and I said this also in my meetings earlier, for every single street that has those oak trees and those characteristics, because I don't want to single out. I don't want to, and from what I know, most of the people on 36
don't want the ordinance from what I've experienced, but the other residents on the surrounding streets, they want the ordinance. So if we're going to make a judgment call as commissioners, we need to make that judgment call on every single street that has that type of characteristic, because it would not be fair to make it to implement it on a street where someone doesn't want it and we're not implementing it on Shady Ridge or the other areas.
That's right.
So
So it'll be citywide, right? Citywide ordinance?
Well, you can say citywide, but the entire city doesn't have those characteristics. So you would narrow it down.
So anybody that has oak trees, anything that has an oak tree on it.
Correct. Those types of characteristics in those on those streets.
I mean,
So
just because it might have one or two oak trees doesn't mean that they have a right to do that either, you know?
I'm not even comfortable voting yes, because I don't agree with it as is, because it's not inclusive to the other neighborhoods that have the characteristics. I don't want to vote against it, because I do think there is room for a lot of improvement, and there needs to be a lot of more, there needs to be more surveying to where else this could possibly happen if we're going to do this. And I'm sure that, you know, the newly elected, like, it's a lot of information to take in and to understand, and for both sides. Listen, I thank you all for educating me on these oak hammocks. Like I said, I can't even grow a sunflower, so I don't have a green thumb, and I don't know much about it, but I do want to be able to support something that I am comfortable that is being inclusive to everyone, you know, in that area. So if it was my option, I would defer the item, only because it would give them a chance to come back with something I can stand behind.
I can do that.
I don't want
I'm okay with that.
Because I'm on the record, it's going to say that Tamara James voted yes. And I don't want to vote yes to something that I feel like could be a better option for everyone else. So I'll listen to what I don't think we've heard from Commissioner Llewellyn.
Ms. Mayor, let me just say one more thing and I'll be done. I'm not, the reason I was saying yes is to grab the time to learn a little bit more about it, but deferring it works for me as well. As long as I get the time to understand it better, I'm okay with that as well.
Correct. Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Llewellyn, are you unmuted? There you go.
Thank you. I think there's still a lot more here that we all need to be educated on, as well as the residents, because there's a lot going around that's being said, and I don't know necessarily that we would need to defer it so much as I think that we could pass it on first reading, have a workshop strictly for educational purposes, not for people to come up and speak, not for people to ask, the public to come up and ask questions, but for us to ask questions, for the arborists and others, legal as well, to be able to answer questions that we may have, to see what we could do with it, to see if we could amend it, and see if there is a way that we could make this a situation for everybody to compromise on, and figure out a way to get it done. And if we set up even if it's just an hour-long workshop just for us, where the public can watch but not ask questions, so we don't have the same thing where we have everybody coming up again, it might give us an opportunity to try to compromise somehow and work it out so that we have an answer to a solution to the problem. That would be my suggestion.
Whatever the commission wants to do, I'm willing to do.
So that's part of the whole reason why you have the first reading and the second reading. If you have the first reading, then you can take the information that you already have and try to work it into something that makes it a better ordinance for the second reading.
What do you guys want?
Commissioner Ottman.
Can I make a motion?
I want to see, do we have any other discussion?
Joyce.
No other discussion from
Joyce is one.
Commissioner Davis is raising her hand.
I was waiting to see if she wants to say. Commissioner Davis, go ahead.
Give me a minute to find the raise the hand button. You know, I want to acknowledge the passion behind the residents coming out this evening. I was truly raised to love nature, make you know, and have really, truly a true love for nature and the oak hammocks. I will tell you that it was disheartening to see the trees being cut down. And it was a very emotional, you know, kind of experience to see the nature. And I appreciate all of the emails and the phone calls that really, you know, gave evidence to support the beauty and the sacred and uniqueness of the oak hammock. My major, and it might have been lost in translation through the evening, is that the power of the state statute that has preemption power over the ordinance. And I really want to make sure that I'm educated fully that we are, you know, that the best way to handle this is still at the local level, because I'm at a point where I still believe that it's at the state level, and I really want to understand legally, and maybe that's through a workshop, the power that this ordinance would have, it, you know, in place of the state. Because to me, at this point, it just seems that the state statute would take precedence, and I wanted to have a little bit more information on that.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ottman?
Go ahead and make my motion.
Go right ahead.
Okay, I'd like to make my motion to approve ordinance 2021-003 on first reading. And if I can include in it with dates to go out for a workshop the first week of the new year.
Well,
Given date.
Well, I can't give you a date because
Okay.
I mean, unless you really want to start doing dates now.
No, that's okay. No, I said with a given date, we can settle
Oh
out.
yes. With a given date. Hold on one second. With a given date that we'll choose to do the workshop before second reading. And then Commissioner Llewellyn had her hand up.
Yep, I tried to unmute her.
I was just
Should we
trying
make
to
that, and we're also going to extend the meeting to the second meeting in January, correct?
26th.
26th, okay.
I was just trying to that last part. I was trying to second it, and I was actually going to suggest if you wanted to amend it just slightly and say no later than the first week of the new year. Okay, I like that. With it being no later than the first week of the new year for the workshop.
I mean, you would have to see if that worked for everyone's schedule, but I'm
yeah.
I feel like
I'm down for it, but you know, you all might want to check your schedules before you make that type of commitment. That's all I'm saying. So we can work out I don't think anyone wants to prolong this. I definitely don't want to prolong this, but I definitely think so we have a first and a second, and now we can discuss it. I am not, if we're going to have a workshop, I want it to be an inclusive workshop. I want it to be a workshop where residents can ask questions if those questions have not been answered. Because if you don't allow the residents to speak, you are going to get them to come back here and speak. So if we are trying to decrease the amount of people coming here to speak, which you can never guarantee, but I think that if a lot of the information or their concerns are answered at the workshop, then you decrease the chances of so many people coming back to speak again. And so I don't really want to support it because I don't support the ordinance as is, but I do, I mean, if the support is there, I'll vote for it so that we can move forward and bring something back that can possibly be inclusive for everyone else. Commissioner Llewellyn.
Can I just make one suggestion then for a happy medium here? Maybe we could have residents submit questions in advance that we could have, as opposed to having people getting up and everybody deferring their time to somebody else, and then you end up, I mean, it could turn into a very lengthy thing again. There are some people that, as you know, have come to these meetings over and over and over again, and every time they say the same thing, and every time, and I appreciate it. Believe me, I appreciate the passion. I've gotten the phone calls too. I've gotten the emails as well. But again, if we want to address it, I just think we need to get to the point. So I don't have a problem with them asking questions, but maybe it might be better if we made something where they send them to us in writing, we have the questions, and then we can go from there.
I like that idea.
We can definitely do that, but if there are questions that are unanswered, I'm definitely going to ask.
I got an answer for that, Mayor. I don't mean to jump in front of Commissioner Davis or not, but how about if you mind, Joyce? How about if we have the workshop and we do an hour by ourselves and bring the questions in, and then the second hour we bring the residents in with the questions, and then we're able to go through those questions already prepared by maybe discussing some of the alternatives ahead of time, and then we can answer them without the interruption, and then they can ask the questions and try to fix it up. I think if we had an hour by ourselves with Ryan, I think, and then whoever else, I think we can maybe have a little bit of, we can fix something, and then we can bring the residents in on it. Is that bad?
I think that they've heard a lot of the concerns, and if we work with Ryan independently, and if we get the questions submitted, we can make sure there are no duplicate questions.
Whatever you guys want to do. I'm just trying to get a one-on-one, so that's all right. Whatever you want to do.
Yeah. And then, well, at the workshop, it has to be public anyway, so we can't not have it.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, so if the questions are going to be submitted, if there's something that has not been addressed, I wouldn't mind hearing from the residents, because the workshop is for us and it's also for them. So I'm okay with that.
Okay.
All right. Can we we have a motion and a second to defer the item to to approve the ordinance, and with the exception of having a workshop as soon as possible. So can we call the roll, please?
Commissioner Davis?
No.
Was that no?
No.
Commissioner Llewellyn?
Yes.
Commissioner Odman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Salvino?
Yes.
Mayor James?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1.
All right. Tom, it was that 9.1?
Yes. Nine 9.2 does wish to be heard. I think you're going to find that very
Tom, we can't hear you.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I think 9.1 will take a very short period of time. They've asked to be heard. It's the property out west by the by 441. You've seen several times. The Debbie Orshevsky.
About 9.2. Are we on 9.2? We just voted on 9.1, correct?
You would be on 9.2 now. So if you're going to hear that, I'm going to read the title.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll read the title. An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Dania Beach, Florida, amending the future land use plan element of the local comprehensive plan in response to a request by CCI Properties 1 LLC, LU 06120, to redesignate certain property from low medium 10 residential to irregular 50 dwelling units per acre, which property is generally located at 4695 Southwest 45 Terrace, Dania Beach, which legal description is described in Exhibit A copy of which is attached to this ordinance, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, further providing for an effective date, first reading of that ordinance. Corinne? Richard, who's
Good
hand?
evening. Yeah, Richard is going to make the presentation tonight.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners.
Evening.
Evening.
Staff and members of the audience. My name is Richard Lorber, and I'm the City Planning and Zoning Manager, here to present your next item on behalf of the Community Development Department. This presentation will be for items 9.2, 9.3, and 9.4.
Then I better read nine. Let me read those just to make sure they're on the record. 9.3, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Dania Beach, Florida, approving the application request RZ 06220 made by 2900 Southwest 45 5th Dania Beach LLC to rezone the property generally located at 4695 Southwest 45th Terrace in the city of Dania Beach, Florida, which property is legally described in Exhibit A, a copy of which is attached to this ordinance, changing the current zoning classification of the properties from RMH Mobile Home District to Planned Residential Development District, PRD1, subject to certain restrictions, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, further providing for an effective date, first reading, and the companion resolution 9-4, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Dania Beach, Florida, approving the Andes Plat, the land plat, PL 6020, submitted by Police Land Surveyors, Inc., on behalf of OFCCI Properties 1 LLC for property located at 4695 Southwest 45 Terrace in the city of Dania Beach, Florida, as legally described in Exhibit A, providing for conflicts, further providing for an effective date. So all three of those applications will be now processed.
Great. Thank you, Tom. Item 9.2 is the first reading of the future land use map amendment. Item 9.3 is the first reading of the rezoning. And item 9.4 is the final approval of the plat. And the applicant is CCI Properties 1 LLC. Next slide, please. The address of the subject property is 4695 Southwest 45th Terrace. This is located near the intersection of Griffin Road and 441. And the property is 5.5 acres in size. You can see on the map, 441 is to the left, Griffin Road is to the south, the canal is to the north. And the next slide, please. Currently, the property is designated low medium residential, 10 dwelling units per acre on our future land use map. The proposed amendment would designate it as irregular residential density 50 dwelling units per acre. The property is currently zoned RMH Mobile Home Park, and there is an existing mobile home park there. This application, PRD1, Planned Residential Development, and this would be in order to permit the construction of a new 275-unit multifamily residential building, including affordable housing. Next slide, please. These applications are for the Harbor Landings project. It's part of a larger development situated partly in the city of Hollywood and partly in the city of Dania Beach. The west side of the site is in Hollywood, situated along Highway 441, and it is proposed for a hotel and commercial uses. Our site is on the east side of the development and located in the city of Dania Beach. Next. The existing mobile home park there has boat dockage. The new proposal will fill in the existing marina, and this will then allow for the construction of a new 8-story apartment building. It will have 275 units, including 15% affordable housing. Once again, this is the first reading of ordinances to amend the future land use map and zoning designations, and also a resolution to approve the plat. The actual site plan will be presented to you after the adoption of these ordinances on second reading, after review by the county and state. Next, please. This is just an overall site plan for the site. The bottom half is the Hollywood part along 441 with hotel and commercial. And the top half is the 8-story apartment building. It's all linked together. All the parking for the apartments is within the building itself. The open parking in the middle is for the hotel and commercial uses. Next. This gives a good view of what the apartment building will look like. This is a view from the north, looking south across the canal. Next. A couple more renderings of what the project will look like. It shows both the Hollywood and Dania sides. And you'll see this much more in detail when, in a few months, the site plan comes before you. Next. We always ask the applicant to reach out to nearby neighbors and get public input. This applicant contacted the residents along Southwest 43rd Terrace. and set up meetings with residents interested in learning more about the project. They consulted with the Griffin Civic Association, and the property owner met personally with residents who expressed concern. We've been advised that all concerns have been met. The public participation information is in your backup. Next. Since these were applications for land use and zoning amendments, they were first required to go to the Planning and Zoning Board for their recommendation. The Planning and Zoning Board heard the items at their October 21st, 2020 public hearing, and they voted to recommend approval of the applications. It was a unanimous vote. Next. So to sum up, these applications meet the requirements of our land development code for plats, land use map amendments, and rezonings. The applicant provided all the necessary documentation, and therefore staff recommends that the commission approve both the land use amendment 9.2 and the rezoning 9.3 upon first reading, and approve item 9.4, the resolution approving the plat. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions. Otherwise, the applicant is here and ready to make their presentation. Thank you very much.
I do have questions. I don't see anyone else with their hand up or their hand raised. Could you tell me what, again, the current zoning allows as far as what the proposed zoning would change that density to?
The current zoning allows the mobile home park. It is zoned mobile home park. So, you know,
Can you show me the aerial again of the area?
Tom,
can you show me an aerial view of the area again? Of the other area surrounding it, yes.
Okay, so that's the subject parcel. And basically that's a mobile home park. There's the inlet.
We've already heard this project, correct?
Yeah.
I feel like we've heard this project before.
Yes, there were text amendments to the code that were required. So you did hear originally. This is the big package of land use and zoning, and you'll see it again with the full site plan. So yeah,
Okay, yes, I've spoken to the residents on Southwest 43rd Terrace, so I'm very familiar with it. Okay, thank you. I have no further questions. Does anyone else have questions? Does anyone from the public wish to speak? This is a public hearing. Anyone wish to speak for or against the item? Do we have a motion?
You start with 9.2, Mayor.
Do we have okay. Commissioner Llewellyn?
Actually, it looked like Debbie Yarshevsky had her hand up. I think she was.
Oh, I don't see her hand up. Who?
Debbie, the attorney.
Their attorney.
Yeah.
Debbie?
She was waiting.
Yes, I'm here. Good evening. Thank you, Commissioner. I can't, my setup doesn't even show me a raise your hand button. So good evening, Debbie Yarshevsky on behalf of the applicant. And this evening on the line with us is Andy Barbar, who's the property owner and developer here, as well as the development managers, Eric Metz and Louis Birdman. I think Richard's done a great overview. I know we have 2 new commissioners, and congratulations to all. If there are any questions, we're happy to answer them given this late hour. I don't think there's much more other than to respond to any questions you may have, and we appreciate your support for this proposal.
Thank you. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion, Mayor.
I'll second it.
Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Davis,
Yes.
Commissioner Llewellyn,
Yes.
Commissioner Odman.
No.
Was that a no?
Yes. No.
You're voting no.
I voted no.
Thank you, ma'am. Vice Mayor Calvino,
Yes.
Mayor James.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1.
9.3 is the rezoning.
Do we have a motion?
Make the motion.
Anyone here to speak for or against the item? This is a public hearing. Do we have a motion?
I apologize. Wait, which is this?
The rezoning.
For the
Zoning.
same thing?
Correct.
Yes, the same property.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. I'll second his motion. I believe the vice mayor made a motion.
Sure, I make a motion.
Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Davis,
Yes.
Commissioner Llewellyn,
Yes.
Commissioner Odman,
No.
Vice Mayor Salvino,
Yes.
Mayor James.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1.
9.4 is the plat.
This
I'll
is
make
a
a motion
public
to
hearing.
approve.
Anyone here to speak for or against the item?
Sorry, I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay. Have a second?
Joyce made a second.
All right. Oh, Joyce made a second. Okay, I didn't hear you. Are you unmuted? Oh, call the roll, please.
Commissioner Davis,
Yes.
Commissioner Llewellyn,
Yes.
Commissioner Odman,
No.
Vice Mayor Salvino,
Yes.
Mayor James.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1.
Tom, next item.
9, 6, 7, and 8 have all been continued per your earlier ruling.
All
So
right.
there's nothing left in that part of the agenda. You're going to
Okay.
discuss.
I'm gonna save all of my discussion and possible actions for the next meeting. That's including the update on the redevelopment of the Dania Beach Bar and Grill. I probably just asked for that to be a presentation. No, it needs to be discussion. The Parks Master Plan, I'll defer that. And I want to withdraw the discussion about collaboration between City of Dania Beach and the CRA, as we have already discussed that in the CRA meeting, and there is no need to continue that. So we'll go on to discussion of website and communications update. Commissioner Davis.
I'm going to defer my discussions and possible action as well for both item 4 and 5, and due to the lateness of the hour.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. The strategic planning, Commissioner Llewellyn.
I am not going to defer because this will be very, very quick, and I'm hoping that we are all on the same page with this. I just want to make sure we have a date immediately for strategic planning. We have been delaying and delaying and delaying this, and COVID did not help. But we have been able to have some meetings in areas like IT Parker in the past, where we can have enough space and we can actually have a meeting to do this. And I'd like us to get dates sooner rather than later. And I'm sure if there's anybody who doesn't want to appear in person would prefer to do it virtually, I don't think that that would be a problem. I've asked to see if we could arrange that, and I've been told that we likely can arrange that. So I would like us to get a date set within the next 30 to 45 days.
Okay.
We'll pick a date now.
Right now.
I'll pick a date now if you want it now. Give me a date.
I mean, I think that we probably need to do the other workshop date first, that about the trees. There are a number of things that we probably need to do, that have priority. I mean, this is a priority. Street plan is a priority, but if we're talking about next meeting, I think we need to do it in order.
Sure, I understand that, but at the same time, my understanding is that with the strategic plan, it's going to need to be like an all-day event. So it's probably going to need to be, I'm going to guess with everybody that's on here, it's probably going to need to be on a weekend. I could be wrong, but I'm guessing it's probably going to need to be on a weekend. And, perhaps the city manager may have more information because I asked her to please contact our strategic planner to see if we could get some dates. So I just would, like it's a lot easier to find a couple hours during the day. It's a lot easier to find a couple hours during the day than to find a whole day. That's what I'm saying.
If I may, through the mayor.
I can't hear you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. If I may.
You're a little low.
Very low.
I'm sorry. I can come back to you via Chris and send you guys a couple of dates for Saturdays, if that's okay with you guys.
How for how many hours?
This will probably be the longest part of the strategic planning. It would like be probably like a 10 to 4 type of thing, and we'll provide like breakfast and lunch and snacks. But it will be like a 10 to 4 or 9 to 3 type of thing on a Saturday.
Vice Mayor Savino?
Is there any chance that we can have possibly an alternate day during the middle of the week, just in case somebody else wants to do it during the middle of the week? Give us a couple choices, or does it have to be on a weekend?
No, if you guys can open up your time, I can come back and I can, if you guys can't do Saturday, we can do during the week.
That's my hardest day, but I mean, if that's the only day the 4 of you can make it, I'll make the sacrifice.
Yeah, I'm just thinking they have kids that are in school too, so Yeah, so I think that's why they're saying that, Marco, Vice Mayor, because I'm home. I'm so sorry, I'm so tired. Mayor James and I are both homeschooling right now.
Okay.
So we have the kids in school from morning till 3:30 for, but because there's going to be kind of like a break, so there'll be a little bit of a break. City manager, if you want to throw in 1 or 2 weekday choices, we can look at that and see if that makes sense. But yeah, for the most part, that's why I think everyone's saying the weekends, because they know that.
Unless you want to do it from 6 o'clock to midnight. No.
Oh gosh, I'm hurting. Vice Mayor.
Okay, wait. Let's get this back on track.
That was a joke.
What I'll do is I'll get with the city manager. I'll give her the Broward County Schools calendar that kind of shows when the days are off, because even if it's not the 2 weeks of the Christmas break, there's still other dates that they have off.
Whatever you guys work out, I'll make it work. Dude, I don't want to kill you guys, right? I'm the only out guy out here, so I'm the old guy in the crowd. So I'll make my
Davis, what are
change.
your restrictions?
Whatever you want to do, Anna.
Okay, I'll give you guys a couple of dates, because I have to get the dates from the facilitator too. But I recommend a Saturday, guys, because you don't want to do this late into the evening and with the homeschooling and the breaks and people. So if Vice Mayor, you can make it on a Saturday, it'll be fun, and it's actually the best time.
As long as you're there, I'm okay, Anna.
Okay. I'll come back with a couple of dates, and I'll get with Chris, and I'll send it to you guys.
No problem.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Commissioner Ottman, with your DIAS partition.
Since I feel like that's going to be a discussion, I think the most compassionate thing to do. I'm sorry?
Do you want to kind of give us an overview so we can think about what it's going to be about?
Okay, I'll just give you an overview and you guys can think about it. So if you've sat on the dais, you've seen that with the glass on the top, it makes it very challenging to look at some of the other players on the dais. If you sit where I'm sitting, I actually cannot at all see Anna Garcia, city manager, and Tom, which kind of matters because sometimes you need to see facial expressions. I also cannot see the presentation screen, but I've heard that that doesn't matter because we might be getting iPads. So the main thing is think about in your head, do you think it's necessary to have that upper partition, as I call it, the bank teller's windows? If you need the bank teller's windows, well, all right, maybe I should go for a consensus now.
Yeah, I'm on this. I got a comment, ma'am.
Do it. Let me hear it.
I spoke to Tom about this, and we have a metal detector at the front door.
Correct.
And the metal detector at the front door, Tom said he can put an ordinance in play that the atrium can become the chamber on meeting nights, whatever meetings we're having, And at that point, no one is allowed to carry a weapon into the chambers, which is the atrium. If you change it to that, we can take the top glass off, leave the bottom glass on for protection. And Eleanor said she can find a place to put that top glass in code and over in the water department so it won't go to waste and we would have freedom to look out.
Holy moly, macaroni. All right, so the vice mayor and I seem to be on the same page.
What happened?
I'd like to see if I have consensus to remove the top portion of the bank teller glass.
I have a question.
Yes, Commissioner.
How much did it cost us to put that in the first place? And how much is it going to cost to remove it and move it around?
Just the labor, not the parts. The parts you can use again.
City manager, can you comment on that?
But it was custom made.
If I may, through
Just
the
telling
mayor.
you what I heard. I mean, you guys can get an estimate before you do it if you want.
Okay,
Just-
hold on. We got to speak one at a time.
sorry, ma'am.
If I may, through the mayor.
I'm just excited, Madam Mayor. I'll be quiet from now on.
As you know, I didn't recommend this. I did not recommend this, but we follow your directive, and we spent $55,000 to install this. You know, we have become the safest dais, probably in the whole state of Florida. We did speak to the gentleman to remove everything. If that is your wish, we'll go and remove everything. But this is custom made. And it will cost us approximately $38,500 to remove it. I haven't asked them just to remove the top, and maybe I can come back with that figure, but to remove everything and to open up, you know, and just leave the partitions, it'll be approximately $38,000.
Commissioner Ottman.
So, yes, the figure we would want, city manager, is to remove only the top portion. Listen, to be fair, the decision was made when a commissioner asked Danny Marks, would this be the safest thing to do? Danny's not here, sorry, Chief isn't here to give us his opinion on aesthetics or how practical something is. He was giving us the opinion on, is it the most safe thing to do? Okay, it is the most safe thing to do. Unfortunately, it was wildly impractical and none of us had any way of knowing that. And we've now put ourselves in a weird situation. So is it a terrible loss? Yes, absolutely. Does it look like we can try and mitigate it a little bit by only doing the top part and trying to get the top part used over in code or somewhere else? Yes. So am I thrilled about it? Of course I'm not thrilled about it. None of us are thrilled about it. But does it make sense to, of all the things we're going to have to do and the iPads we're going to have to buy and the new chairs we're going to have to get and the awkward walking around? I don't think so. So I'd like to do that.
I can find out how much it will cost just to remove the top. I mean, I'm not an engineer or anything like that, so I can find out from the contractor. You would still want the doors and the partition in front and in your legs, right? Just the top.
Partitions on the side are fine. The only thing is, and every other city has the partitions in between the commissioners. That's fine. It's the glass in the front, the bulletproof glass in the front. So I guess I won't ask for consensus then. I'll wait till we get the cost estimates back.
I'll have that for your first meeting.
Anyone else have anything to say before I speak? Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Llewellyn.
I just could you also through the mayor to the city manager, if you're going to get the cost on removing just the top part, can you also get a sense of what if it would be the mitigated cost if we're going to be able to use it in other locations? So just to be fair, so that it's not just a matter of costing, it might actually be less if it is going to use something.
Right.
Certainly, I will. I'll get that both and see if we can take that top and retrofit it or move it into another area of our city.
I mean, for me, either way would work. I really don't. It's really difficult when I sat there for half of that organizational meeting. For me, it's uncomfortable because I couldn't even see if someone was coming up towards the left with the door. That was a bit much, and then you can't really see. You don't have a clear view. And also, I know that we've done other projects that we've had to make change orders. We've had to go back and correct some of the mistakes. This is a time where, you know, everyone is very cautious about COVID and our security. So you have both of those things going at the same time. Had I known that it was that thick and it was going to kind of be blurry when you look out, or all the pictures or everything else that's coming out has shadows and flashes, and it's a lot that I think the intentions were great. I think they were good. They were putting us first, as you should do. But as we know, sometimes things don't work out. I mean, look at the landscaping for, I saw them digging up landscaping for the entryway signs, which if it doesn't work, let's go back and let's fix it so we can be proud of what we're representing. So I'm okay with removing the top portion. I guess that would be my vote tonight, is to be okay with removing the top portion of that, because it seems like we're in a correctional facility and it doesn't seem any type of engaging with our residents how it was. And as long as you all can duck, if shots start ringing, you better duck behind that bottom portion. But anything you all want to do, Commissioner Ottman, this was your item, so what do you want to do with it?
I will, I mean, I guess I agree that there's no way around it. I mean, either way, it's going to have to go, because it doesn't work. No matter how much we, you know, I don't know what to say about it. It just doesn't work. So we're going to have to remove it. So do we have consensus to remove it now? I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Mayor.
Did you want consensus, or were you waiting?
No, do we have consensus to remove? Obviously, we're still going to get all the financials for what we can do and what the different options are for the top part. That's not going to change anyway. But do we have consensus to remove just the top portion? The bottom portion was never up for discussion. We weren't going to remove the bottom portion.
I would like to know how much it is, and you said that's $38,000 to remove the top portion?
The whole thing.
The whole thing.
So I would like to know how much it is prior to giving consensus for that. I would like to know the individual cost of it.
If I may, through the mayor?
Yes.
$38,500.
For the entire thing?
That is correct, because once you remove the top, you need to remove the doors too, and the side areas too.
But what about the bottom part? Does the $38,000 cover the bottom portion of that's bulletproof? I think it's called carbon something. I don't even remember.
I don't know if that includes the bottom, but I could circle back with a contractor and give you exactly what can be removed, so you guys can pick and choose. But your main concern right now is the top part. But maybe the top part, if you remove it, I don't know if the doors have to go too. So I'll break it down and have that discussion with the contractor.
All right, so let's just do this next time.
I have an idea. Can you get all the information and put it on the agenda under consent, and we can discuss it at that time? And you will have all the information in our backup, and we'll be able to review everything, including pricing and everything else, and we can make a decision that way.
Yes.
Commissioner, Llewellyn.
Yeah, just one more thing, and just so you know, Commissioner Ottman, just so you know, I can't see Tom or Anna either from my seat, just so you're aware.
You know, I know. I sat in several seats, and that's why I said one way or another, we're going to have to fix this. But if you guys want to wait till we talk numbers, we'll wait till we talk numbers. But at the end of the day, this needs to get fixed, because it's not fair to all the commissioners.
I don't see us going back anytime soon anyway. So I'd like to see, I'd like to know that the numbers are. I'd also like to know where the money's coming from.
Sure. All right, we'll get that and we'll chit chat about it next time. Okay.
All right. City Attorney, status of the historic mapper Swanson House.
This is going to be very brief because I've had discussions with public services that my concern about Nyberg Swanson possibly being compromised structurally are not concerns we need to worry about. The only thing left to worry about is, not worry rather, is to ask that I bring back to you in early January a motion to withdraw the award from 2 years ago when you selected an architectural firm to do the architectural work for Nyberg Swanson. It's been 2 years. I don't know the reason why we didn't get to it, but we didn't get to it. And I am concerned that the request for qualifications is stale. So I prefer that we go back out. We could just use the same RFQ and update it, but get a new person, a new set of people, or the people that applied last time could still reapply. But it's 2 years old since we looked at these qualifications. And I would recommend to you that we go back out and do this new RFQ for an architect that's schooled in historic renovations to look at the Nyberg Swanson House for what it needs to be done there. And that's all I have on that issue. But it would come back a motion to withdraw the award from 2 years ago. That's what it would be.
Do we have a motion?
Make a motion.
Have a second?
Okay.
Vice Mayor Savino seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thanks very much. That's all I need for that. Thank you. That's it.
Okay. City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. In your backup is a memo and a schedule of meetings for 2021. I would note that there are only 2 commission meetings that are impacted by holidays this year. The November 23rd meeting is during Thanksgiving holiday week, and your December 28th meeting falls between the Christmas holiday and the New Year's holiday. So you may want to consider doing what you did this year and cancel those 2 meetings.
What about the times that we take off in the summer? Are we no longer doing that?
Yes, we do. And traditionally, I bring that to you in March so that you have a better idea of what the upcoming budget season is going to look like in those meetings and make a decision at that time.
Okay. Do we have a motion to approve the commission meeting, which will be also that will be not having the second meeting in November and December?
Motion to approve.
Vice Mayor Salvino seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay.
Mayor, I would also note that your CRA board meetings will mirror your first meetings of every month of the commission. So as usual. So this is just a given.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Commissioner comments, Commissioner Joyce Davis.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I wanted to comment on the wonderful Thanksgiving Day event that I attended at the Lighthouse Community Church, as well as the Goldwire Foundation. Our community is doing some wonderful things that I had an opportunity to participate in, and I want to thank them very much for inviting me. I do have an item that's specifically about the residents, and I wasn't able to get it on the discussion and possible action items, but it is the holidays, and I have had several residents come to me and talk about the gift cards that Miami-Dade is giving their residents to Publix, and they really are looking for some assistance. As you know, the pandemic has really hit our community hard, and while we were able to, I believe, do 2 food distributions, I work with St. Ruth's Missionary Baptist Church to for the last 4 months to give out food to our residents. And so many are still calling me and contacting me and are in need. So I have spoken to the city manager, and I am requesting, was able to find $25,000 that we were able to give to the residents for gift cards to go to Walmart. And so I would like to be able to do something short-term for our residents and give them gift cards in the amount of $125 for the holidays short-term, but I think we should also look for long-term solutions to help our residents out. But this is something that I'm requesting consensus on for the holidays.
I have a bunch of questions with that, and I guess the city manager can answer those questions that I have. Where did this money come from? Because we just had to take money out of our contingencies to move a sign because I was told we didn't really have the money, and so.
I want to be clear. It's not that we found the money. Is that if you guys want to do this, you have a balance of $200,000 in your contingency. So we didn't just find it. You have it in your contingency, or if you were to want to take it from fund balance. These are the two areas that I discussed with the finance director.
Well, I know we just took, in this meeting, in this approval, we just took almost $30,000 from that contingency, and it's only been a month into this budget. And so we're gonna find ourselves eating at that, and it's gonna go away really, really quick. I am definitely in for doing things for the community. I've had a nonprofit here for over 14 years. I am all about community, but we haven't even awarded our nonprofits with the funding yet. I just have a lot of questions to be able to push this in, and it wasn't on the agenda. And typically, if it's not on the agenda, we really don't vote on it. And so I would want to hear what the other commissioners have to say, because I'm uncomfortable at the last minute. I've received several phone calls too and saying, you guys aren't giving out money like Miami-Dade. And I didn't even know they were giving out money, but I don't know about this. Commissioner Ottman?
Yeah, beautiful intention, terrible execution. We swore that we were not going to do this anymore, guys. Don't you remember? We said that no matter how I mean, no one wants to be the Grinch. This is a great idea, Commissioner Davis. But we swore we weren't going to do this anymore, because what happens is then we say, okay, you can come up here and you can tell us your story that's very sad or heartfelt or passionate or important, and we're going to feel compelled, because we're all nice people, to give out 500 here, 500 there, 500 here, 500 there. You all already did that, and we said we were not going to do that again. So I don't know what this is, because we said we weren't going to do it anymore. So can we maybe put it on? Well, we can't put it on an agenda, but I don't know. That's my big problem with it, city manager. Surely you must remember that we said we weren't going to do this anymore.
This is just something that the commissioner wanted to discuss. So, I mean, it's up to you. Just like if any of you wanted to discuss something.
Well, but do you, I mean, how much is it that we're looking for?
$25,000.
Oh.
That's a lot of money.
I don't want to be a Grinch, but come on. I mean, we said we weren't going to do it for $500 or for the $5,000 for the people with breast cancer or for the people who need money for whatever that they come up for. 25,000? That's
a 38 to remove glass.
Well, Commissioner Davidson, I know this is your first meeting, but this has been an ongoing issue that we had. And like I said, of course, it's a beautiful intention that I think you have, but we've had an ongoing issue that we've been actively working on the solution to figure out how to responsibly give out money. Because what we were doing were people were coming up during commissioner comments and they'd give their story and ask for $5,000, and we'd give it to them. and it happened over and over and over again. What we said was, we need a process. We need people to turn in a little thing that says what the money is for so we can keep track of it, because we found we were doing it almost every month. So it's apples, it's an incorrect logical, it's a logical fallacy to compare those two things. But yeah, I can't get into this after midnight. So.
Vice Mayor Salvino.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Davis, I know you're new on here, and I remember the 4 years I was on the commission. You know, I know the last 2 years of my commission, we completely eliminated giving away the taxpayers' money to just about most or everybody that asked for it. The reason why, and you'll see as you become on there, you're going to get people, if you start with one, they're going to be lined up on the next meeting, and they will be lined up heavy. They'll be coming in, just like you said, 38,000 new glass, you know, they'll start throwing it in your face. And trust me when I tell you, they'll be relentless. They will come in here, I want 1,500 for this, I want 2,000 for that. Then people want to get money for arts, and they want to get money for their kids, and they want to get, I'm telling you, you can't start something like that without something being discussed or thrown at us, and we'd have to come up with a yearly program if we're going to allocate it to whether we want to allocate $10,000 per commissioner to give away to somebody, or whatever choice we do, or whether we don't want to give anything away. But 25,000, I mean, I've been on the commission 4 years. The 4 years I was on, I can't remember giving 25,000 to anybody. Except for somebody like the chamber, which is a question, and there's a few other things that are out there that were a little large. The women's club that meet, I mean, the seniors club that meets, they get like 30,000 for the whole year. So, I mean, I'm just letting you know, but I would not be willing to start off like that and just get $25,000 over.
Well, this was just something that several residents, I mean, because it's the holidays and it's a pandemic, this is not something that I would want to start a precedent with and do all the time for everybody all the time. And, I understand that you don't want to start a precedent of just giving away money, but I don't think this is a regular season. I don't think this is a regular time. And I don't think this, I think this has been one of the most difficult years there has ever been in the community ever, period. And it's not just something that, that would occur all the time, but it's just a one-time holiday ask, and I respect your opinions on that. But I just think that the residents need to feel that we have done as much as we can do for them, and this is just one way to show them directly. So I do, I respect your opinions, but I just wanted to ask for something specific for the residents.
Commissioner Davis, I have a question for you. I see your hand up, Commissioner Llewellyn. How would you facilitate and choose which 200 residents get this $125? Because we have 35,000 plus residents, and that amount can only be distributed to 200 residents.
Well, it would just be just like the food distribution that you had. It's first come, first serve. It'd be drive up, and it would be basically the community that I know, that those people really want it. Those people who don't really need that during this time, they would allow their neighbors to do it on a first come, first serve basis. We could have it social distance and right there in City Hall, and have it where they just come drive through the people who need it, and so we wouldn't be able to pick and choose. It would just be a first come, first serve basis.
Commissioner Llewellyn.
I want to be consistent. This is something that we have had an issue with this in the past, and what we have tried to do in the past is try to get sponsorships and try to get donations from larger businesses locally to see if that's something that could be done. But something else I'm thinking, because you've made a good point, which is that this is not a normal holiday season. There is a pandemic. There are things that are going on. There's been money tied up in Washington that has not been distributed for stimulus and that sort of thing. And I can appreciate that. What I would like to ask is, through the mayor to the city manager, is there any money that we have put aside for something that did not get used or is not going to be used, but where we already put it aside or something?
Well, like I had been discussing this with the mayor before. You guys get X amount of money for contingency, and that's up to you. My contingency is at 25,000, and we're already using some of that money for our tree lighting, our Kwanzaa, and our Hanukkah lighting. So we have limited funds. We just don't have like line items. I mean, as you could see, we have unprecedented amount of monies being spent in storm drainage, all these master plans. So we don't have that money just lying around somewhere.
I understand that. I'm just trying to find out. I mean, is this something, and maybe Frank would know the answer to this. Is this something that would fall under the CARES Act funding? CARES Act money?
I discussed that with Frank. Frank, you want to chime in on that?
Hey, everybody. Good evening. And the answer to that is no. The CARES Act money has to be spent within the next couple of days. There's just really no way that we could feasibly, conduct all this purchasing and distributing of gift cards.
Okay.
And on top of that, it's a little bit different with Miami-Dade County. They received their CARES Act money directly from the federal government. And we received our CARES Act money from Broward County as a pass-through. And Broward County set very specific categories of how that money could be spent by the cities. And that was all workshop between all the city managers and how, where the needs were the most. And it did not speak to providing financial assistance in the form of a gift card to the residents.
I understand. I'm just, I'm trying to think, because it is a different season. It is a different time. There are a lot of things that are going on. There's a lot of factors at play here. And I'm getting the same questions. I'm getting the same phone calls. I met with a resident this weekend who made some suggestions to that effect as well. And I do appreciate, and I wish I wish we could have discussed this sooner. That's what I wish. I wish and I know this is the first meeting, unfortunately. If it could have been, at the last meeting, maybe we could have had more time to figure something out. I don't want to, I am concerned about setting a precedent because we have had this problem in the past and we have had people come up and it does get out of control very, very quickly. And I don't know, maybe there's something that we could think about for the next meeting, even though it's after the holidays. Maybe there might be something that we could discuss doing, even after the holidays, because this is not going to go away anytime soon. The numbers are going up. Everything's still going to be closed. There's still going to be people out of work. There's still going to be people in need. And maybe there's something else that we can do after the holidays.
If it's something for me to consider, not for tonight, but if it's something for me to consider, there will have to be a process. There are only 200.
Later.
Hold on, let me mute you, Tom. There are only 200 gift cards, and that's concerning because even with having my Thanksgiving drive, it wasn't funded from the city. I had to go out and fundraise all of that money. I had to go out to the business community and I had to raise all of that money. The city helped facilitate and they did an amazing job. The city and the CRA helping facilitate and having that, but that money didn't come from the city. There was a huge uproar with giving money away to nonprofits who do this kind of work in our communities. And all of that was snatched out. And I wanna definitely be consistent because there are a lot of initiatives that a lot of us can bring up here that we have a hard time being passed. And so I want to continue to encourage you, Commissioner Davis, to bring forth items and challenge us in ways that we can think outside the box. But I don't think that you're going to find the support for this, especially on the day of when we argue over $500, we argue over $100 going here, there, and the third, and asking for $25,000 and not really having a complete layout and plan, because you're going to have people that are in the same household that are 2-3 cars lined up.
We do
and
have
those are the type of things that you can't.
a complete layout and plan. I don't want to interrupt you, but we do have a complete layout and plan, and you would have to show a government issued ID, and it would be 1 car per person and have that worked out so that it's not 2 people from the same household getting the same amount.
Right, but I would want to hit the people who really need it, because how are you going to find out who really needs it? Because
you know from doing community work, it's people are going to try to get over, and you only have 200, and that's going to be tough to really. If you go into the schools, to the resource counselors, go find the families that really need it. Maybe we can discuss in the future something like, because we haven't discussed how the funding is going to go towards the nonprofits, because I think that we put money in the budget for that, right, Frank?
But the money was only towards the Chris Hickson Scholarship Fund and the library, Friends of the Library.
Okay, see, we don't even have money for the nonprofits then, but let's work on something that really could help those people in need, and maybe we can go to the business community and ask them to sponsor some families. I think that would even be better than us trying to use our contingency, because if we take that out of our contingency, that'll be about $50,000 just like that out of our contingency. And like, again, our budget just passed, and we don't know what the future holds. We don't know what COVID is going to bring. And so I know that we want to look out for our residents, but we also have to understand we have more money that we are paying our employees, which is a 10% who are out in the field during COVID right now. And we constantly have more employees testing positive. So that means that we're having to pay for them to be home. And there's just a lot of other things that we need to make sure that we're handling. Commissioner Ottman?
Yeah, real quick. You know what? I don't want to belabor this. City manager, maybe is this something during next week where there would be an opportunity for you to talk with Commissioner Davis about some opportunities where like this could work? Because I think it's a great idea. I'm sorry if it seems like we're snapping at you or raking the idea over, because it's a great idea, and these are the kind of ideas that we love. It's just that the timing, we need a little bit more time to make it work. And I think we can make it work. And the unfortunate part about the COVID situation we're in, there's going to be a lot of more opportunities for it. So, city manager, maybe that's something we could, you could talk with the commissioner and, talk about the different ways that we've gone to the Walmart before, the relationships that we've built with, I can't remember right now, my brain's not working, but the different relationships and partnerships that we've built with people in the city, and to maybe do some gift cards and things like that at a later point and do something like that. Does that make sense?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, if I may, through the mayor, my goal with you guys is to always try to get to yes and to allow you guys to discuss this with your colleagues. But as I was thinking, and I hear you discuss this is something that I think we probably need to discuss during the strategic master plan, so you guys do find whatever mechanism you want to, what you want to fund in regards to that. But like Commissioner Llewellyn said, COVID is going to be here for a long time. Right. Even in the new year, we may have some opportunities to partner with some businesses. Early on, I was able to raise $20,000 in a period of a week. This is a short period now with the holidays and everything, but I think when we get back in January, you can count on me, and I think all of you, because you guys are all very generous people, to talk to some local businesses and maybe we can do something, for Valentine's, because people are still going to be in need come February or March still.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Llewellyn, and then we're going to try to.
Just real quick, I was just going to say, I actually think January might even be a good time to start talking about it, because after the holidays, people are a little broke, even people who do have a little money to spend, because they do spend it over the holidays. But one of the things I was also hearing, and I don't know if Commissioner Davis has been hearing the same thing, is people want to know why we're not doing more food distributions. Because for a while there we were doing them, and then it just stopped. So, and I know that it's been difficult to get the donations, because I know there's been a few places that have been having difficulty getting them, and that they seem to only be going to certain cities, like the larger cities. But maybe we could look into it again and see if there is some other way that we could facilitate something like that, maybe on a regular basis, just for a little while, because I think, people are still hurting. And I agree with Commissioner Davis. It is something that would be nice for us to be able to do something to help.
I just think we need to look at longer term solutions while the pandemic is still going on, because there are, I mean, I hear it from, since I work the food distribution, those people still contact me every single week, you know, since St. Ruth's Missionary Baptist Church has not been able to do it. And I commend them and applaud them for having been able to do it way longer than our city did. So I just really want to look into some real solutions for food distribution, because they are seeing it in so many other places and wondering why we can't do the same thing for them. So I want to look for solutions to be able to help them out in that manner.
Sure. Is that the end of your comments, Commissioner Davis?
Not yet.
I'm not saying nothing else.
I know it was long, I know.
Commissioner Llewellyn?
I'm going to basically defer my comments tonight for the sake of time. I just want to wish everybody a very happy holiday season, and please be safe and be kind to each other, and have a wonderful Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, and a happy New Year. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Ottman?
Nothing.
Vice Mayor Savino? I think he left us.
I think he was chasing a dog, it sounded like.
He was.
All right, Vice Mayor, I take that as you're done.
No, I'm here.
Okay.
I was just getting me a bag of M&Ms. I was hungry.
Not late at night.
Sorry, I'm back. What did I miss? I just was on the go like.
Oh, I'm just asking you if you have comments.
No, the only comment I have is I thank everybody tonight, and thank the residents for putting me back up there again. I'm gonna work hard with you guys as much as I can. Good night.
Okay. First things first, I want us to get our phone and do a workshop date for the tree ordinance. So we have our calendars here.
We do. I have 3%. 2%.
What are we doing now?
The tree ordinance workshop date. So we don't fumble the dates all around for 2 weeks.
Lordy.
What a beautiful time to be a commissioner in Dania Beach.
Lordy.
What are the first week of January? So that would be the 4th through the 8th.
4th or 5th is good for me.
I can't do the 4th.
Okay. The 5th, how's the 5th look for everyone?
Can do the 5th.
What time of day?
Excuse me, Commissioner Llewellyn?
What time of day on the 5th?
When are you available?
I prefer later in the afternoon if possible.
If we're doing it with the residents, all those residents, it would have to be at 5:30.
Okay, is everyone okay at 5:30 on the 5th?
Are we capping the time?
For what?
Are we
I
capping
don't want to
the
say an
time?
hour because that's unrealistic.
How about we say 2 hours?
5:30 to 7:30 is
Amen.
acceptable to me.
Okay,
But I
me
want there to
too.
be a time cap.
Okay.
Everyone's okay with that?
5:30, 7:30, Tuesday night, January 5th. I got that.
That's the date.
All right. Tom, could you make sure, or someone, could you make sure that we get a reminder sent to our phones? I think we're all delirious at this point.
Did Commissioner Davis, is that okay with her? Did we check with everyone?
Yes, she didn't have any objections. The second thing I wanted to acknowledge again, the Tamara James Foundation, along with the CRA and the patch staff, and our city manager and her staff, public services, Corey and BSO, they really went all out. We gave out over 500 turkeys with the help of a lot of the business communities in the area. And we were also able to give out collard greens and fresh collard greens and green beans and potatoes and sweet potatoes and onions and all of those good things. And I didn't think that we were going to do it, but again, we received so many requests to have something done. So without the support of our business community, that couldn't have happened. And I'm very thankful for that. I want to welcome Bento Sushi to Dania Beach. They have great food. I've eaten their food before, and they had a line down the road. And so I wish them the best. And the Tiki Bar actually had another grand opening or ribbon cutting for their restaurant portion of their facility. And so I want to wish them the best with that. I want to remind everyone, whoever is up at 12 something in the morning, that we do have our Youth Advisory Council virtual meeting on the 10th at 6 p.m. And I also want to thank everyone who came out to the beach cleanup that was put on by Oceana and Surfrider. I think that they did a tremendous job. They did an incredible job. It was over 50 people there cleaning up our waterways, and a lot of people that weren't even from Dania Beach. So there are a lot of people that really care about our beach. And I encourage you all to continue to or be a part of it and come out and bring youth out as well to be a part of that. Commissioner Ottman? I don't know, I'm trying to unmute you. Go ahead.
The tree residents are asking what portion, like what is the portion that they're coming in on for the workshop?
5:30 to 7:30.
And are they allowed to ask questions or are they submitting questions?
Both. I think we're gonna give them an opportunity to submit questions and try to answer all those questions and have those questions answered. And if that question has not been answered, then we will try to go with the dialogue. But I want to.
How are they going to submit their questions?
We'll figure that out.
How will we get that information to them?
Lauren, do you want to be the liaison, Commissioner Ottman? I appoint Commissioner Ottman as the liaison. Yep.
All right, so somehow we will get the information out how to.
You'll figure it out.
Not in your head over there, Commissioner Llewellyn. All right, so somehow we'll get the information out to the residents that there'll be a way for them to send in their questions, and then they will also have the opportunity to ask questions.
If the question has not been asked or answered.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Sorry about that.
Actually, since there's going to have to be an agenda, we could probably put it on the agenda so that they know what to do.
Perfect. Thank you, guys.
Right, you have that, Commissioner Ottman, all to yourself. I want to thank everyone who came out for the tree ordinance. It's great passion on both sides of it. And I've been able to really communicate with both sides. And I know that it hasn't been the most easiest thing to deal with, but that's what makes us who we are. People who love where they live and people who love the environment. So I am confident that we are going to get into a healthy compromise in a way that will deter what happened tonight with so many people with different types of oppositions. I want to wish you all a very happy and safe holidays. Please make sure you are wearing your mask and not going to a lot of social events. COVID numbers are going up. And I want to just remind you that you might not suffer from it and not know that you're carrying it, but someone else that you pass it on may not have the same immune system as you. And with that, we have our appointments. I don't know if you guys are comfortable. I am going to recommend deferring the appointments until the next meeting, if that's okay with you all.
I have a question.
Vice Mayor, we cannot hear you. Hold on. I haven't muted anyone, so.
Oh, she's unmuted.
No, Vice Mayor Salvino. The other
I was just saying I second that.
Okay. Have consensus. Do we have a motion? Do we need a motion for that?
No, I have a question.
Oh, okay.
You don't need a motion, Mayor.
Mr. Tom Schneider, Mr. Schneider,
Yes.
do I have an open planning and zoning appointment?
If you don't go and text him or email him.
You all have a vacancy. Well, you all have an appointment to make to the Planning and Zoning Board.
Everyone has one?
Yes, it follows the 2-year election
I
cycle.
need an appointment?
Is there another planning and zoning meeting before the next meeting date?
I think so.
I would remind you that all the current members, according to the charter, are able to serve for 120 days after the election or until
My appointment's leaving though.
Well, that's
go ahead, Commissioner Ottman. You can do your one appointment, and I guess we'll all the rest.
I would like to appoint Bill Harris to Planning and Zoning.
Now that couldn't wait. I can't.
It couldn't wait. It's called Christmas, you Grinch.
Do we have a motion to approve the appointments? The one appointment. Okay. Do we have a second? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Let's keep it moving. Administrative report, City Manager.
Yes, I'm going to defer my administrative report I just want to wish everybody a very Merry Christmas, a Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa. We will be lighting our menorah, the second annual menorah lighting on the 14th, next Monday. We will be doing our first Kwanzaa event. All these are virtual, and that will take place December the 21st. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to serve you as your manager. Thank you for the greatest allotment that we've ever had in infrastructure for storm drainage projects. We're going to be very, very busy doing a lot of projects. I also want to thank you and remind you that you supported $250,000 in rental assistance. So your generosity is something that's very special, and we will continue to work together to think outside the box for the sake of our community. So thank you so much.
Right. Thank you. City Attorney? Tom, we can't hear you.
Oh.
Go ahead.
A genuine wish to have happy and safe holidays for you and your families. Thank you.
City Clerk?
Coming meetings. Tuesday, January 12th, 2021 at 5:30 is your CRA board meeting, followed by a city commission meeting at 7 p.m. That's all I have.
All right. I want to wish you all a happy new year. I think we'll see you all before the new year. So happy new year. I think we've made it into the new year tonight.
Made it through 2020.
We are adjourned 2020.
Night.
In the book.